Item number, SCP-001. Class level, Level 6, Cosmic Top Secret. Containment class, Esoteric. Secondary class, Principalis. Disruption class, Amida. Risk class, Notice. Special containment procedures. It is the imperative of the Overseer Council to establish containment of SCP-001. Description. To know the nature of SCP-001 is to know the nature of the Foundation. For more information, see Document 001-GOI-01 Apparatus. Addendum 0011, Attached Documentation. Enter decryption key, decrypting. The first man stood alone, on the barren field, and in the distance he saw the locked gate beyond which his greatest shame was kept. He turned to the snake, who writhed on its belly like a worm and cursed it for its treachery. "You tricked me," the man said. "You led my hand astray, and now we are damned for it." The snake sighed. "I gave you knowledge," it said, "and with that knowledge, you made the choice you made. I could not make it for you," the man cried out. "All the same, trusting you was my greatest mistake." "No," the snake said. "Your greatest mistake was believing you had a choice at all." Access Document 001-GOI-01 Apparatus. Should intermittent vengeance arm again his red right hand to plague us? Decipher Catalog Number SC-00113 to 00101. Document Type Summa Modus Operandi. Dates Received NA. Operation Status Closed. Forward. We, the Delta Command, do hereby set in motion the principles of this document, the summa modus operandi of the Chaos Insurgency. We hold the following to be inescapable truths. The Foundation Overseers have altered the fabric of reality for the benefit of their own wicked desires. These alterations are the source of all supernatural activity in our universe. These grievances we hold against them. The 13th Overseer has blasphemed the natural order in his foul contract to stay the hand of death, and has usurped the fragile balance of life and given an impenetrable shield to the horrid adulterers of the Foundation. The 12th Overseer has stolen the wealth of the world to benefit the Foundation's insidious designs and has taken the fruits of many millions for the purpose of turning those labors against the laborers. The 11th Overseer has spun a circle of lies around the people of this world to protect the Foundation's interests, and has cast a dark eye onto the void to gaslight and pervert true human understanding. The 10th Overseer has kept a dubious record of the Foundation's malfeasances and altered history to suit them, and has mocked truth and reason for the sake of maintaining the Foundation's cruel legacy. The 9th Overseer has betrayed the trust of their fellow man and sworn allegiance to the cancerous council, and has time and time again turned away from opportunities to strike them down to prolong their greed-riddled intentions. The 8th Overseer has committed wicked acts against the ignorant public with their careless use of nuclear weapons, and was one of the first to breathe life into an organization that should have been butchered in the crib. The 7th Overseer has manipulated innocent populaces to create chaos and destruction for the Foundation's benefit, and has shown nothing but contempt and malfeasance against the innocent and unwitting. The 6th Overseer has surreptitiously used the might of the American military machine to crush the Foundation's enemies, and wrought a tale of never-ending violence and bloodshed that has forever stained this world. The 5th Overseer has warped the very boundaries between space and time to extend the Foundation's cruel reach, and taken dark and horrible secrets from those far-off places to use them to fuel the Foundation's death machine. The 4th Overseer has lulled the nations of the world into believing that the Foundation means them no harm, while working alongside the same treacherous intentions that would see this planet laid to waste. The 3rd Overseer has used mankind's own technologies against them to act as the all-seeing watcher of the Overseers, spinning a web of eyes that has eroded every last shred of human privacy and decency. The 2nd Overseer is complicit. The 1st Overseer has established a council of monsters and demons that answer at his beck and call, all so he may sit on his foul throne atop the putrid wound of the Foundation and lap like a dog from its seeping, pustulant orifice. The Overseer's cancerous, anomalous influence on the world is a wound on the fabric of the universe, a wound that festers cannot heal until the irritant is removed. The 13 Foundation Overseers are the irritant in the wound on our reality. The 13 Foundation Overseers must be removed. By order of the engineer and of those who step down, we stand in defiance of this aberration. We stand in opposition to this blasphemy against nature. We stand insurgent against this chaos. Our path is clear, our vision unclouded. We must clean out the wound. We must let our universe heal. We must destroy the 13 Foundation overseers. Hereafter, we of Delta Command document the summa modus operandi as transcribed by the engineer of the Chaos Insurgency. Step 001-13. 0513, the other overseer, formerly Dr. Felix Carter, Caucasian male, date of birth unknown, was once a doctor for a research consortium named the International Academy of Existential Sciences, early conspirator of 051, and the individual called the Administrator, supposedly was a bargaining chip used in a deal made with death itself to allow death a seat on the council, while it grossly prolonged the lives of the overseers. Presumed extremely dangerous. Location is only speculated and considered impossible to reach. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 1. At the Precipice. Earlier, the proceedings came to order in the back room of an abandoned Somali warehouse. Calvin sat at the head of a long plastic folding table, quietly picking at a fingernail. At the other end of the table were huddled the 7 members of Delta Command, the High Council of the Chaos Insurgency. Calvin had almost rolled his eyes when he had been ushered into the room. For all their soaring rhetoric, they were still unable to come up with anything more substantial than dusty old buildings and cheap plastic furniture to conduct their business in. Delta Command, he knew, had been formed by the engineer to bring together the 7 squabbling branches of what had once been called the Insurgency. Each of the 7 groups sent a representative to Delta, and together they formed the larger resistance. The name was a joke, of course. According to legend, the engineer had nearly given up trying to coordinate the bickering factions by saying, "Never in history has a more chaotic insurgency been mishandled into existence." The name stuck, though Delta thought that chaotic insurgency wasn't nearly distinguished enough, thus the Chaos Insurgency. None of these people liked each other, nor did they care for Calvin. He'd had a distinguished career as a CI agent, first supporting and later leading larger attacks on the Foundation. He, like all those within the insurgency, knew their place in the world. The purpose of the insurgency hadn't ever been to destroy the Foundation, just act as a check against it, a constant thorn in their side, never allowing the Foundation to become too complacent. If they were focused on the insurgency, the logic followed. They wouldn't be able to do as much damage elsewhere. Thus far, this strategy hadn't panned out. But Calvin was exceptionally good at his job, and was less a thorn and more a hacksaw in the gut of the Foundation. His contributions to the insurgency's goals had brought him swiftly through their ranks, and at one point in the recent past, he had been considered as the next member from his faction to join Delta. Shortly beforehand, however, he was accused of mishandling insurgency resources, limited though they were, in a raid on a Foundation site holding several potentially magical texts. Although the investigation against his actions hadn't amounted to anything of note, the incident came at the absolute wrong time, and he was passed over for ascension to Delta in place of a mid-level bureaucrat who had previously been a junior congressman for the state of New Jersey, Howard Kowalski. Coincidentally, it was Howard Kowalski who spoke first. "Good afternoon, Calvin," the portly man said, balancing a pair of thin glasses on the end of his pointed snout. "We appreciate you, making the trip out here. As you know, we're in the middle of, renovations to Delta Command headquarters." This was, of course, a joke. Delta maintained that their former command center, the one built by the engineer himself, was being renovated, necessitating the empty warehouses and dingy back alley gatherings of the group. It was a public secret that the building had been leveled by the Global Occult Coalition nearly 3 decades prior, though Delta refused to acknowledge this. "So this will have to do, I think, yes." He nodded and tapped a stack of papers against the desk. "I guess what we're most curious about here, Calvin, is this, this document we hear you've recovered." He leaned forward, the glare from a lamp catching his glasses as he peered over the stack of papers. "The journal. Do you have it?" Calvin nodded. "If you allow me a moment of your time, I promise we'll talk about the journal." One of the other members of Delta, a tall, long-haired woman named Norris, made a sound in the back of her throat. "Don't test our patience, boy. It's bad enough that we had to suffer the journey out here. But I swear to God, if we did it so you could bullshit around with some fake book, I'll have your job." Kowalski laughed nervously as Calvin raised an eyebrow at the outburst. Now, Priscilla, Kowalski said cautiously. Let's just hear what he has to say. Calvin has, really done a lot for our organization. I think we can all agree. Grudging nods were had all around. And I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt here. He motioned Calvin to go on. Calvin picked up his own sheaf of papers and opened it up. All right, so what you're seeing in front of you is something I've been working on with a few people over the last few months. Call it a statement of purpose. We've been working in conjunction with Dr. Vernon Alderman's lab in Sydney, and the results of his team's work has been troubling. The Foundation's continued testing of unnatural entities and phenomena has exacerbated the problem caused by those same entities. They're itching at a wound. Couple that with the knowledge we gained from Lieutenant Horver's team regarding Scranton anchor calibration shifts in the last few years, and the evidence is clear. He paused and flipped to the next page. We're quickly reaching a point of no return. He scanned down further on the page. Now, our current models estimate that we might not make it out of the 2020s without a major, public, supernatural event, and then not even another 5 years past that before we start seeing things too big for even the Foundation to deal with. That's not good, and is the reason why we need to address this now. If we wait any longer, we might not be able to do anything of any value. Sylvester Sloan, the oldest member of Delta, hacked out a queer cackle. Our value comes in inhibiting the Foundation's efforts. What it sounds like you're about to say is that you intend to interrupt them entirely. Calvin leaned back slightly. More than that, I intend to uproot the Foundation, leaf and stem. A thick silence plopped down over the group, as if someone had just thrown a rotten egg into an elevator. Herman Van Gandry, another one of Delta's veterans, was the first to laugh. The rest followed in quick succession. Kowalski tried to keep a straight face, but even he was rubbing his eyes before too long. Calvin, look. I know you mean well, and you know you've got a lot of respect from all of us, but come on, that's a fool's errand. Priscilla sneered down at him. When you can come up with the money, men, and equipment to destabilize the world's most powerful, secretive, influential agency, you come let us know, and we'll make you king of shit mountain. How's that sound? Calvin raised both eyebrows this time and took a deep breath as he flipped further forward in the stack of papers in front of him. To this end, he continued, I'd like to cite the procedures established in the Summa Modus Operandi. Delta fell silent. A few of them looked towards each other, confused. Sylvester Sloan's eyes suddenly became very sharp. Is that so? Hang on now, Dane Blank said, flipping hurriedly through his own papers. What's that? I haven't heard about that. That sounds important. Is it important? Desdemona Vance, the youngest member of the group, pulled a thick, filthy binder from a bag sitting beside her. Cracking it open, she leafed past the introductions to a spot a few pages in and began reading. We hold the following to be inescapable truths. Calvin held up a hand. I'll save you the trouble. This document was written by the 1st Delta Command at the behest of the engineer himself. If we take this document at its word, then you don't need to destroy the Foundation to destroy the Foundation. You just need to destroy the overseers. Priscilla barked out another laugh, one that was not shared with her fellows. Yes, of course, that will be so much easier. 13 immortal demigods that have no doubt long since buried themselves in spells and witchery. How simple. But Sylvester Sloan was still watching Calvin very closely. The 13th overseer has assured immortality for the others. So long as he sits on the council, you'd have to find him first. Well, you'd have to find all of them at some point, which would be itself impossible, unless you had, his eyes narrowed, unless you had the journal. Calvin nodded, and reaching into a pocket inside the chest of his jacket, produced a small blue leather-bound book, partially wrapped in brown paper. Holy shit, Kowalski said. Where did you get that? Desdemona peered at it quizzically. What is it? Years ago, Kowalski said, we received a report that one of the Coalition's finest agents, some fellow with a weird code name, had been putting together a report about the Foundation overseers, where they live, places they frequent, their habits and activities. In other words, if you wanted to find the overseers, it would be the perfect place to start. I still don't understand, Priscilla said. Don't we keep tabs on the overseers? We know where they are, don't we? Sylvester scoffed. No, we tell our agents we do. And every now and again we'll get some report of one of them passing through and somebody getting a glimpse of them. If we really had to, we could probably come up with the real-time locations of maybe half, a few more if we got lucky. He extended a crooked finger towards the journal. But those overseers aren't why that's important. It's important because it supposedly contains the location of 2 overseers, including the 13th, who have never been seen before, ever. Until that book was written, nobody was sure if they actually existed. Kowalski was furiously rubbing his temples. Okay, slow down, let me think. He looked over the sheaf of papers in his hands again. Alright, so say you can find them. That's great, that's a good start. But there's more to it than that. The contract, they've got a contract with death. And as long as they've got the contract, they can't die. That wasn't true when the Summa Modus Operandi was written, so that's why it's always been seen as more of a guideline than a hard and fast protocol, because you can't kill death. Calvan nodded. You're right. You can't kill death. I don't think you have to kill death, though. You just need to break the contract. Sylvester leaned forward, responding now with carefully chosen words. If you wanted to break the contract, you'd need something that could steal someone back from death. You'd need something that hasn't existed in 100 years. Calvan fished back into his pocket and pulled out a small glass vial of clear liquid. He set it on the table with a pronounced thunk. If you could break the contract, what then? Whispers surrounded Calvan. He was suddenly aware of the presence of something great and terrible, something whose furious attention he had immediately gained. In the stillness of the warehouse, behind arcana and beneath the world above, the presence passed through, and then it was gone. Then, as they had so many times before, Delta dissolved into chaos. Holy shit, Calvan, how did you... What is that? The fountain was dry. They emptied... Doesn't matter, even if he... It knows, we have said too much already. It would become possible to destroy the 13 Foundation overseers. It would be possible to fulfill the Summa Modus Operandi. Kowalski had given up maintaining any kind of order to the stack of papers, and laid them out idly around him. Where in the world did you come up with that? Calvan returned the vial to his pocket. When we were moving against the Foundation storehouse in Bangladesh, when I was told I was misappropriating insurgency resources, he glared at Kowalski out of the corner of his eye. This is what we were looking for. It wasn't there, granted, but this... He held the vial up to eye level. I found this the same way I found that journal. Luck. Sylvester nodded slowly. If that is what we all here think it is, then I think you're right, Calvan. I think that would do it. He stroked the handful of wiry hairs on his chin. Do they know you have that? Calvan hesitated. No. Desdemona leaned forward. So, what's your plan? Calvan slid the journal forward and set the vial next to it. We find every single one of those rotten bastards. Using this, he pushed a finger down on the journal, starting with the 13th and working forward. Once they're in the ground, the Foundation will be without governance and will fall apart. We sweep up the pieces, and with the overseers removed, this world can begin to heal. He leaned back. Someday down the line, we all wake up one day in a world no longer under threat of the supernatural. A world free to choose its own destiny. Kowalski continued to flip through the papers Calvan had stacked in front of him, more slowly now. He paused on one passage and then looked up. All right, I'm convinced. Our resources are limited. If you'd wanted to attempt this like 20 years ago, we might have been in a better spot to help you. He drummed a finger on the table. Of course, you didn't have that journal before now, which is really the game changer here. Kowalski turned towards his colleagues. Any of you in opposition to this? If we do this, we have to do it. There's no half-assing it. I'll be the first to admit we're wildly outmatched. But if what Calvan says is true, we've at least got surprise on our side, which counts for something. He nodded. All in favor? They all spoke in unison. Aye. Kowalski turned back to Calvan. What do you need? Now. He had asked for 3 individuals, specialized and experienced agents each. The logic was straightforward enough. The Foundation was a massive, inexorable machine. Moving the means of the insurgency against it would fail, as it had time and time before. The insurgency had never quite recovered from being shattered by the Foundation all those years ago, and the squabbling factions and schisms within that group were only barely held together by Delta. Trying to turn that disorder into action would be disastrous. But a group of 4, a group small enough to sneak past the all-seeing eye of the Foundation, might make it work. The insurgency had resources, enough to create distractions where they were needed and reinforce the team if necessary. But Delta had made it very clear. Their reach had limits. If the group passed beyond Delta's ability to support them, they would be on their own. The first of them was Anthony Wright, a well-seasoned British agent of the insurgency in his 50s, with a kill list nearly as long as his list of accolades. After Delta came into power, the insurgency had still only been little more than a handful of groups of beleaguered and chaotic idealists. But throughout their history, Anthony had been a voice of reason and direction. He had maintained the original goals of the insurgency and had been looked to for guidance for as long as anyone could remember. Whenever Delta had an opening, it was often thought he would take a seat at the table, but he had always refused the position. The second was a woman, younger slightly than Calvin, but not much. Her name was Olivia Torres, and until a few years prior, she had been known within the anomalous community as the famed anarchist, Ivory. Her installations were well known, especially in the 3 Portlands that she had called home. The Foundation, long believing that she was active within AWCY, circles, had pursued her relentlessly. When they finally closed in, she fled to the insurgency and had started fresh there. The last was Adam Ivanov, which caught Delta by surprise. Adam was young, inexperienced, and was not a fighter. He was good with computers, a prodigy even, but was next to useless with a gun. Calvin, however, was adamant in his decision. He knew about Adam before Adam had known about him, and had made a series of actions over the past several years that led Adam away from the Ukrainian separatist group he had been involved with, into the waiting arms of the insurgency. Calvin had history with Anthony and Olivia. He had trained with and fought alongside Anthony for the better part of the last decade, and Olivia had been assigned to him on a handful of raids before his exile. Both responded to his request eagerly. Adam, though, was hesitant. He had taken some convincing. Even still, Calvin could sense a desire in his heart. Adam had spent his youth as a Foundation D class, assigned to SCP-610, by virtue of his parents being Ukrainian political prisoners. A raid on a Foundation labor camp had liberated him from the horrors of his captivity, and Anthony had carried him out of danger himself. When the young man heard that his savior was among those he would serve alongside, he quickly submitted to the request. Thus it was that a scant 3 months later, their small ship wrestled against the waves towards a jagged black spear that pierced the stormy waters of the southern Atlantic, looming with silent malevolence. Calvin stood on the ship's prow as the tower came into view. He could feel the nestics burning in his mind. He could see the shimmering glow of the tower's anomalous nature. A scar, he thought. "What is it?" he heard Olivia say as she took her place beside him. "It's magic, right? A cognitohazard, maybe?" "No, not a cognitohazard. It's an anti-meme. The Foundation didn't build this. Something else did, a long time ago. Whatever they built it for isn't there anymore, so the Foundation has repurposed it." He laughed. "How do you escape a prison you don't even realize you're in? Or, in our case, how do you find something that isn't on any map? That can't even be on a map?" Olivia shrugged. "I was wondering the same thing. How'd you find where this was?" Calvin produced the small blue journal. This was the personal journal of someone who had studied the overseers and their methods for decades. He flipped it over and back. It sat in a box for years before somebody realized what it was. When Skidder Marshall picked it up, he realized he'd struck gold. "So how much did it cost?" Calvin shrugged. "Nothing. I stole it." Olivia nodded and looked back toward the tower. "It's beautiful, in a way. Otherworldly." "It is." A wave smashed against the side of the ship, surging up in front of them in a blanket of freezing sea foam. Calvin instinctively reached out to shield her. Olivia stepped back, but gave him a smile. The muted whine of the foghorn rose up behind them. Calvin turned and hurled himself up the stairs of the wheelhouse. There, Anthony Wright gruffly tugged at the wheel, in between taking long, hard puffs from the fat stogie that dangled out the side of his mouth. "This is stupid, Calvin," Anthony said, furiously chomping on the cigar. "There's nowhere to land. I haven't even been on a ship in 16 years. This was your plan?" Calvin squinted at the tower. Their nestics would only last so long. Afterwards, they wouldn't even be able to perceive the tower. This had to be quick, and the seas were not helping. "The entrance is above," Calvin pointed towards an opening in the rocky face. "Think you can get us up there?" Anthony looked at him like he was mad. "I'll get something up there. I hope you don't need the boat afterwards." Calvin slapped him on the back and grinned. "There are always more boats." Anthony rolled his eyes and spun the wheel, bringing their ship around. "The next swell, we're going to gun it. Tell them to hold on down there, because the only way we get this done is by wrecking the boat. You get that, right? This'll wreck the boat." Calvin nodded. "All right then, let's wreck the boat." Calvin scurried down the stairs to find the others. Olivia and Adam were in the hallway. Adam looked ready to vomit. He grabbed them both and pulled them toward the galley, shoving them toward a pillar. "Stay here and hold on." He turned to go back up. just as the ship slammed into a massive wave with the force of a thunderclap. The whole vessel lurched down, up, then forward. For one instant, Calvan could feel his guts squeezing up out of his throat, pressing behind his clenched teeth. By the time he reached the top of the stairs, the ship's hull was screeching. Iron and wood grinded across harsh, merciless stone. The hull went on to make several undignified creaks and pops, then came to a stop. Calvan stumbled up to the deck. The boat was now fully docked inside the tower's entrance. Behind them, the ocean continued to rage. Adam was the first to crawl out behind Calvan, but only so he could heave the contents of his stomach over the rails. Anthony, who, by some miracle, remained mostly dry, walked down past Adam, unlatched the anchor, and threw it over the side. It made a dull, metallic thunk as it slammed into dry rock. "Land ho," he announced. Adam wiped spittle away from his mouth with the back of his sleeve. "Madness. You are mad. This is madness. I can barely... This whole place makes me dizzy." He tried to stand, stumbling backwards. "You people. You old people, you're on your way out. I've got my whole life ahead of me, and you crash us into the side of a mountain. Very considerate." He turned back to the railing and heaved again. Calvan patted Adam on the back. "Patience, Adam. You'll stay here with Olivia and Anthony. I'll go alone." He looked back to Anthony. "Make sure nobody follows me." Anthony nodded. "Remember what I told you. Don't trust a word. They'll say anything. Lie through their teeth. Be careful." Calvan reassured the older man with a clap to the shoulder. "I will. I'll need you, all of you, very soon. But this part, I can handle this alone." Calvan leapt over the railing and down to the stone below. The entryway narrowed into a tunnel. He followed the passage into the darkness ahead. It ended at a freight elevator after 40 meters. He could still hear the distant roar of the ocean echoing off the smooth stone walls. In the dim light, Calvan could barely make out deep cuts in the stone, almost like lacerations. He pulled the iron railing open, stepping inside and hitting a button. Just before it started down, it occurred to him that the entrance looked like it had been smashed into the tower, rather than cut. He could not say how long the descent took. After a few minutes, the smooth metal of the shaft gave way to rock. The elevator's interior grew cold. He could make out the faint sound of something beating below. Calvan reached into his pocket and touched the vial, reassuring himself that it was still there. The elevator stopped. The carriage shuddered and, with a groan, the gate slid open. He had arrived at a massive chamber lit by torches, each burning with a smokeless emerald flame. The walls were carved with ancient runes that spiraled up into a yawning darkness. The same darkness yawned beneath his feet. Nothing stood between it and him, save the elevator and a steel, segmented walkway extending out from it. The walkway reached the center of the chamber. There, a column of stone rose up out of the pit. When Calvan took a step toward it, a pebble glanced off the side of his boot and fell below. He waited to hear it land. 2 minutes later, he stopped waiting. He crossed the chasm across the walkway. His footfalls were the only sound he heard, save one, the soft beating that came from below. As he drew close to the dais, he could make out its solitary occupant. Seated on a small, plain metal folding chair, bound to it by thin gold chains, was a human corpse. Calvan opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by a sound. It was like a stale rattle, a horrid, empty noise. It filled the room like a chorus, echoing off the walls. It was laughter, mocking laughter. He approached the corpse, examining it. Hollow, rotted sockets were all that remained of its eyes. Despite this, it stared at him with a fierce intensity. He felt the familiar chill again. Suddenly, the beating below stopped. A visitor. The corpse's mouth did not move. Nevertheless, a voice creaked out from it like a draft through a tomb. How peculiar. "I don't often receive guests." Calvan hesitated. "You're O513, correct?" That wretched laugh spilled out again. "In a sense. This body was once that of Dr. Felix Carter, the meddler. He was the 13th. I reside here, in his place." Calvan nodded. "So yes then. Good. You will commune with me. I have come to renegotiate your contract." Something flashed across his vision. He saw endless fields of corpses, fire and blood. He saw a parade of red horrors, and a silent figure watching from above. Calvan shook his head and looked away. When he turned back, it almost looked like the corpse was smiling. "You have no authority here, Calvan Lucien." Calvan stepped back in shock. "Yes, I know your name. Yours is not one of the 13 penned on the contract. Your hand cannot break it. Calvin collected his nerve. You're right, it's not. But humor me if you would. Your contract, what are its terms? What were you promised? Somewhere inside the corpse, something growled. Fine. No harm in humoring the soon-to-be dead. The contract offered an escape for the 13 from the hand of fate. Life everlasting. They already had the fountain of youth. Why did they need you? The fountain had run dry. Even then it could not save them from me, only keep me at arm's length. When they began to die, the first came to me to bargain. I offered to stay my hand, in exchange for a seat at the table. The rotted voice laughed again. It was a simple negotiation. Calvin walked behind the corpse. His eyes traced the sigils along the walls that surrounded them. And as part of the contract, they gave you this man? Gave you his life? No, his life was insured as part of the contract. They gave me his body. He lingers on the edge of death eternally. His mind is given to the sublime ecstasy of near death. Calvin cocked his head sideways. He's not dead? The corpse scoffed. No. Calvin pulled the vial from his pocket and pulled out the cork. Good. Drink up, you crusty old bitch. He reached out from behind the corpse, seizing it by the chin. With just a squeeze, he forced its mouth open. With the other hand, he emptied the contents of the vial into the pit of its throat, taking care to ensure not a drop was wasted. When the vial was empty, he released its face and stepped in front of it. What was that? Its voice hissed. Where did you get that? How did... The change was immediate. Color rushed back into the corpse's face. Blood surged through its body. Fresh pink tissue filled the gaps where its skin had flaked away. Glistening knobs of white swelled up into its sockets. The emaciated torso spasmed, then expanded. The corpse lurched upward as it took in a gasping, choked breath. A violent, painful coughing spasm forced ages of collected dust to evacuate its lungs. Its arms lunged down to grab its chair. In a span of only a minute, the corpse had become a nude man. The convulsions began to settle. His eyes, hazel gold and now filled with fear, darted back and forth. "What have you done?" he shrieked, his voice hoarse from disuse. "What have you done?" Something dark and silver began to seep out of the man's eyes, nose, and mouth. It was like smoke, but thicker. It shimmered in the air above him like a cloud. His eyes rolled back toward the shape. He cried out like a panicked animal. "No! Don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't!" Calvin leveled his gun at the man and squeezed the trigger. He buried one slug in his temple, then another in his heart. Dr. Felix Carter jerked away with a final gasp. His body slumped into the chair. His head fell back. He stared into the darkness above. Calvin grabbed the back of the metal folding chair and dragged it to the edge of the dais. With a firm shove of his foot, he pushed the chair, along with its occupant, into the pit below. There was a brief clatter of chains, then nothing. Calvin felt the presence again. When he turned, he found a silver woman draped in darkness standing alongside him. She peered into the abyss. Her eyes looked sad. "The living body of the 13th, she said. "The contract is invalid. I am released from my obligation." Calvin swallowed and nodded. "Should fatal peril come to them, you will no longer stay your hand against the other 12? "I will not." She did not look away from the pit. "They are free to die." Calvin sighed. "Good. That is enough." He turned back to the elevator, taking a step. Something made him pause. He looked back to the pale figure, struggling with the question he wanted to ask. "Why didn't you stop me? You have the authority and power to do so. Why did you stand by and do nothing?" At last, she turned and regarded him. Calvin felt an overwhelming swell of solitude, of melancholy, rush through him. Something festers at the heart of the council, something that will not die. I thought that, perhaps, if I had a seat at their table, I could find it, make it die, but I couldn't. There are things in this world beyond even my reach, Calvin Lucien. She turned back to the pit. Perhaps you will fare better, perhaps not. Delta Command sent another ship to fetch them. Shortly after they boarded, Calvin was approached by Desdemona, who handed him a briefing. "Did you have any trouble?" she asked. Calvin shook his head. "Getting here, getting in." He looked back to where the tower had been. "I can't even see it anymore. Like it was never there, and yet..." He reached into his pocket, pulling out the journal. "This guy knew about it a decade ago." The young woman laughed. "Yes. Well, I'm sure your mystery agent had his own way with things, just like we need you to have yours. All of our plans are in motion now, Calvin. They all rest on you performing your duty." She nodded in the direction of the absent tower. "With any luck, the rest of them will be as simple as this." Calvin laughed and shook his head. "That's unlikely. We got a good first lick in while they weren't looking, but there won't be any surprise next time. Journal entry, the 13th Overseer. To the reader, salutations. I have been a great many things, a well-traveled and long-standing member of certain secret societies dedicated to the work of documenting and protecting the population from the strange and unusual things that inhabit this world. In my travels, I have seen a great many horrors and wonders, and none are perhaps so great and terrible than those individuals who call themselves the Overseers of the SCP Foundation. These individuals, who were once men and women themselves, have long since abandoned their humanity for the purpose of a pure-minded dedication to a single idea, the study and control of anomalous interactions in this universe. The amount of power they hold is staggering, and in many cases they can be more fearsome, I believe, than the entities they contain. To this end, I have dedicated my life to their study, tracking them and understanding them. This journal is the sum of my research, documenting the strange and unusual characteristics of these fearsome people. I cannot say what you may intend to use this information for, but I hope you find it helpful. All the best. The 13th Overseer. The story of the Overseer's rise to power begins with the individual known as the Other Overseer. Certain occult groups talk about him as if he is a sort of demon, and based on the information available to me, it is hard to deny their reasoning. As the story is told, the Overseers once had access to the Fountain of Youth, a spring of water that would heal ailments and restore life, so long as you drank from it. Despite this, they found the limitations of this process stifling. They could drink and be young forever, but were still subject to death by any number of other means. The Overseers, determined to maintain their legacy perpetually, decided to conduct an occult ritual of their own, one that had been taught to them by the long since diminished Children of the Endless Waste. By bringing a person to the very brink of death and keeping them there, they would be able to summon death itself, who, no doubt seeking to collect the soul, would appear to finish the job itself. It was decided that this would fall to the 13th Overseer, a man named Felix Carter, who prior to his involvement in the Foundation, had been a physicist of some renown in certain circles. It is likely that Dr. Carter, of whom little record now exists, was among the first individuals contacted by the person who would later be called the Administrator when the Foundation was in its infancy. By all accounts, the ritual was performed successfully, and the Avatar of Death appeared before the Council to bargain for the man's soul. Instead, the first Overseer proposed a deal: the life of Dr. Carter and his seat on the Council in exchange for a stay of mortality for the other members. The extent of these negotiations is unknown, but it is believed that the Overseers were successful in convincing Death to agree to their terms. In order to preserve Dr. Carter's body and protect the structure of their contract, the Overseers had to find somewhere in the world to keep it where it could never be found by another person ever again. I cannot say for certain where Dr. Carter's body is today. However, it is known that there is a location in the South Atlantic, in the cold and dangerous waters near the Central Islands, where sailors have periodically reported feeling a strange presence, something they could not identify and could not see, something that seemed to impair their very ability to perceive at all. This phenomenon I know well. The sailors, I believe, were suffering from exposure to a particularly potent anti-meme, something that humans cannot or are not capable of perceiving. It is rumored in some circles that in days long past, there existed a number of structures around the world that, possibly due to some calamity, were abandoned when their builders were suddenly and quietly snuffed out. These structures, it is said, would have been capable of sustaining similar powerful anti-memes. If this structure would exist, and I believe it very well may, it would only be possible for a human to perceive it if under the influence of a drug called amnestic, a powerful psychoactive medicine that alters the way human brains process information. Unfortunately for all those who might be seeking out Dr. Carter's resting place, the entire supply of mnestics the world over is controlled by the very Foundation who put him there. This, I believe, can be no coincidence. One last point of interest. There was a study conducted years ago by the Coalition to see if they could replicate the effects of mnestics using non-anomalous substances. Nearly all of the trials failed, but one showed promise. Dark rum, if exposed to sea air, has a very mild mnestic property. This study was cancelled, and attempts to replicate the results were unsuccessful. Were it me, I might have considered combining the alcohol with laudanum, which has been known to exacerbate the effects of certain hallucinogens. However, It is perhaps for this reason that there are stories of sailors describing a towering black spire, carved out of the pillars of pandemonium itself, appearing to them briefly as their ships were thrashed by the uncaring seas. Or it could be nothing. To date, there are no records of any sightings of Dr. Carter since the day he was supposedly given up in exchange for life everlasting. If he still exists somewhere in the world, I would imagine an unknowable, imperceptible prison deep in the world's roughest seas would be the exact place he might be. Should one encounter the Overseer and the Avatar of Death, it should go without saying that extreme caution would be advised. No living man can say how far the grip of death extends. Step 00112, 0512, the accountant, previous name unknown, African male, appears to be in his 40s, well-known figure in financial markets, though rarely spoken of publicly, if ever. Dresses in expensive tailored clothing with similarly expensive jewelry, wears dark glasses, apparent mathematical genius, supposedly capable of running the calculations for probability itself in his mind, likely anomalous influence, maintains Foundation financial accounts, manipulates trade markets in order to accrue wealth for the Foundation and, by extension, himself, supposedly has members of his own staff seated at high-level positions on financials boards for all major world governments. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 2. Future tradings. Elsewhere, in a room devoid of light or sound, a man sat at his desk and read. There was a time when the darkness would have impeded him, but that time had passed. Now, he found it comforting. Colors distracted him from his work. He turned to the next page of the report, despite not needing to see the words to read them. Old habits, he supposed. With each successive sentence, his calm gave way to cold, calculated purpose. The door opened. A blade of light pierced the room, illuminating the man and his desk. It cut across his forearm and highlighted an old burn scar. He instinctively moved his hand out to cover it. He looked up. A woman stood at the doorway, hesitating. It was only then that he realized his face was twisted with rage. He forced himself to relax, acknowledged her with a nod, and motioned her in. She took 2 steps forward and spoke. "You've heard?" "Yes." He closed the report. "Do we know who yet?" "Not yet." She moved to approach but stopped, as if a wind forced her back. "Whoever found the pinnacle did so with the use of nestics, and there's a limited supply. We're looking." "And the contract?" The woman didn't respond. He sighed. "Felix? We didn't find him. If he fell or was pushed, he might still be falling. We have to assume the worst." The man stood, his eyes fixed on the backs of his own knuckles. "I don't understand how this could happen. I don't understand who would do this. Who could do this? Do they even know what they did?" He looked up at her. "This is bad." Her expression did not change. "The rest of the council has been alerted. I just came here to make sure you knew." She took another step forward. Her hand fell to his desk. Maybe if we just... Whatever you were about to say, don't." His voice was flat. Something trembled just under the surface. "Whoever they are, they got lucky." She frowned. He could see the weariness in her face. There was something she wanted to tell him. There was something she wanted to say. Instead, she just closed her eyes and nodded. He reached for her hand upon the desk, taking it into his own. His palm was like worn, scraped leather. Hers was ice. "I know you're tired. I know. God, I know. He forced himself to stop. He took a breath, turned her hand over, and traced the scars along her wrist and forearm. She looked so frail now. "We can't stop now. We can't give up now." Her eyes were still closed. "I know. Go now. Go back to the garden. You know the way in. You'll be safe there. I'm going to call up the task forces, and we'll figure out what this is. I'll call you when it's clear." She squeezed his hand back. At last, her eyes opened. "What about you?" He smiled. "I just need to figure some things out, and then I'll come for you." He came around the desk and held her. She held him back. After a few moments of silence, she turned her head up to his. The phone rang. He grimaced. His grip on her loosened. "I'm sorry, Her expression hardened. She released him, nodding. "I know." Without another word, she turned and left him alone. He reached for the phone. "Now." "The accountant." Anthony found the title amusing. "Do they only have one?" Olivia laughed. "That's a lot of math. He must be some sort of uber nerd." "A dire nerd," Adam offered, his eyes never leaving the screen of his laptop. This comment drew blank stares from Olivia, Anthony, and Calvin. "You know, like a dire wolf From D&D or Game of Thrones or... Adam looked up. He immediately scowled, then went right back to typing. Fuck, you people are old. Anthony took a drag of his cigarette and eyed Calvin from across the room. All right, so how are you planning on finding all these fucks? I doubt they're just hanging out at the local pub. They're probably holed up somewhere with enough anomalous ordnance to make Mordor look like the Shire. He gave Adam a look, who, without raising his head, lifted 2 fingers in appreciation. Calvin nodded. Yeah, this is where it gets tricky. Our mystery agent wrote a lot about the overseers, and a little bit about where they live or where they'd be hiding, but a lot of it is situational and might not be helpful. That's why we're going after the accountant first. He's the one who pays the rent. Take him out, and the list of possible safe houses gets that much smaller. Olivia leaned back in her chair. Perfect. We just need to find this first one then. The first one of these gods on Earth that know we're coming for them. Do you even have a plan? Calvin gestured to his right. I've got Adam. Adam leaned away from his computer. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I can find him. Anthony snorted. This'll be good. Adam ignored him. The accountant is, as far as we can tell, a mathematical prodigy who specializes in statistical analysis. He's a data sponge. He soaks up information, analyzes it, and finds hidden correlations no one else can see. Everything he does based on these invisible relationships. His entire route, what he wears, what he drinks, his day-to-day activities, they're all based on predictions derived from these correlations. He turned his screen around to show the others. Several tabs were open in his browser. The current one was a graph of current stock prices. Now, I probably don't need to tell you what a person like this could do in stock markets. He analyzes data faster than computers. He can predict the boom and bust of a Fortune 500 based on a goddamn train schedule. And although his ability to see these correlations is anomalous, the correlations themselves aren't. They're just impossible for anyone else to understand or decode. All right, Anthony said, but that doesn't tell us how to... Train schedules, Olivia cut him off. She was focused on one of the unopened tabs on the screen. In Tokyo? Adam grinned and nodded. He opened the tab, revealing a translated train schedule. The journal mentioned it. I've been having Alexander crunching numbers for a few weeks. Alexander? Anthony narrowed his eyes. It's the name he gave his laptop, Calvin replied. What did you find? Basically, there's some sort of weird correlation between international housing markets and train schedules printed in Tokyo on the 5th day of every 3rd month, Adam said. And based on how deliberate this guy is, I'd be willing to bet money he goes to Tokyo himself to examine those schedules the day they're printed. Hang on. Olivia leaned in to examine the screen closer. You said this guy is able to make predictions based on correlations no one else can see, right? Wouldn't that lead him to realize he shouldn't be where we expect him to be? Adam cocked his head. Are you asking me if he can see into the future? Well, yeah, isn't that basically what this is? Olivia turned from the screen and focused her attention on Adam. If he's able to magically see connections no one else can, isn't it possible some piece of information he's encountered will tell him that we're coming, or even who we are? I don't think so, Calvin said. I mean, the numbers can be wrong. Adam shook his head. No, she's, well, mostly right. The numbers can't be wrong. They're just data. He can't know anything for sure, though. He just makes predictions, and those predictions have varying degrees of certainty. That's the hiccup here. He can know there's a 75% chance that today, someone will attack him. He can know there's a 30% chance it'll be 5 people, a 25% chance it'll be 4 people, a 20% chance it'll be 3 people, so on. Anthony massaged his brows. Look, do we really need to take a probabilities course to kill this guy? I get that he's smart, but last time I checked, train schedules don't stop bullets. But bullets won't stop someone who isn't even there, Olivia replied. She turned back to Adam. So basically he can predict extremely complex systems based on seemingly random bits of data, right? Adam nodded. Right. Olivia gave them all a very crooked grin. In that case, I think I know exactly how to beat him. The black car pulled to the side of a street in the Tokyo financial district. The man who stepped out was so extraordinarily unremarkable that, under normal circumstances, even his lack of remarkability failed to generate a remark. His high-end tailored suit and dark glasses blended with the well-to-dos of the region. His skin was a shade of amber gold. Despite being aware of the time, he checked his wristwatch, closed the car door, then took 3 steps down the sidewalk. The vehicle drove away. The accountant was a man of precision. He slept for exactly 7 hours. When he woke, it was on the hour. Each footfall was calculated, each step predetermined. He made no mistakes, took no chances, and accounted for every significant possibility. That's why, when he first noticed the young man approaching him from across the street, he took immediate action. The man was in his 20s, short hair, open coat. Slavic, if he had to wager a guess. Based on the color of the man's shoes, the accountant determined he was here to kill him. Based on the current market price of peaches, the accountant determined he was not alone. He took a step to the left. A crowd of businessmen had just emerged from a nearby diner. This put at least 15 people between him and the would-be assassin. One of the 15 was Japanese, in his mid-50s. He walked with a slight limp and was going bald. This meant the second assassin was in the third-story window of the small wine shop across the street. The accountant adjusted his watch, reflecting sunlight off its surface and into the window. The sniper was briefly blinded. Now that neither assassin could see him, he moved to enter a nearby office building. "Fuck, glare," Anthony growled into his mic. "You see him?" Adam fought his way through the crowd, shaking his head. "No, lost him. He's anticipating everything we're doing. I think he's got to be in that building with the blue glass, heading for it." Olivia peeked out from around the corner and touched her earpiece. "Calvin, should I go in with him?" There was a brief pause before Calvin replied, "Yes." Olivia jogged toward the financial office. Adam pushed his way through several more people to follow her. The interior was a sprawling 3-story lobby framed with marble. A grand staircase extended up to each level, with glass elevators providing an alternate route. Adam's eyes darted between the various levels. "Which level?" Adam asked. She yanked Adam by the arm and pulled. "Neither. This way." The two of them took off toward the far end of the building. An emergency exit led to an alleyway out back. Olivia shoved the door open and stepped through. Adam followed. As soon as they stepped outside, they were greeted with the sound of muffled gunfire. "Shit!" Olivia shoved Adam between 2 dumpsters. She soon followed him, dropping to a crouch. She flipped out her compact mirror and held it out, using the reflection to search the alley ahead. 2 men in suits stood where the alley emptied out into the street. Between them, the accountant checked his watch. This will work," he announced. "We've got about a minute before I leave to catch my train. So, what can I do for you?" Olivia examined the reflection in her mirror. Adam squinted at the image, frowning. "He's just standing out in the open," he whispered. "We could just..." She reached to touch her earpiece again. "Calvin, do we go for it?" Calvin's reply came almost immediately. "No." Olivia looked to Adam. "Keep him talking." Adam nodded. He turned to the side of the dumpster and hollered, "You're the accountant, right? You know, I do have a professional title. And a name, if you'd rather..." "We know who you are," Adam yelled back. "We're here to kill you." "Yes, I'm aware." "Well, here I am. Go ahead. Take a shot." Olivia gestured for Adam to keep going. But do you know why we're here to kill you?" 29 seconds. "You're very likely the ones I received word about, just this morning. You're responsible for terminating our contract with death. I presume you want to murder me over some sort of ideological quibble." "An ideological quibble?" Adam's voice nearly hitched up an octave. Olivia reached to touch his shoulder. "You know how many corpses your organization is built on top of? How many people die every day just so you fucks get to run the show? I've never killed anyone. Of course, I'm certain you've killed a few. How many? A dozen? 100? Did you bother to learn any of their names?" the accountant asked. He checked his watch again. "Were any of them children? Just curious." Adam jerked against Olivia's grip. She squeezed him hard. "Don't," she whispered. "He's trying to get a rise out of you." "Fuck him," Adam growled. His grip on his pistol was tight enough to force the blood out of his knuckles. "Like he hasn't killed?" "Well, if you're not going to try and murder me, I suppose I'll just have to leave early," the accountant said. Again, he looked at his watch. 7 seconds. "We're going to miss our chance," Adam hissed. "I'm going to..." "No," Calvin said. Adam was already lunging to his feet, and Olivia was lunging to tackle him. Her arms slammed into his legs, forcing him to buckle. In the next instant, a deafening pop rushed out to fill the alleyway. A fist-sized crater appeared in the dumpster behind them, right where Adam's head had been. Wisps of smoke swirled up from the hole. Adam and Olivia both stared at it, their backs pressed against the other dumpster. "Shit," Adam whispered. "Sniper," Olivia replied. "1," the accountant announced. "Everyone down." Several more pops echoed out through the street, accompanied by distant screams. Olivia and Adam caught the sound of glass shattering. The popping sounds were followed by additional gunfire. Anthony's voice boomed over the earpiece. "I'm covering you! Go!" Olivia and Adam ran for the door. In the distance they could hear the sirens, along with the squealing rubber of the accountant's car as it drove away. Sometimes, the accountant wondered what it was like to live in uncertainty, to exist in a world where you could not predict the most likely outcome based on the data in front of you. He imagined it was a dreadful, unbearable state, like being trapped in a nightmare where nothing made any sense. The thought often prompted a feeling of tremendous pity. He felt no pity at this moment. As he approached the boarding station, he checked his watch and revisited the alleyway in his mind. He had replayed the events that unfolded there 23 times. Each time, none of it made sense. None of it fit the model. He correctly predicted the arrival of the two assassins. He also correctly predicted the arrival of their comrade, but his models had shown that, by standing out in the open and addressing them, there was an overwhelming likelihood that at least one would emerge and be immediately struck down by his station sniper. Nothing was truly certain, he knew. Every rule had its exception. Every absolute hid a sliver of doubt. Everything he understood was merely an approximation of something he did not. But the chance of both assassins emerging from this conflict unscathed were, by his calculations, comparable in magnitude to a tornado arranging a deck into a house of cards, then back into the same ordered deck. It was beyond unlikely. It was nothing short of miraculous. Was that what he had witnessed? A miracle of probability? An event as rare and near impossible as the emergence of life itself? He stepped on board the train, providing his ticket. He moved to one of the private rooms, sliding the door aside and taking his seat. As the city began to slip past, he ran through the model for the 24th time, then decided that he would simply need to let it go. The sliding door rattled open. A not quite middle-aged man with dark, faintly graying hair stepped in, taking the opposite seat. He casually reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a revolver, aiming it squarely at the accountant's heart. The accountant stared, uncomprehending. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be possible. 2 miracles in one day? How? He croaked. Calvan reached into his pocket with his other hand, withdrawing a small, unremarkable coin. He perched it on top of his thumb and proceeded to flip it before snatching it out of the air. He then showed it to the accountant. Tails. The gears in his head started to turn. You're good at predicting complicated systems, Calvin said, but only when they behave the way they're supposed to. You can't predict them if all their decisions are inherently unpredictable. But how did you know I would be? We overheard you say you had a train to catch. There were 2 train stations nearby, so I flipped a coin. The accountant closed his eyes and smiled. How utterly boorish. You got lucky. Yeah, but it worked, didn't it? So it did. His eyes opened. He focused his gaze on Calvin. Well, now you've got me here. What do you want? Calvin laid a piece of paper in front of him and pulled out a pen. He slid them across the table between them towards the accountant. Names, he said. Locations. All of the rest of them. The accountant sighed. You want me to give up the names and locations of the other overseers? What? Do you want their PIN numbers too? Calvin tapped the revolver on the table. This probably isn't the time to get smart. The accountant sat back in his chair and loosened his tie. I'm not going to do that. You used a funny trick to put me in a compromising position. And that's clever. But now that we're here, I know exactly how this plays out. Why would I compromise my associates when you're just going to kill me either way? Calvin shrugged. There's a difference between being shot and being dragged behind this train. The other man swallowed. That's barbaric. And either way, it's not particularly likely. We're not too far from our destination, and there will be too many people around. The way I die is at the end of that gun. That doesn't bother you? The accountant rolled his tongue across his teeth. Of course it does. I haven't thought about the idea of dying in such a long time, and to now be sitting here looking at it, it's nothing short of horrifying. But I'm not going to beg for mercy from a terrorist. He leaned forward. Do you truly understand what it is you're doing? Calvin didn't answer. The overseer sighed. Go ahead. We both know what you're going to do next. Calvin squeezed the trigger. Journal entry, the 12th overseer. The 12th overseer. Note, 12th is spelled with an F, not a V. Learn something new every day. The 12th overseer, often called the accountant, is one of the more interesting personalities on the council. His position on the council was previously held by an unnamed individual who died sometime prior to the signing of their contract with death. After the previous O512 died, the position was filled almost immediately, leading some to believe that the previous O512 perhaps didn't die and more was killed, likely to make room for the current O512's remarkable abilities. O512, named Omar Ulawe in the earliest record I have found, is nothing short of the world's premier mathematical prodigy. He was born in a small village in Uganda, but quickly distinguished himself for his remarkable gifts. It is thought by many of my sources that his ability to mentally perform complex abstract arithmetic is anomalous, and while that is likely a near certainty, there is no definite proof. The overseer was purportedly employed by a small Ugandan accounting firm in his youth, where he quickly gained a reputation for his ability to perform calculations faster than any calculator. How he was approached by the Foundation and what was offered to him is unknown, but the man named Omar died in 1966, and shortly thereafter the new overseer took his seat on the council. What is perhaps most unique about the overseer is his ability to perform the calculations required to accurately predict the outcome of seemingly random probability to a nearly flawless degree. Rumors about that it was this ability that truly led the Foundation to dominance, as he was able to accurately predict, by close observation and analysis of market trends, the rise and fall of powerful nations, as well as the actions of other potentially hostile groups. One source indicated that they believed it was he who had first proposed the creation of the Omega-7 Task Force in order to later discredit General Bo and allow the American to usurp his position on the US government's Security Council. However, calling his ability omniscience is not accurate. While the overseer can accurately predict the outcome of events that are affected by other events, it is likely that he does not do as well when presented with scenarios that do not have large enough data sets. In other words, he is easily capable of determining the outcome of events with many inputs. He has some trouble with isolated incidents, such as guessing a number one person might be thinking. He's not a mind reader by any stretch of the imagination, even if he seems like one. As for his behavior, the 12th Overseer is a reclusive individual and does not eagerly seek out gatherings of people unlike some of his colleagues. I was on assignment once, undercover at an event where there were several speakers talking about global market trends and projections. There was one individual I noticed who looked remarkably uncomfortable being there, and as he was not my target, I did not interact with him beyond a friendly smile in passing, which he did not respond. It was not until later that I learned that this man was the accountant. Despite this, he does seem to generally appear in highly populated areas, typically because those areas tend to correspond with active markets, such as New York, London, Hong Kong, and Tokyo. Based on my observation, he generally travels with a small group of armed guards, though I have on several occasions witnessed him traveling alone. I can presume that his retinue was not far behind. The accountant will be a devilishly difficult person to corner, and practically impossible once he knows you're looking for him. If he is aware of your intentions, he will quickly disappear, as was the case when I tried trailing him back to his safe house in Berlin. Shortly afterwards, I was pursued by his guards until I was out of the city, and I have not seen the man since. If you choose to try to ascertain the location of or apprehend the accountant, you must take him by surprise. Otherwise, he will not only outthink you, but he will outplay you as well. The Foundation may keep him around, sour personality and all, to move their money around, but he is no less a dangerous individual than anyone else listed in this document. One last thing, whether it will be helpful or not, one of my sources believes that he sets his entire routine based on local train schedules, as that is his favorite way to travel, worth considering either way. Step 00111, 0511, The Liar, date of birth unknown, unknown descent, unknown origin, unknown gender, incredibly difficult to identify. Single identifying mark is a small scar on left temple, usually hidden by hair, generally appears as a wealthy woman in lavish outfits. Primary disinformation entity within the Foundation, oversees teams that maintain cover stories, amnestic supply, supposed connection with the gargantuan aquatic entity in the Bay of Bengal, possible reality-bending properties, extremely dangerous. Notably, no records seem to exist of the appointment of 0511. Unlike all other members who were either chosen by 051 or voted onto the council after the death and non-recovery of one of their colleagues, 0511 seems to have simply appeared on the council one day. Decryption complete, access log. Chapter 3, The Grand Illusion, then. "This," the man at the front of the room said, revealing a slide covered in many colored dots, "is the universe. Everything that ever has been or will ever be that we can reach is on this slide. So far as we know, this is it, the entire sum of existence." He turned off the projector, and for a moment the room was dark. When the light came back on, the image was a painting of the Earth, as if taken from above and far away. "This is us, obviously," the man said, centering the slide. "Nearly every living thing that we're aware of has been born and died on this rock." He paused for effect. Not such bad real estate, really. He adjusted the slide again as the audience attempted meager laughter. "And this is an atom, or at least a representation of one. Technology hasn't caught up yet to where we can see these little guys, but we've got a pretty good idea about what they might look like. Now, the atom is a building block, the very most basic particle in the universe. Or rather, it might be. There may be particles even smaller than that, and smaller particles that compose those. It's difficult to say where this ends, but at the bottom of this has to be something fundamental, right? Something that doesn't just comprise the other building blocks, but necessitates their being. That's what we were searching for." The lights came back up and the man turned around. His white jacket bore the name Felix Carter, Ph.D. in blue lettering. His round glasses sat perched atop a red nose, and his gray hair was combed neatly to the side. "When we approached the International Academy of Existential Sciences, we came with a single goal: discover the reason why. We weren't asked to provide an explanation or deduce why the reason why. Our task was to find the part of the universe that determines why we are what we are. Today, I'm happy to announce we have done this." He extended his arm, and another man came into view. This man was tall, with cropped brown hair and a black jacket. He smiled and waved politely at the enthusiastic applause and stood with his hands clasped in front of him as he was introduced. "This is Dr. Frederick Williams of the Royal Scientific Conservatory. It was with his assistance and financial backing that we made this breakthrough discovery." The two of them paused as the lights dimmed again, and the projector above produced an image. The image was faint and full of static, but its focal point was clear. A single white line extending across the image, fading at both ends. "What you're looking at here is a thread," Dr. Carter continued. "We've only just started calling them that. We had no idea what they would look like when we started. We were able to get this thread to manifest itself, using a series of high-energy pulses directed at a tiny piece of Ozymandium film. This method was borrowed from Dr. Adam Bright and his team in the United States, who have been working on a similar project in the hopes of eliciting what they're calling tachyons, the fundamental building block of time, as it were. We discovered that by tuning our equipment just so, we were able to make something that shouldn't happen. The image changed. On the next slide, a nearby structure is seen being pulled dramatically towards the center of the thread. On the next, the thread is gone, and the building is crumpled and misshapen. This was what we witnessed. By causing one of these threads to appear for just an instant, one of these elements of the foundation of the universe, and then manipulating it ever so slightly, we increased gravity in the region by nearly 7,000% in an instant. I will say that again. We have manipulated the physical laws of the universe using a bright light and a rock. The assembled audience applauded again. After a moment, Dr. Carter held up a hand for quiet. "The full manifest of our research will be available shortly, as soon as our sister projects have finished their studies. In 3 months' time, we'll present our findings in full to this assembly and take our first step towards a more knowledgeable future." In the lobby of the auditorium afterwards, Dr. Williams stood speaking to a group of researchers alongside Dr. Carter and his team. Two men approached him, and one of them stuck out his hand. "Dr. Williams," the man said, "absolutely a pleasure to meet you. Vincent Arians, Oxford. I've been fascinated with your work, truly." The taller man smiled. "Mr. Arians, of course. Always nice to meet a fellow alumni." He looked towards the second of the two. "And your friend?" "Aaron Siegel," the man said, following Arian's handshake with one of his own. "Cornell." Dr. Williams' eyes grew slightly wider. "The renowned physicist. I dare say I half expected you to make this discovery before we did, Dr. Siegel." Aaron smiled. "Unfortunately, our work as of late has taken a different turn. If we were going to solve atomics, we should have done what you did and figured out the geometry first. Your results have been very impressive." Dr. Williams' eyes were pensive. "Yes, Dr. Carter has done some exceptional work. It's a shame he's going to be discredited. He really has put so much into this project. Arians did a double take. Wait, what? Before either of them could say anything else, they were approached by a dark-eyed woman, slight, with short black hair and a blue dress with long black gloves. She came up behind Dr. Williams and put a hand on his shoulder and whispered in his ears. He nodded. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid I am being called away." He stopped mid-turn. "Oh, please forgive me. Mr. Arians, Dr. Siegel, this is Dr. Sophia Light. She's been working closely with Dr. Carter and the rest of our team here in London." The woman smiled softly and nodded. "Charmed, I'm sure," she said. Aaron nodded back while Arians continued to process what he had just heard. Williams fiddled with his pocket for a moment and then produced a white card with a 3-arrowed emblem on it. "This is my card, Dr. Siegel," he said. "Have your office call this number here while you're still in the city, and we'll arrange a proper meeting. Mr. Arians, you are certainly welcome to join as well. Our organization is on the very precipice of some truly inspiring work, and we're looking for the brightest minds to lead us." He shrugged. "Something to think about. Until later, gentlemen." Dr. Williams donned his cap and coat and followed Dr. Light out of the parlor. Now, once upon a time, a man awoke to find he had no memory of who he was or how he had gotten here. Olivia snuck out to the studio's balcony and plucked the pale, slim cigarette out from behind her ear. She was fishing in her pocket for a lighter when she heard the door behind her slide open. "You know, those things'll kill you." Anthony Wright did not look like the sort of man who was accustomed to a suit and tie. He wore them as if they were prison fatigues. "I should know," he added, showing her a half-empty pack of gum. "Anthony." Olivia's slim figure slipped up against him with the grace of a small, elegant knife. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tight. Despite having kicked the habit 5 years ago, the old man still managed to smell like tobacco. Anthony dropped an enormous arm around her and gave her a comforting pat. They ended up leaning against the banister, side by side. It wasn't quite morning yet. Below them, the city streets were cast in a tangerine glow. A cool, lethargic breeze drifted past them, carrying the ocean's scent. "I'm glad you made it," Olivia told him. She finally pulled out her lighter. It was a cheap hunk of neon green plastic she had picked up on the way to the exhibition. After a few swipes of her thumb, it only managed to spit out sparks. "Here." Anthony plucked the lighter out of her hand, as if he was taking away a dangerous toy. He produced his own. It was an old, tarnished thing made of brass. It had more dents in it than he did. "And I wouldn't miss this for the world, lady, even if it is Seattle." Olivia rolled her eyes. Anthony's lighter produced a flame on the first flick. She dipped her head down to bring her cigarette to the fire's tip. "Spare me. I know you think this is all artsy-fartsy crap." "Well, all right. Can't say I get the Madonna made out of cottage cheese." Olivia gave him a look. "You don't like it?" Anthony did a brief double take. "Wait, that one's yours? I mean, She grinned. "No, I'm kidding. That one's shit. The guy who made it is a hack." She turned back to the city, taking a long drag. When she exhaled, wisps of smoke whirled up from her nostrils and licked at the bottom of the balcony overhead. "How's Calvin?" "Doing good. He told me to tell you he's sorry he couldn't come, but..." "Busy, I know. Fuck. I know." Olivia closed her eyes. "There's just so much going on now." "Yeah, I don't think any of us really expected..." Anthony's voice trailed off. "They needed the accountant more than we realized. Once they lost him, they lost all their funding. Everything just started unraveling. Personnel started panicking, sites started collapsing. Fuck, 2 overseers ended up dead that night." Something tugged at the back of Olivia's mind. Something she was forgetting. "How many sites are left now?" "Still about 200. We decommissioned Site 173 last week. Nothing in it but corpses and cockroaches." He shook his head. "Just ordinary cockroaches." Olivia turned to him. For the first time in a long while, he looked old and tired. The wrinkles in his face were carved deep into his skin. His eyes were surrounded by dark, impenetrable circles. She felt that tug again. "How are you holding up?" "It's funny," Anthony told her, still watching the city. "You spend your life fighting demons, putting out fires, thinking this is the hard part. This is the work that needs doing. This is the work that'll kill you. But it's not." His eyes met hers. "Sweeping up the ashes, putting shit back together again. That's the hard part." She frowned. The tugging was harder now. "Don't get me wrong. Things are better now." He gave her a weary smile. "We don't have to hurt people. We don't have to kill people. We don't have to mutilate children to hold back the nightmares." His eyes drifted back to the city. Olivia closed her eyes. "Anthony, I don't know how the hell we did it, but we won. It's still fucked up. When I go to sleep, I still have nightmares, you know? But every night, it gets a little better. The nightmares are losing. She reached into her pocket and searched for something, pulling it free. Anyway, fuck. Sorry, I'm just ranting. Listen, Olivia, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Olivia slammed all 4 inches of the sleek, razor-sharp crafting knife into Anthony Wright's heart. For one instant, the old man's eyes were filled with raw confusion and shock. Then, stumbling back, numbly clutching at the hilt, his eyes were filled with nothing at all. "I'm sorry," Olivia whispered. She pushed him over the banister's edge, and the world ended. Now, suddenly a voice spoke to the man. "Your second wish has been granted. Now, for your third and final wish. Up! Come on, wake the hell up." Slivers of light squeezed through Olivia's eyelids. She felt a constant buzzing in her ears. Someone was tugging at her arms. "Wake up! Wake up!" She popped her eyes open and immediately regretted it. Sharp, jagged sunbeams rushed into her pupils, forcing her to squint. Olivia squeezed one fist into her left socket and started rubbing away. "What? Where am I?" The man stopped shaking her and slumped down into a chair. "Fuck! Thank God." Olivia kept rubbing at her eye, letting her vision adjust. She was laying back on a bed inside of a cheap motel room. The overpowered AC rumbled to her left. Above it, sunlight streamed in past the curtains. The room smelled faintly of coconut oil. Adam was seated beside the bed. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. His laptop was sitting on the nightstand, with a pistol laid out next to it. Olivia blinked her way through the grogginess. "Adam? How much do you remember?" Olivia squeezed her eyebrows together. They grinded like cogs in some enormous adding machine. She tried to think her way through the events that had led her here. The last thing she remembered was, "I was having some sort of dream. Anthony was there, but it was years from now. It was all wrong, not real. It felt real, but..." Adam nodded. "Something was off, right?" "Yeah." Olivia closed her eyes and coaxed the dream out from its hiding place in her subconscious. He wasn't smoking, but he had a lighter. We were in Seattle, but we could smell the ocean, and the more I thought about it, the more you realized it was a lie. She nodded and opened her eyes. Adam was focused on his laptop. "I don't know how, but somehow I realized the only way out of it was to..." "Yeah," Adam cut her off. He was taking great pains to not make eye contact with her. "I know." Olivia frowned, sitting up on the bed. "Adam, do you, want to talk about..." "It's fine, we're out of it now." He was pulling a file up on the computer. "You don't remember how we got here, right?" Olivia shook her head. "No. Same here. Luckily, I think we planned for this." He double-clicked something. The laptop screen was filled with a still image of Calvin's face. His stoic expression stared out at them. Behind him, they could see what looked like an office. Calvin loaded a video on Alexandra, along with instructions to play it if we found ourselves, not remembering anything about how we got here. Olivia scooted forward to sit on the edge of the bed beside Adam. He clicked play. A window popped up over the video, requesting 2 passwords. Over one was the name Adam, over the other was the name Olivia. "It's encrypted?" Olivia asked. She frowned, staring at the screen. "I guess. I don't remember. There's a password I might have used," Adam said, typing something under his name. As soon as he hit enter, his name turned green. He glanced back to her. Olivia bit down on her bottom lip, thinking, "Olivia?" Something tugged at the back of her mind. Without stopping to think, she snatched Adam's pistol off the nightstand and buried 3 rounds directly into his skull. And then the world ended. Now. The man considered this for a moment and, seeing no other choice, made his final wish. "Allow me to remember all that I have forgotten. Olivia?" Olivia opened her eyes. She was laid back on a cot inside of a small, comfortable-looking office. There was a bookcase stuffed full of leather-bound volumes. In front of it, there was a wide, polished desk. Calvin was standing over her. He looked distant. When didn't he? But his expression carried a hint of concern. Olivia immediately slammed her knee up into his solar plexus. Calvin buckled, crouching forward. She rolled off the cot and stumbled toward the desk, fumbling for the hidden latch under one of the drawers. Olivia had been in this office 100 times before. If memory served, there was a hidden space right here. By the time Calvin had managed to catch his breath, Olivia was pointing the pistol straight for his heart. Calvin raised his hands up and took a step back. "Olivia, shut up." She narrowed her eyes. "Let me think." Calvin said nothing. "Someone's fucking with my head." I've gone through 2 iterations now, one with Anthony, one with Adam. Each time, they were trying to get information from me, she said, talking her way through it. Each time, I realized there was something wrong, a detail out of place. Anthony's lighter, Adam's computer, he calls it Alexander, not Alexandra. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized. Calvin started to lower his hands. Olivia, listen. I said shut up, she snapped back. All right. Each time it all started unraveling once I realized something was wrong. Each time I realized the only way to escape was to... Her breathing quickened. Calvin took another step back. I have to kill you, she whispered. Olivia, just take it easy. Let's talk this through, all right? I have thought this through. Anthony, Adam, now you're just another dream, another... She pursed her lips. Lie, the liar. You're the fucking liar. Olivia? Calvin's tone took on a building urgency. Please listen to me. You might be right. Someone might be messing with your head. But it's not me. I'm not the liar. Then how the fuck? Her finger curled tighter around the trigger. Listen, just listen, okay? You were helping me with research. You fell asleep in my office. Now you wake up and you've pulled a gun on me. Calvin kept his arms held high. You said these things unraveled when you noticed something wrong. Have you? Olivia scowled. Not yet, but her eyes traced their way through the office. It all looked like it was supposed to. Unlike the previous 2 dreams, this was all familiar to her. But did that mean... You said it started with a dream about Anthony, then Adam. Think about it. If I were the liar, would I really start with Calvin next? Olivia's breathing slowed. Nothing was out of place. Nothing felt off. Once is happenstance. Twice is a coincidence. 3 times is a pattern, Calvin told her. I think the liar is trying to trick you into killing me. Her grip on the trigger loosened. You said he was trying to get information from you. What kind of information? With Anthony, I don't know. He said he needed to ask me something. With Adam, it was a password, I think, but... A password? Olivia lowered the pistol, but kept a firm grip. Yeah. She forced herself to breathe slowly. Okay, just give me a second, okay? Calvin slowly lowered his hands, but kept his distance. All right, but yeah, this doesn't make any sense. You don't know any passwords that the liar would want. He didn't ask you about anything else? He paused, then added, he didn't ask about your copy of the journal, right? You still have it? Olivia shook her head. No, he didn't. Yeah, I still have it. She reached with her free hand to touch the base of her wrist. The faint, familiar lump was still present. The journal is right here. The liar smiled. So it is. And then the world ended. Now? Funny? The voice laughed, granting the man's final wish. That was the first thing you asked for? Olivia's mouth felt like it was coated in a thin layer of dissolving chalk. It left the faint flavor of peppermint lingering on her tongue. She forced her eyes open, then immediately closed them. Bright, glaring lights beamed straight down into her retina. The throbbing pressure behind her temple intensified. She was in a hospital room somewhere. Olivia didn't even need to look around to know that. She could just feel it. She hated hospitals. Counting backwards from 10, she eased her eyes open and gave them time to adjust. Yep, it was a medical facility, all right? And she was strapped down to the bed. Good times. Several pieces of sterile, complicated equipment were placed next to her. Most of them were making beeping noises. She lifted her head as high as the nylon straps allowed, trying to get a lay of the land. A nurse and a doctor laid face down on the floor. Pools of crimson crept out from under them. An older woman in an immaculate white suit was seated nearby. She held a gun. Her gaze was on Olivia. Olivia blinked. She was wrong. It was a young man with a neon green mohawk. He wore a studded jacket splattered with something wet. In his left hand, he clutched a blood-soaked switchblade. She blinked again. It was a person of indeterminable gender. Their skin was a deep shade of ochre, with a face full of piercings. They wore several leather straps around what looked like a charcoal binder. Instead of a knife, they held an aluminum baseball bat. It was coated with clumps of hair and meat. She blinked again. A man with teeth like serrated steak knives and claws that could carve through steel. She blinked again. It was Anthony. She blinked again. It was Adam. She blinked again. It was Calvin. She blinked again. It was the liar. How's that cut feeling? Olivia looked down at her wrist. A fresh series of stitches crisscrossed over a recently opened wound. It extended from the base of her palm to nearly the inside of her elbow. A distant memory tugged at the back of her mind. She licked her lips and lied. It doesn't hurt that much. Still, make sure to keep it covered. Antibiotics too. The left side of the liar's mouth twitched upward. They would have prescribed something for it, but I'm afraid I killed them before they had the opportunity. Who? Olivia's eyes fell to the figures on the floor. What's going on? Who are they? They worked for me, and we captured you, the liar told her. You were brought to me for processing, to discover what you knew, to determine if you had the journal, or, at the very least, if you knew what was in it. Their lips pursed with amusement. You know, after all this time, I had forgotten it ever existed. When the agent who penned it defected and told us what it contained, you'd have thought we might have taken steps to make its contents untrue. But we are nothing if not creatures of habit. Olivia couldn't remember anything after they killed the accountant. The liar must have noticed her confusion. You've been amnesticized. Several times, actually. Did you know that's my primary function within the Foundation? To maintain the veil. To make sure no one remembers anything they're not supposed to. They tap the weapon against their thigh. And of course, to replace those gaps with convincing lies. Why am I still alive? Why are we even having this conversation? Because you and your friends accounted for this. Because you did have the journal. Or at least a small piece of it. A subdermal flash drive located under your wrist. I don't understand. The liar smiled. Although Olivia could no longer recognize their features, she could still make out the weariness in their face. Not all cognitohazards are anomalous. The code phrase flashed through Olivia's mind. It was as if she had just found the piece of a puzzle she hadn't even realized she was solving. An image surged into her memories. She now remembered everything. You used to be one of us, she whispered. You used to be part of the insurgency. You were part of the 3rd Delta. I've heard Anthony talk about you. Sam Beale. They always talked about how you were tortured by the Foundation for weeks for your secrets and never gave up a word. I don't understand. The liar closed their eyes and nodded. That's true, but I didn't give up my memories because there were no memories to give up. They sighed. I was deployed to locate an anomaly in the Bengal Sea. Our ship capsized in a storm, and I was dragged into the ocean when my leg got caught in some netting. I drifted in the darkness where the eyes are empty and sunk into the void. They found me months later, and the Foundation recognized who I was, what I could do. They gave me to Green, that witch, and she gave me a new identity, a lie to believe in. They opened their eyes and rose to their feet, approaching Olivia. Your friend Calvin found out from the journal, no doubt, that clever boy. Your copy only had that entry in it, the entry containing my name. Seeing it for the first time in so many years. It was like coming up from underwater after so long. The liar began unbinding Olivia's limbs. I've cleared a path to the front entrance. It will be open for another 10 minutes. Once you're out, you'll find a gray van in the parking lot. The doors are unlocked, the keys are in the glove compartment. You'll find instructions, a map, and a flash drive. A flash drive! Olivia sat up, feeling her extremities tingle with the sudden surge of blood. Her forearm pulsed with pain. It contains crucial data, including the location of your next target, the archivist. The liar stepped back. Out of all of us, she may be the furthest gone. Tell your friends to be careful. Olivia nodded, swinging her legs around. She sank to the floor. What about you? What about me? The liar asked, and then they laughed. I'm not faultless in this. I may have forgotten my purpose, but it was still me in there making those decisions, doing the things I did. There's nothing left for me out there. If the Foundation doesn't kill me immediately, I'll spend the rest of my life running from them because of what I know. And I'm not about to run from the truth. The truth has set me free. They sank back into their chair, laying their weapon across their lap. Move fast. Your window is closing. Olivia reached out to touch the liar's hand. They did not look up. Turning to go, she spared one last look at them. For a moment, she thought she might have recognized a face. Then, she made her way out into the hall and toward the exit. It wasn't until she reached the stairwell that she heard that single, lonely shot. Journal entry, the 11th Overseer. The 11th Overseer. 0511 is one of the most interesting personalities on the Council, as they don't appear to have any defined personality at all. The 11th Overseer is often called the Liar, a name given to them due to the nature of their work. They are the individual in charge of maintaining the Foundation's deceit operations, those departments dedicated towards convincing the world at large that neither the Foundation nor the monsters in her care exist. However, the exact nature of 0511 is still a mystery. At times, it seems as if the position has been filled by many different people simultaneously. The The reasons for this seemed at first unclear. However, documents recovered from several early council meetings indicated that the overseer was a single person, and who that person was surprised even me. According to those documents, the individual known as O511 is actually an acutely powerful polymorph, one capable of changing their identity from one to another at will. This allows them to act with discretion in situations where it would be advantageous that they not be identified. Furthermore, the name that appears on the official record for that first meeting is none other than Sam Beale, a former insurgency agent who was presumed killed after a shipping accident off the coast of Bangladesh. Now, this struck me as peculiar indeed. Why would an agent of the insurgency, an organization known for its policy of suicide over capture against any odds, be sitting on the council of the SCP Foundation? The more I began digging, the stranger the story became. My sources in the area described an incident where a fisherman reported a ship being pulled from the bottom of the sea, and the men recovering the ship finding a person on board alive, despite being underwater for days, if not weeks. The report indicates that the Foundation quickly moved in to apprehend the subject, who was not seen again afterwards. O511 simply appeared on the council afterwards, with no explanation. The story continued to perplex me. It was not until I recovered a recording of a meeting between a junior chairman of the Ethics Committee and the Site-305 director that the truth began to come into focus. According to those men, the overseer was frequently meeting with the overseer known as Green, and the subjects of their meetings was the recovery of O511's identity. However, despite their best efforts, it seems that they were unable to recreate the identity of Sam Beale, but were able to create an abundance of other identities, each aware of and cooperative with each other. And then, a breakthrough. By nothing more than chance, I stumbled across a newspaper clipping from a Guatemalan city where one of the known aliases of O511 had been involved in an incident involving the death of a local politician. There were several witnesses to the crime. However, none of the individuals present seemed to be able to recall any details of the event. This was, I thought, remarkable, as amnestic technology that advanced had not yet been discovered, and I worried that we were seeing a breakthrough in Foundation capabilities. However, that was not the case. Other recovered documents indicate that they were still working on the compound that would eventually lead to the modern A-class amnestic at the time this incident took place. Instead, it is now believed that the reason the witnesses were unable to recall what had happened is the overseer itself, which apparently can exhibit an anomalous amnestic property at will. This at the time was nothing short of revolutionary. Over time, eventually after the discovery of the compound the Foundation calls Y909, the overseer's active influence and disinformation campaigns began to wane. However, their involvement in organizing those campaigns increased considerably. The Foundation had a department of disinformation, but the 11th Overseer completely revitalized the field and created the Department of Public Awareness and Perception Management, with himself at the head. I am left, though, with lingering doubt about the nature of Sam Beale's involvement in this case. While it is possible that the inclusion of their name on that first report was simply a mistake or some kind of mocking jab at the insurgency, who would later go on to claim that Sam was captured and tortured by the Foundation, despite evidence to the contrary, this seems like an outcome without purpose, especially considering the great lengths that I, or anyone else, would have had to go through to get their hands on that document. So I am left with this thought. Perhaps it is indeed coincidence, or perhaps the person that pulled from the waters of the Bengal Sea was Sam Beale, and that they lost any memory of themselves in those dark waters for the long time they were down there. Perhaps in becoming the 11th Overseer, they lost the person they had been, and despite the Foundation's efforts to recover that person and learn what they could from them about the insurgency, they were unable to bring them back from the dark. And maybe the blank slate that remained when the thing that had been Sam Beale was the perfect vessel for a variety of personalities and abilities, all of which collectively culminated into the identity of the 11th Overseer, who by the time the Foundation realized had assumed a command of one of their most powerful departments, had made them all forget they had ever not been there. Step 00110, 0510, the Archivist. Formerly Diane Walters, a librarian, Caucasian female, appears to be in her late 40s, possible strong connections to the Wanderer's library, extensive knowledge about the Foundation's involvement in previous end-of-the-world scenarios, supposedly maintains a constant record of every activity taken on Earth from the moment she took her place on the Council forward. These records are used extensively in the application of the machine beneath Yellowstone. One source identified 0510 as being the most bloodthirsty member of the Council. According to the source, she is obsessed with the perceived divinity of herself and the Council, believing herself to be above any natural laws. In her eyes, normal humans are fodder, a means to an end in reaching some greater understanding of universal truth. Some sources indicate a possible obsession with the idea of omniscience. This has not been verified. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 4, The Spear and the Serpent. Then, in the stillness of the tiny apartment, Vincent Arians sipped his drink. A half-finished bottle and a loaded pistol sat on the countertop nearby. Thin bands of twilight peeked in through the slits of the blinds, illuminating the prone form of Aaron Siegel on the ground in front of him. Arians sat the glass aside and took a long drag on a cigarette, his eyes squinting against the luminescence. A moment later, Aaron stirred. He pushed himself up onto his elbows, one hand wiping sleep and saliva out of his beard. His face, puffy and red, turned to face Arians. "What happened?" he croaked. "Where are we?" He looked down at his hands. They were still trembling. Did it work? Arians took another drag of the cigarette. Smoke flowed slowly out of his nostrils, catching the light in front of him. He was barely visible behind the haze. "He's dead." Arian's eyes focused on some point in the distance. It worked. For a long moment, Aaron did not move. Then, suddenly, he slammed his fist into the ground. "Yes!" he hissed through his clenched jaw. "Yes!" Arian's expression was distant. "We almost died, you know." He dribbled ash on the carpet to his right. "Some of us didn't make it." Aaron staggered upright, then fell down with his back against the wall. He held out his hand. Arians passed him the cigarette. "How many?" Aaron asked. "You and I, Felix, Conrad, Ingrid." Arians counted on his fingers. 5 total. Felix has already reached out to researchers at other sites. Some of them are reaching out to us. Everyone is scared shitless. He took another drink. "Thought you might be dead." Aaron rubbed his temples. "I don't remember much." He looked over at Arians. "You look younger." "Yeah, we all do. That water will do that." He finished his glass. "We've got a lot of work to do, Aaron, but before we start, you need to tell me why you did it." Aaron shook his head. "It doesn't matter now. It's done. Fuck you." "It does matter." Something had changed. There was a distance between them. "We did things. I did things that will haunt me till the day I die, but we did them anyway because we were saving the world. You had the chance to destroy Abaddon, and you didn't." His voice grew hard and cold. "You told me to run the moment you activated them, the children. You told me not to ask why, so that's what I did. I trusted you, because you've never given me a reason not to. But now, I've got several. You need to tell me why you killed Frederick Williams." They were silent for a good, long while. Aaron worked on finishing the cigarette. Arians poured himself another drink. As he leaned back against the wall, Aaron could see faint pinkish swelling around Arian's eyes. "There was no Abaddon," Aaron finally said. "There never was. It was bait." Arians drew in a ragged breath. "How do you know?" "Because he told me, Vince." "What?" "And when I didn't believe him," Aaron continued, "he showed me." He let the silence speak for him. When he grew tired of what it had to say, he went on. "It was just before the Congo site. I was there, with him." Aaron exhaled. Wisps of smoke swirled from his nostrils, climbing toward the ceiling. Arian said nothing. Aaron examined the cigarette. "I don't know what the hell he is. He was probably human once, maybe, but not anymore. He can do things, impossible things. When the site fell, he closed his eyes. I watched him level an entire facility, Vincent. One man. That's all it took. That's all Abaddon was. Why would he?" Aaron's eyes opened. "I think he saw in me a kindred spirit." Then softer. "I watched him press through concrete and rebar as if they were soft, wet paste. I watched a man exhale his own skeleton as a thick yellow fog. I watched a woman's blood solidify into crystal, as sharp as diamond and as brittle as chalk. He let me watch because he knew no one would believe me. He let me watch because I think he wanted to see what I would do." Arian struggled to speak, his voice caught in his throat. "So you destroyed him." Aaron was very still. "Yes. I knew I didn't have the kind of power I needed to kill him, and..." He stopped and stood up, searching for another bottle. When he found one, he didn't look at the label. He poured himself another drink. "Maybe he wanted to see if I could, if I would. Maybe he just wanted to see that power himself. In some of his correspondence early on, he would describe anomalies as glorious. He talked about them like you might talk about a sunrise. I don't know. I don't think it was ever enough for him. I don't think anything was. Aaron finished his glass in a single pull. He's the cancer, Vince. It wasn't Abaddon. It was the administrator. He had to be destroyed. The whole thing had to be destroyed. It was rotten down to its core. He lifted the bottle to pour himself another drink. Arian's breathing was heavy and shaking. It took him a moment to speak again, and when he did, he trembled with a barely suppressed sob. If you knew this whole time, we could have stopped Aaron. We could have spared them. Aaron brought the bottle down hard. No, Vince, we needed the children. If we didn't have them, I wouldn't have been able to. Arian's voice swelled with fury. We sliced them open and cut into their fucking brains. Aaron grimaced. Arians reached for the counter, steadying himself. I strapped children down to fucking operating tables, Aaron. I strapped them down, and I helped you carve out every last inch of who they were. They screamed, and we kept carving. And then the screams got softer and softer, until they were just tiny, broken sounds, little wet sobs you had to strain to hear. And then one day, they didn't make any sound at all, and Arian's voice fell into shaky, wheezing breaths. He closed his eyes and counted to 10. You said Dr. Williams just wanted to see if it could be done. But what about you? He opened his eyes. Why didn't you stop it? I told you, we needed it to kill. I don't believe you. Neither spoke. Arians pushed himself away from the counter. Once the Foundation collapses, we'll have a lot of work to do. His voice was treacherously calm, like a razor-thin layer of ice spread across the surface of dark water. Felix is assembling the researchers and finding us a space to operate from. They all think the administrator aligned himself with Abaddon. They think you're some sort of hero. They expect you to lead. And that's precisely what you're going to do. Vince. Aaron turned to him, his eyes glassy and wide, as if viewing something from a distance. You saw it too, didn't you? The moment that it happened, that it destroyed him. That moment, you saw it, didn't you? Yeah, I saw it. Wasn't it? Aaron searched for the right word. Wasn't it? It was nothing, Arians replied. Just another body beneath the Foundation. Now, Adam spat, wiping cobwebs from his face. You know that I hate bugs, right? Calvin laughed. I can't imagine they're thrilled with you either. The thick morning fog seeped out between the trees. It gave the forest a dull, amber-gold luster. A chittering chorus of insects surrounded them both, as if to berate them for their intrusion. Dead leaves crackled beneath them, with each step into the woods. Adam kept mopping away at his mouth. And magic. If I were writing a list of things I'd hate, that's what the list would be. Bugs and magic. So you bring me along on the one mission that has both. He paused to spit out another bit of webbing. Why me? Why not Anthony or Olivia? This seems like their kind of deal. Olivia's busy dealing with the liar. Calvin retrieved the journal from his pocket. He opened it and flipped through several pages. As for Anthony, he's getting intel on the outsider. Okay, fine. But this lady, she's basically some sort of wizard, right? How are we going to deal with that? You've got some sort of plan, yeah? I've got several. Calvin turned the page, reading as they walked. Well, what are they? Most of them consist of shooting her in the face. Adam scowled. That's not a plan. It's worked out pretty well so far. Calvin looked up from the journal, casting a glance back to Adam. And if things get heated, I've got something. A weapon. What is it? Can't tell you. Seriously? Come on, No. Calvin cut him off. I mean, I literally can't tell you. He closed the journal and stopped walking. We're here. Adam's scowl only deepened. He looked around the clearing. I don't see anything. How can you even tell? Listen. Adam stopped. He listened. Silence. You know how the Foundation contains some pretty intense anomalies, right? Things that, if left unchecked, could end the world? Yeah. Adam leaned back against a tree, scanning the clearing. The quiet, the sense of stillness, it was overpowering. Breaking it almost felt vulgar. Right. And you know how the Foundation has existed for, I don't know, maybe only around a century or two? Calvin squeezed the journal into his pocket. Adam nodded. Right. Then here's your history quiz. If the Foundation contains so many world-ending anomalies, and the Foundation has only existed for a century, who was containing those anomalies before them? Adam tried hard not to roll his eyes. No one. Anomalies didn't exist before the Foundation. The Overseers created them to gain immortality. Come on, seriously? This is kids stuff. But that's not quite it, because there are anomalies that predate the Foundation. And besides, how do you create anomalies if they never existed in the first place? Adam folded his arms across his chest and wrinkled his brow in thought. All that's really happened, Calvin continued, walking toward one edge of the clearing, is that the number of anomalies has started to increase substantially. The Foundation didn't create the problem. They just made the problem much, much worse. How? Calvin reached his destination. Two young saplings stood side by side. He closed his eyes, took a breath, and extended his arm out between them. His hand vanished up to the wrist. Adam's eyes went as wide as saucers. Calvin pulled his arm back. His hand reappeared, unscathed. He turned around and held it out for Adam to see, wriggling his fingers. They tugged on threads not meant to be tugged. They tried to use them, even harness them. What the hell is a way? A tunnel between worlds, a piece of frayed, unraveled thread. Calvin faced the saplings, extending his arm again. In order to pass through this one, you need to have the right knock. Adam walked toward Calvin, staring at the space where the older man's arm terminated. What? Something that opens the way. Sometimes it's just the time of day, or something you're carrying. Other times it's a ritual, or a word, or a thought. In this case, it's a piece of knowledge, something important to you. Calvin looked back to Adam. You'll forget whatever it is when you press through. Think of some tiny piece of information you like knowing, but don't have to know. Then step between the saplings. Also, just to warn you up front, it's a pretty intense ride. Calvin turned and stepped forward. He vanished. Adam stared at the space where Calvin had been for a good, long while. Then, he exhaled, closed his eyes, and stepped forward. Did he really need to know what Thak Zero stood for? It hit him all at once. Space and matter became as stretchable as taffy. The woods pulled away. Air rushed to greet him. It was like he was accelerating through a tunnel at breakneck speed. A tunnel made of light and sound, extending out forever. The world roared around him. He tried to talk, tried to yell, tried to scream, but every sound he made was torn from his lips and sent spinning back behind him into the void. Cold, distant stars watched from above and below, and then, as if the universe was a rubber band that had been released, everything snapped back into place. Adam lunged forward, landing on his hands and chest. You all right? I told you, it's pretty intense. Calvin reached down to help Adam to his feet. They were inside now. The air was unusually cool. The floor was smooth, flat, and orange. As Adam stood up, he searched the space around them. Adam struggled to find the right words. They were inside a massive office space, illuminated by dozens of long, narrow fluorescent bulbs. Dozens of refrigerator-sized mainframes hummed quietly along the room's walls. Adam didn't recognize the models, but if he had to wager a guess, he'd place them as something from the mid-80s, the sort that used record-sized magnetic plates for hard disks. Several desks with large, bulky monochrome monitors were arranged around them. Adam even saw what looked like an old microfiche machine. The last time he'd seen one of those had been in his dad's attic. Not what I was expecting. Halls extended from all four sides of the room, leading into additional rooms. At a glance, they appeared similarly equipped. The hallways kept going, extending as far as they could see, or until a piece of equipment obscured their view. Hello? Calvin started down one of the halls, but didn't leave the entry room. Anyone home? No reply. Just the hum of countless mainframes. There should be someone here. This place is, what is this place? Adam approached one of the mainframes, inspecting it. Each machine had a sleek logo, the image of Snake with brilliant emerald eyes and a silver crown. These machines look older than me. They probably are. Calvin frowned, glancing back to Adam. This is part of the library. The Foundation uses it to archive all the works of the worlds that came before. Art, literature, music, written works, printed works, any kind of information. On microfilm. Adam did not sound impressed. Wait, came before? Yes. We need to find a librarian. This place is effectively infinite. Get lost here and you'll starve before you find another soul. A librarian? Adam was examining one of the computers more closely now. Hey, this one's not running. Yeah, a librarian. They're part of the library. They know where everything... Calvin stopped, turning to face Adam. Wait, what? This computer. It's not running. Adam had already pulled out an unfolding toolkit and was working on unscrewing the front panel. It's plugged in, switches on, but it's not making any noise. Calvin approached. Don't mess with it. Why not? Hell, why not just destroy them? Adam replied. By the time Calvin reached him, he had already gotten the fourth screw out and was lifting the panel up. That would be very bad, Adam. They don't just use these to archive lost worlds. They use them as backups for information on the anomalies they're containing. If they lost these mainframes, they could lose critical information they need to keep anomalies. The panel slid free. The interior was nearly empty. The wires had been stripped away, leaving only the hard disk's magnetic plate. A dense, winding script of sigils were carved along its surface. As they watched, the plate slowly rotated, despite having no discernible power source. "The fuck is that?" Adam asked. Calvin grasped Adam by the shoulder and pulled him back. "Don't touch it," he hissed. "What is it?" "It is of David origin." The voice came from behind them. They spun around. Calvin's hand went for the pistol at his hip, while Adam gripped his screwdriver like a knife. The creature stood over them both. Narrow and slender, it wore a robe of shimmering silver. Its hood was pulled across its face, cloaking its features. Still, Adam could make out a hint of its skin, pale, with a slight emerald tint. It had a rough, scaly texture. Calvin kept the pistol leveled at its chest for just a moment. Then, he slowly lowered it. "A librarian." Adam lowered the screwdriver. "We're looking for the archivist." "She is here no longer," the librarian informed them. "Where is she?" Calvin frowned. "And what the hell is David technology doing inside a Foundation server?" "Also, the hell is a Devite?" Adam added. "She has broken her pact with the Serpent and partaken of forbidden knowledge. She has written herself into a story to which she does not belong. As for where she is now, if you seek her," the librarian told them, "I will take you to her, down below." Then they descended. Long staircases led to long plains of endless rows of books, art galleries full of strange and terrible works, narrow hallways throughout which tinkling music could be heard. Every door they passed was another universe worth of knowledge, and still further they descended. Adam knew that time was passing strangely here. He could not say how long they traveled or how long they had been in this place. When he thought to look up, he realized he could no longer see the top of the library, and yet still further they descended. After a lifetime, the stairs ended. Their feet struck stone again, and the steps behind them disappeared into shadow. The dark was intense here. Even the librarian's torch seemed dimmer and cast less light. They walked for a while in this dark place, through a massive cavern lined with titanic stone columns that extended up into the black above them. "This is the foundation of the library," they heard the librarian say, the first words they had heard in decades. "These pillars were forged by the Serpent itself in the eternity before time. All knowledge rests upon them." Adam coughed. "A snake built this?" The librarian looked at him queerly. "The Serpent is called the Serpent in your world because that is how it manifests outside of these halls. In here, and in the dark endlessness below here, the Serpent takes many shapes." "Dark endlessness? What's that?" "You call the Serpent what you call it, because that is how you perceive it. But that is not what it is. The Serpent is the avatar of one of the universal facets of reality: information. The idea that ideas can exist at all, or that all things have inherent truths about them." It paused. "Below here is the emptiness outside of life and death, nothingness. The Serpent's silent brother is the lord of that quiet oblivion. Anything that ventures there ceases to exist at all." The librarian stopped and turned to face them. "This foundation is a barrier between that which is and that which isn't. Beyond these doors," it extended a hand, and in front of them they could make out two massive bronze doors through the darkness, "is the source of all knowledge, the center of the foundation on which the Serpent built the library. Within this chamber are 3 tomes that mustn't be disturbed. They are fundamental to our universe, and indeed all universes. You'll recognize them when they see them." Calvin nodded. "Before we go in, I'd like to make a withdrawal." The librarian nodded slowly and pulled back its robe. From within it produced a short metal tube inscribed across its entire surface with runes. "When you brought this to us all those years ago, we were not certain you would ever return to claim it. But you are much different now than you were then, I think." The librarian looked the cylinder over carefully. "There are very few things that exist that our library has no knowledge of. The contents of this container are one such anomaly. I hope it brings you good fortune." Adam took the tube and held it in his hands. When he looked up to speak, the librarian was gone. The torch still hung in the air where she had been. The doors stood before them. "Well," Calvin said, pulling out his sidearm and checking the magazine, "let's go." They pushed the doors open and stepped inside. As they passed through the threshold, Adam felt the same nauseating rush as he did when they had first stepped into the way. After a moment it passed, and he opened his eyes. They stood at the top of a rolling hill covered in green grass. Above them was a blue sky dotted with white clouds. Below them was a valley, and in the center of the valley were two trees. Under one of them was a woman sitting cross-legged in a simple white dress. At her feet sat two books. A third was in her hand, and she read it as she quietly chewed on a red piece of fruit. The woman didn't acknowledge them as they entered. She had brown hair and wore glasses. Adam guessed she was in her 30s. As they got closer, he could see flecks of gray at her roots. The book in her hand was bound in leather with gold trim and looked ancient. Something was written in small gold type on the front, but neither Adam nor Calvin could make it out. As they approached, Calvin spoke to her. "You're the archivist?" he said. The woman nodded. Calvin nodded in response. He pulled his firearm and leveled it point blank at her forehead and fired 3 shots. The archivist didn't so much as flinch. After the noise had echoed out of the space around them, she raised her eyes slowly to look at him. Her face was clear of bullet holes. "Do you read, Calvin?" she said. Calvin pulled the magazine out of the gun and flipped it into his pocket, pulling another from a clip on his belt. "No," he replied. "Can't say I've had much time for reading recently." He cocked the gun and pointed at her again. "So what is this? Some sort of incorporeal thing? Do I need sacred bullets to do the job? Maybe something in silver?" He popped off 3 more shots. The archivist didn't look away from him. "I read," she said, closing the book in her hand and setting it on the ground next to a half-eaten piece of fruit. "In fact, I read very often. I'm a writer, you see, and the only way for a writer to perfect their craft is to write and to read." She leaned her head back against the tree and was looking him square in the face now. "Do you know how much you can learn from reading? I do. It's a lot. In fact, you can learn so much from reading, there's almost no reason to do anything else. You can live 1 billion lifetimes just in books. You can learn everything there is to learn, just in books. For example, did you know there's a book in this library written to teach the reader how to allow bullets to pass through their body as if they're not even there? I know. I read that book. I read all the books." She closed her eyes and began tapping her fingers against the top of the thick book next to her. "When I heard you killed poor Felix, I'll admit, I was afraid. The concept of death is so foreign to us now, and it's been such a long time since I've had to worry about it. My task becomes considerably more difficult when faced with the prospect of mortality. I'm a writer, you see, and I have to document everything that happens within the Foundation and on Earth. I can't do either of those things if I'm dead. I came down here because I thought I might learn the secret of immortality in one of these books. As it turns out, I didn't need the books, not at first. Have you felt how time is different here? It's a gift from the serpent. You have all the time you need to learn what you need to learn while you're in the library." She smiled. "I've been here for some time." Calvin sighed. "So you're going to keep reading until you figure out how to become immortal?" Her eyes popped open. "Oh no, certainly not. I've already figured that out. In fact, I've already done it." She motioned to the trees behind her. "These trees are special. This one here, this is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That one, that's the tree of life. The tree of knowledge grants knowledge, and the tree of life grants life. But the serpent is wily. The serpent made these trees and cursed them. You can only eat from one if you've already eaten from the other. That produces a paradox then, doesn't it? How do you eat from one if you can't eat from it until you've eaten from the other, which requires you to have eaten from the first?" She uncrossed her legs and stood up. "I've been down here for a very long time. I knew there would be an answer here somewhere, some secret that I had missed. By the time I realized there was no secret, I had read every book in this library. Every piece of knowledge contained here is contained within me." She gestured lazily at the tree of knowledge. "I had wondered once about why this tree doesn't bear fruit. It's because the library is the fruit. I had already consumed it." She cracked her neck and rolled her shoulders. "I knew the serpent would come down here eventually. The serpent knew that the only pieces of the fruit I hadn't consumed yet were these 3. The book of life and death, the book of things that have been, and the book of things that will be. I imagine it would have very much liked for me to not read these." Her back arched, and they could hear something snap along her spine. "It doesn't matter now. The serpent is the keeper of the library. The serpent knows of all things within the library. I know of all things within the library. I am the serpent." They watched in horror as the archivist's skin began to split, starting at the base of her spine and creeping up her back. Her eyes bulged in their sockets and blood began to seep out of her like water from a sponge. Her mouth opened as if to scream, but instead, a long, forked tongue appeared, and then the base of a fanged mouth. With a wet, thick tear, her entire body came apart down the center, and a massive, writhing serpent appeared from within. Its eyes were black slits, and across the ridge of its emerald back were gemstones that dazzled in the ethereal light of the meadow. Floating above its head was a pointed silver crown, emblazoned with a dark Ouroboros. The serpent coiled around to face them, the edges of its mouth turned up ever so slightly in a horrific grin. It blinked, and when it did, they could see the archivist's jade eyes again for a moment. "There is one thing that nags at me," it said, lifting itself up to its full, immense height, "is the contents of that tube you are holding, Adam Ivanov. What a queer thing, to be unknown to that which gave birth to knowledge. I'll have to find out myself." The serpent's mouth opened wide, its fangs glistening, and it lunged at Adam. The young man had only a moment to duck out of the way as the serpent turned and came after him again, narrowly missing his feet as he rolled out of the way. Adam heard the familiar pop of gunshots and looked to see Calvin firing at the back of the serpent's head. The snake turned, its eyes dark again, and brought its tail down, nearly crushing Calvin in the process. "I think the time is past for shooting her in the face," Adam shouted as Calvin reloaded. Adam scrambled back towards his feet and produced his own firearm, emptying several fruitless rounds into the monster's side. As he did, he noticed the tranquil valley around them beginning to come apart. Large fissures were forming in the ground, splitting the land, and in some places falling away completely. In the exposed holes, Adam could see only darkness that extended on forever below them. Above them, the sky began to lose its blue, becoming a solemn shade of gray. The only color in the world was the gemstones on the serpent's back and its dazzling silver crown. Calvin fired again, and then again. The serpent lunged at him as he deftly stepped out of the way. He caught the edge of the crown, which pealed like a bell and made the air around them vibrate. As he paused to steady himself, the serpent's tail came around and crashed into him, sending him sliding across the gray grass. Adam fired, and the bullets ricocheted off of the beast's back. The serpent turned towards him, its tongue darting out between fangs as tall as he was. Adam stood stock still, his body frozen, and dropped his gun. The serpent began to coil up before him as if to strike, and he could feel the animalistic urges of his body begging him to run, to flee, to do anything to protect himself, but he did nothing. Then he heard Calvin shouting from his right, "Adam, the tube! Open the tube!" His shock was broken in an instant. With a swift tug and a hearty yank, Adam freed the cap of the canister and opened it towards the ground. He felt a sudden weight on the tube as something long, thick, and heavy slid out from it. It was a dark, smooth wooden shaft, inlaid with markings and runes burned into the wood. Near its end was a thick metal band, and at its fore was a fierce and menacing spearhead. Eyeing it over quickly, Adam could see the words, "Is the non-believer, against whom divinity holds no sway," before he had to duck out of the way again as the serpent came at him. He dragged the spear behind him and shouted panikedly to Calvin. "Hey, I don't know what this is, but I don't think it's going to help," he said. I can't even lift it." At a word, the canister he had deposited on the ground began to spin and shake. Several interlocking sections began to unfold, and more canisters seemed to materialize from nowhere. As Adam scurried away from the striking serpent, the canister behind him shaped and folded itself up into a large mechanical rack. Calvin noticed it first, and shouted to get Adam's attention. "There, look!" He gestured towards the rack as he reloaded his pistol. "It's a harpoon! Put it on the harpoon gun!" Adam's incredulity nearly cost him his life, as the serpent came at him sideways and knocked him onto the ground. The serpent struck at him, its fangs finding only soil as Adam dragged the spear through the grass. He heard the crack of Calvin's weapon again and again, but kept his head down as he struggled to maneuver around the collapsing ground beneath him. Upon reaching the harpoon gun, itself a mess of gears, pulleys, and steel, he heaved the spear up on the rack and began to wind it backwards. With the spear in place and the gun loaded, he turned towards the serpent and froze in panic. The serpent had Calvin wrapped tightly in its tail, the older man dangling precariously over the rent ground beneath them. The serpent hissed and smiled again at Adam and shook Calvin slightly. There, the serpent said. "Let's not be so hasty. You didn't think I wouldn't see how this would play out, did you? I've learned everything there is to learn, Adam. I've seen things that would turn your heart to ice. Heard stories of horror so terrible, the very thought would kill you in an instant. Its eyes focused slightly. I will admit, whatever magic you have in this weapon was tricky. I wasn't able to see it before, but now that I do, well, you know it doesn't matter, right? I can kill you right now, Adam snarled, aiming the spear at the serpent's face. It wouldn't take even a second. Even if you could, the serpent said, its voice like velvet and smoke. And you can't. Why would you want to? Do you even know what it is you're doing? Do you even know what you're trying to accomplish? Kill the 13 Foundation overseers, Adam said through gritted teeth, his finger shaking against the trigger. Why? You've twisted the universe to suit your craven desires, Adam spat. You've made a mockery of the natural order. Your influence is a cancer. The serpent seemed to sigh. Fanaticism. Even with all the knowledge in the world, I'll never understand you. With a swift tug, it crushed Calvin and dropped him into the void. Adam stood unmoving, his hand clenched around the handle of the weapon. The serpent began to move towards him. You think you're the first person with dreams of destroying the wicked and terrible SCP Foundation? Be realistic, Adam. I have lived 1,000 lives and dreamed 1,000 more. I've seen this world turned over time and time again, and dutifully recorded it all. Do you think there's anything you could do that I cannot foresee? Do you think there's anything that would stand between me and my duty? It flicked its tail towards the harpoon gun. Put that silly thing away. I've eaten the fruit of the tree of life. I cannot die, not now that I've... Click. With a rush, the spear roared through the air towards the serpent, which had gotten close enough as to be unable to move out of the way in time. The spear buried itself in the serpent's skull with a sickening crunch, and the monster recoiled and screamed. Smoke poured from the gaping wound on its head as it thrashed, and Adam had to fall to the ground to avoid being smashed as the serpent's tail swung around and flattened the harpoon gun. The world around him began to vibrate, slowly at first, and then building in intensity until the very air seemed to shake. The sky grew black, and thick bands of light began to pour through cracks in it, and the ground below him undulated and churned and eventually fell away. The last thing Adam saw before he was plunged into darkness was the serpent, silhouetted against the falling sky, with a shining silver spear protruding victoriously from its face like a serpentine unicorn. When Adam came to, he felt cool grass beneath his head. His neck ached, and his limbs thundered their disapproval of his trying to move them as he sat up. He rubbed against his temples, trying to focus. How long had he been falling? But opened his eyes with a start when he heard hoarse coughing nearby. Laying a few paces from him was Calvin, covered in sweat and blood and looking profoundly shaken, but no worse for wear. As Adam approached him, Calvin turned to look at the young man and smiled. "Hey," he said, laughing through bloody teeth. "We didn't die." Adam laughed. Taking a moment to survey his surroundings, he found himself on the same grassy hillside from before, but the sky was once again blue and the grass was once again green. His eyes traced a path of blood up to one of the 2 trees on top of the hill, where a woman in a simple dress was skewered to one of them by a massive spear driven through her skull. Her face was unrecognizable, and her white dress was now stained with her own lifeblood. There was a figure standing over her. It was tall and lean, like the librarian, but simpler somehow. It too wore a robe that covered its face and obscured its features, but this robe was a much more vibrant green. The figure was stooped slightly, and from where he stood, Adam could see it wasn't looking at the woman impaled on the spear, but the spear itself. Adam helped Calvin to his feet, and together the two of them walked slowly and carefully up the hill towards the figure. As they approached, they became acutely aware of another figure, one they couldn't quite discern, standing behind the one in the green robes. Whatever that figure was hurt them to look at, and so save a few scant glances, they avoided doing so. When they reached the top of the hill, the figure turned to look at them. They couldn't see its face, but something about it felt strangely familiar. "Ah, you're awake," the figure said, its voice soft and smooth. "I had feared the worst. This library contains a great many truths, but little is said about crossing the plane between that which is and that which isn't. In fact, unless I'm mistaken, this is the first time a person has ever crossed that barrier and come back. That is no mean feat at all." The figure in green gestured to the dark figure behind it. "Fortunately for you, the powers that be seem to have determined that it is not time for you to slip these bonds. Not yet, anyway." It tapped a long, gloved finger against its head. "Yes, very rare." Calvin coughed and found his voice. "Who are you?" The figure in green didn't seem to hear him, "This thing you have here, this is a queer thing." It reached down and laid a hand on the spear embedded into one of the trees. "There is something strange about it. The library decided to hold it for you, but the library didn't know what it was. That is very rare indeed." The figure paused for a moment. "Do you know what this is?" They shook their heads. The figure nodded. "This is called the Spear of the Non-Believer. It is an ancient weapon, older perhaps than even this library. There are legends that say it was forged when the first thinking being decided to deny omnipotence, to stand alone against insurmountable might. It is very, very strange indeed." The figure made a noise that might have been laughter. "In fact, I can't even see it. How strange." The figure looked to Calvin. "How you acquired this? Someone gave it to you, yes?" Calvin nodded. The figure stood back up to its full height. "Now, that is peculiar." With a deft hand, the figure reached out and pulled the shaft free from the tree, and, with its other, slid the broken corpse of the overseer off the end. It held the spearhead up towards its face, studying it intensely. "Very, very strange. I feel as if this item doesn't care for me at all." The figure reached down and pulled the slim metal canister off the ground, and quickly slid the entire length of the spear into it, which disappeared entirely despite the disparity in length between the two. The figure turned and handed the canister to Adam, who reached out and took it. "You know," the figure said, turning now to look at the woman laying in a pool of blood at its feet, "I had known her for some time. When she first entered these halls, she was not so different than either of you. However, her intentions, pure though they may have been, were what led her to this point. Your convictions do truly make you remarkable beings, capable of endless wonders and horrors." It looked back at them one more time, and Calvin became aware that he was being watched. "I wonder where your convictions will lead you." There was a blinding flash of light and a burst of heat, and a moment later they were standing in the forest again. Journal entry, the 10th Overseer. The 10th Overseer. There's a story that makes its rounds among certain groups that deal with the paranormal regarding the 10th Overseer. The story goes like this. Once there was a Foundation researcher who was involved in helping to manage secure data records, the kind that are created by the Foundation's Department of Internal Consistency. These are records with top-level classification, the kind that no individual short of the overseers themselves are permitted to see. This researcher was preparing these files for transport, and in doing so accidentally broke the seal on one of the files, which were stored in fused steel lockboxes. They did not view the contents of the file, but for a very brief period of time, the file was unsealed. This breach was reported immediately to the InfoSec administrator, and the file was resealed and delivered to its final destination. No sensitive information actually made its way into unsecure hands. In most cases, this sort of event would result in some disciplinary action, but that would be the end of the story. That is not the end of this story. Instead, the 10th Overseer, a former librarian named Diane Walters, personally saw to it that the individual responsible for the temporary breach was brutally tortured for what they called hostile actions taken against Foundation information security, and used the beatings to try and expose the individual as being a spy. In an apparent bid to try and stop the torture, the researcher admitted to being a spy and was summarily killed. One individual close to the Foundation recalls hearing frequently about how the most frightening overseer was the one they call Green, but the most dangerous was the archivist. The archivist is not just an apparent sociopath. She is also seemingly obsessed with the concept of omniscience, and believes that it is her duty to control all available knowledge and use it to meet the Foundation's ends. How Diane Walters became the 10th Overseer was no mystery. Before her affiliation with the Foundation, she was a well-known school teacher with a disciplinary record for harming students who did not meet her ridiculous standards of conduct. She was also known for having near-perfect recall, and was twice featured on American television as someone who was able to remember anything that they had ever learned. This made her invaluable, and she was recruited by the Foundation sometime in the 1960s. How she eventually became the 10th Overseer is an internal secret, but her presence on the council came as no surprise to those who were aware of her abilities. One report I read indicated that she is also obsessed with the idea that the Overseers are somehow divine, and that their position atop the Foundation's mechanisms was a gift of fate that bestows them with capital reckoning and final judgment on all living creatures. This same report indicated that she is also a shut-in, only leaving her undisclosed estate to enter the Wanderer's library, where she is a frequent, albeit unwelcome, guest. The library is loath to give up its secrets, but there are rumors that the library considers the 10th Overseer to be something of an abomination, as she does not learn as much as she absorbs information. Despite this, though they have shown themselves capable of shutting individuals out of the library in the past, they are either unable or unwilling to do so in this case. In my travels, I once came upon a portion of a journal that had supposedly been penned by the Overseer herself. In it, she spent a considerable amount of time railing against the ignorant machinations of a failing race, and expressed a truly impressive disdain for other people. At the same time, she also ranted in apparent fear of her own mortality, believing that it was unfair that she should be forced to suffer the same mortal coil as others, despite her being gifted as she is. If I had to guess, should an event take place that would see the Overseers somehow becoming vulnerable, the archivist would revert to those most base fears and retreat to the only location where she might feel safe, the library itself. Based on what I know about the librarians, I do not believe they would hesitate to give her up, if that was the case. There is another rumor, of course, one that concerns all of the Overseers, but the 10th specifically. The rumor is that this world has ended many times in the past, and each time the world has been recreated by an impossible machine built by a long-dead race hundreds of thousands of years ago. Each time the world is recreated, the Overseers, who cannot die, do not retain the memory of those events, but the archivist, who has perfect recall, does. If this rumor is true, and the archivist has been alive and aware for much longer than anyone has any right to guess, it is possible that she is more dangerous than I could ever imagine. To have glimpsed the other side of the apocalypse and lived, and to then remember that experience, it may very well make her the most dangerous person in the world. Step 00109, 059, The Outsider. Adult female of Maori descent, appears to be in her late 30s. The only current member of the council believed to be recruited from outside the Foundation. Despite some irregularities, bears a striking resemblance to Donna Wetu Taylor, a noted geologist who apparently took her own life in 1985 after a massive scandal involving severe academic misconduct was revealed, professionally ruining her credibility and involving her in a number of lawsuits for fraud and the misuse of public funding. Due to her scientific background, 059 is perhaps the most focused research mind on the council. She maintains several major projects at any point in time, several of which have gone on to produce technology used by the Foundation in major applications, such as the Kant counter. One of the more secretive members of the Council, the Outsider, is rarely seen outside of Overwatch Command. Notably, her inclusion on the Council is a point of issue with several other members who see her as needlessly short-sighted. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 5. A Life Unlived. Then, Aaron Siegel sat in the back room of a bustling Somali warehouse. Through the cracks in the blinds, he could see people moving to and fro, the first faint breaths of their new insurgency. He thought the name was ridiculous, most of them did, but ridiculous was part of the equation. Make them believe you're incompetent. Make them think it's not an act. Their footprint was small, but growing steadily. Already they had raided 3 Foundation storehouses in Africa, with another team preparing for a third. Make them think it's not an act. But Aaron Siegel sat uncomfortably. The week before, they got word that work had begun on a new facility in Italy. There wasn't a sign on the door identifying it as a Foundation site, but all the signs were there. At the same time, 3 new unmarked ships were seen patrolling the waters near their Somali headquarters. Reports of task forces being deployed in the United States. Dark plains over the Antarctic. He sat uncomfortably because these were not the choked final breaths of a dying organization. Frederick Williams was dead, annihilated by the finger of God himself. Most of the O5 research team, the senior leadership of the fledgling Foundation, had either been killed in the ensuing chaos or defected along with Aaron and Arians. Many others had left their posts to join them too, for any number of ideological reasons. The Chaos Insurgency. Yet even in the midst of their greatest defeat, the Foundation continued on. Their operations seemed untouched, and Aaron Siegel sat uncomfortably. The telephone on his desk rang out its piercing notice, and Aaron moved to answer it. He hesitated. The phone had only ever seemed to want to bring him bad news. Another shipment lost. Foundation sites increasing security. More sites under construction. Everything they had sacrificed, everything he had given up, would be for nothing if the Foundation and its efforts were not ground to a halt. The fear of failure, of the reckoning of his sins, stayed his hand for a moment. But Aaron Siegel answered the phone. "Can you hear the black wolf howl at the moon?" said Arians, his rough tenor barely audible across their meager connection. "Vincent," Aaron sighed in relief. His friend's voice was a welcome reprieve, even in spite of its tone. "You're well?" "I've told you 1,000 times," Arians growled over the receiver. "Finish the phrase. It's a security measure. We cannot be compromised, especially not now." Aaron's heart dropped slightly. "What news?" Arians paused. "They're moving to South America. The Broken God fanatics are involved in some activity there. The Foundation is shipping out en masse." "How many?" Aaron felt himself ask. 200, maybe 300 men, Arians said. "And that's not including some other staff members they're moving in from other sites in the region. It's a full-on escalation, Aaron." Aaron sunk into his chair. The receiver of the phone felt heavy in his hand, and he heard a distant cackling that swept over him in waves. How could this be happening? They should be in ruins. "Aaron?" Arian's voice shocked him and brought him back to reality with a start. Yes, sorry, Vince, how is this happening? What did we do wrong?" Arians was quiet for a moment. "Maybe Sophia was just more resourceful than we anticipated." "Look, Aaron," he took a deep breath. "All I know is what we're being told, and what we're being told is that the Foundation is mobilizing to Mexico. We need to have boots on the ground there to try and disrupt their supply lines." Aaron nodded slowly to nobody but himself. Yes, you're right. Of course. We'll arrange transports for our agents in the region as soon as possible." "Vince," he began to say, hesitating. "Yes? I think I want to go with you on this one. I want to go to San Marco." Why?" Aaron's eyes descended to his desk. Sitting on the middle of it, tied up with red thread, was a small roll of paper. "I want to see them. I just need to see them again. They're not there. We've already had our agents in the area confirm that. Just humor me, Vince. I'll leave Felix in charge. He can handle things here while we're away. I won't be gone more than 2 weeks." Aaron could hear Arian's discontentedness across a continent. "Fine, but you stay with me in my detachment, and you don't get too close to whatever is happening in La Paz." Aaron agreed and then hung up the phone. That night, Aaron Siegel dreamed many dreams. He is standing next to Frederick Williams as they open the doors to a building labeled Site 17 on its door. He can see Arians beside him, beaming. He receives a report of and categorizes a strange statue discovered in an ancient South American ruin. He is there when the truck containing it rolls past the gate. He can faintly see red and green paint. He speaks to Sophia Light, who is taken to calling herself Sophia Nazarene at a seminar hosted by Williams. She exudes confidence, and when she touches him on the arm, he feels his hair standing up. That night, they fuck like animals. He asks about the scars on her wrists and the one on her side. She doesn't answer. He is standing with Frederick Williams and the rest of the Omega-5 research team. They pass around a glass of water, each taking a drink. Arians laughs. Aaron says, "I bet you could live forever if you drank this stuff every day." He notices Sophia stuffing a vial of the water into a bag. The next morning he wakes up without aches for the first time in a decade. He is standing in a dark room. 20 paces away he can see the stark, affixed face of Frederick Williams, illuminated by a thin, glowing purple line in front of him. He is pulling on it with one finger. Every time he touches the line, the moon in the sky outside the window vanishes in a wink. Aaron Siegel calls to him, but he doesn't look away. His eyes are black. He is bleeding. He staggers against the wall, his hand clutching his side. He looks behind him and sees a man laying dead on the ground, his hand clasped around a bloodied, shattered golden sword. In the distance, a phone is ringing. He descends down an elevator. It feels like it goes on forever. A phone is ringing. Now. A gentle drizzle created an ambiance of soft pits and pats on the roof of the estate. The long, empty halls echoed the sound like constant, quiet thunder. One wing of the manor, long since burned and fallen into disarray, was naked to the elements, its furnishings ruined by looters or exposure. Standing in the doorway was a woman with lightly tanned skin and black hair that ran down behind her. She stared out across the wreckage, unmoving. Her hand lingered for a moment over a picture frame, shattered on a long, scorched end table. The glass had bubbled and cracked, and the frame was blackened with soot, but the smiling faces of the image's subjects still beamed through. She brushed away the ashes and picked away the errant pieces of glass and pulled the photo out. Her tears mixed with the rain that soaked her skin. "I know you're there," she said quietly, to nobody in particular. "You can come out now. Calvin emerged slowly from the shadows behind her, and Anthony from another corner. She didn't turn to see them. "I'm probably not who you're looking for, huh?" she said, wiping her cheek with the back of her sleeve. "No, you're not," Calvin said. She nodded. "Whoever held my," she gestured up and down on herself, "position, before it was given to me, ran afoul of the consensus." She turned towards him, the picture in her hand clutched to her chest. "So I became the 9th Overseer. Who are you?" Anthony said. She smiled. "At one point, my name was Donna Taylor. I was a..." She sniffled. "Sorry, I was a geologist. I took over for, well, I don't know who, to be honest, but needless to say, the Foundation offered me something I needed very much at the time, and I didn't know better." She looked down at the picture. "Quite the coincidence, don't you think?" They didn't respond. She continued. "I didn't seem to notice. I was glad to be employed, and the things they told me work beyond my wildest dreams. I didn't realize. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry, I've been thinking about this a lot these past few weeks. I knew my day would come here before too long." "You know why I'm here," Calvin said. It wasn't a question. She nodded again, wiping more tears from her eyes. "Yes, I do. I understand, I think. I don't agree with you, but I think I would see it different from your point of view." She panned her eyes around behind him. "I thought there would be more of you." "They're following a lead," Anthony said, slowly drawing his sidearm. "Looking for the 8th. She winced slightly. "They aren't going to have much trouble." He nodded. She looked at the gun in his hand. "You don't have to do that. I don't want it to go that way." She reached into her pocket and with a flick of her wrist produced a switchblade. She held it out in front of her, her eyes fixed on the blade's edge. At one point I used to think that serving a higher cause would immortalize you," she said. "I thought that maybe a life given in service to something greater than yourself would make your death somehow more meaningful." She laughed, tears freely streaming down her face. "It doesn't really matter where you end up, though. Any death can be meaningless. Any life can be wasted." Suddenly she locked eyes with Calvin, and he felt an intensity surge through his body like nothing he'd ever felt before. The gun in his hand trembled, and the hairs on the back of his arms stood up. In his mind's eye, he saw the manor around him restored, its halls filled with magnificence, and its rooms full of laughter. He saw a father and his daughters fishing at the lake behind the house, and 2 boys wrestling over a toy nearby. He saw Christmases and happy faces, and long night hours of studying over immense textbooks. He saw Donna Taylor and her loving parents beaming towards a photographer after earning her doctorate. Then he saw fire and heard screaming, and then he saw her standing in front of him again. She was older now, he noticed. Her posture was slanted and her hair was thinner. With every breath she drew, he could see the years weighing on her. But her eyes scorched the air around them with their intensity, and he could see the last desperate clarion call of a life unlived. He felt anger and hate building inside of him, so much that he might suffocate in it, his entirety overcome by unbridled emotion. He gasped and stumbled as his vision grew blurry, as the pain in his chest split his skin and collapsed his veins. His heart groaned against the strain until it too caught fire and burst, and he was enveloped in flames. And then she was standing in front of him again, her eyes dark. Calvin looked himself over, trembling in relief that he was unharmed. Anthony was grimacing from across the room. When Calvin looked up, he saw that the overseer had collapsed into a burnt chair, and long streams of red were cascading down her wrists. She smiled weakly, her breath ragged and airy. He holstered his gun and walked slowly towards her, careful to avoid the blood-stained knife on the ground. As he approached, she raised one pale arm towards him and handed him the picture in her hand. He took it and she relaxed. "Why?" Calvin asked. She shrugged. "It doesn't matter." She coughed and blood pulsed out of her veins. Her eyes, hazy now and struggling to focus, caught his. "Are you afraid of death?" He paused. "No." She grinned at him, her eyes closing as her consciousness began to drift away. She put one hand on his face, droplets of blood smearing across his cheek. "You're lying," she said, and then she died. Journal entry, the 9th Overseer. The 9th Overseer. Unlike many of the other individuals I've described in this journal, there is perhaps the most information available on the 9th Overseer, the one often called the Outsider. She is called the Outsider because, unlike the other Overseers and many other individuals in the Foundation, She was not recruited from within, but rather was chosen to replace the previous 059 as a civilian. Who the previous 059 was, or what they did to earn the ire of the council, is unknown. The end result was a vacancy on the council and a seat to fill. The selection process, I am told, was given over to 057, Green, who promptly narrowed the selection down to a handful of candidates. Donna Wetu Taylor was one of the names on that list. She was an Australian geologist who had very recently been discredited academically in order to prevent her research, which has unintentionally discovered a powerful gravitational anomaly from being released to the public. Taylor's name on that list no doubt caused some considerable distress to a handful of other council members, because without exception, all of the information I have gotten about 059 states that her appointment was contentious, and that's it, full stop. I know she has been involved in several higher-level technical projects within the Foundation, but the fact that an outsider was appointed to the council has so grossly overshadowed any and all of her contributions elsewhere that she seems to simply serve as a means to piss off half the council. Notably, one of 059's greatest opponents was the archivist, who apparently so vehemently opposed the decision that she threatened to quit the council wholesale and had to be convinced by Green and the ambassador to stand down. The source I spoke to about this incident informed me that whatever means those two used to get the archivist to step back from the edge changed her considerably, and that afterwards she was even more paranoid and withdrawn than usual. Beyond that, there's really little else to say about her. She should not be especially difficult to find. Several sources have seen her in and around the Australian town where her family home was, though it notably burned to the ground shortly after her appointment. Whether this was intentional or not should not surprise anyone. Step 00108-058, the Lesser. Caucasian male, age unknown, possibly former American industrialist Baron Lehman Hoadley, who was believed dead after a train owned by his company, the B.G. Hoadley Group, later acquired by Curvier International, derailed, killing nearly everyone on board. According to many sources, 058 originally held a significant amount of control on the early council due, in no small part, to the massive financial holdings he had access to through his brother, Garrison Hoadley. After his brother's death and the sale of his company, his authority diminished considerably, and he was eventually ousted as the de facto leader of the council in favor of 057. In the time since, he has maintained his council vote, but his influence is all but non-existent. Supposedly became obsessed later in life with modifying his body and soul with anomalous technology and artifacts. Paranoid. Obsessed with the idea that other council members will want to kill him. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 6. The Coward in the Castle. Then, a phone is ringing. Aaron Siegel stands outside of a church. Its walls, rotted and crumbling, strain to hold up the towering, pockmarked roof above it. One of the doors hangs loose on a single hinge, swaying softly in the wind. The windows, long since stripped of their panes and frames, whistle an eerie song as the wind slices through them. The entire structure creaks and groans. A phone is ringing. Aaron looks behind him. He can see Arian standing next to their car, watching him. Between the haze of the dust and the setting sun, he almost looks like a mirage. He's too far away, and Aaron can't make out his features. All he sees is his friend's coat, whipping in the wind, and the dark glasses on his face. A phone is ringing. Aaron looks off in the distance and sees fire. He hears the moaning and screeching of metal on metal and sees smoke rising over the mountains. Every so often, he hears the thunderous cacophony of an explosion rip across the Badlands and sees lights flashing across the horizon. He sees, very briefly, a clockwork mountain illuminated by an inferno. A dark star hangs low in the sky. A phone is ringing. Aaron hears voices. 9 voices calling to him from the earth. They know. They know he carries the trigger, and they ache for its release. They cry out to him, begging him for the elation of their own torment. They cannot hear each other, but they can hear him. Each footstep sends their tiny bodies writhing in their concrete tombs, their broken arms outstretched, grasping towards a god they cannot see. Come back, they say. Make us whole again. A phone is ringing. Aaron steps towards the church, but his gait is unsure, and his pace wavers. Inside the church, he will find truth. The sky burns bright in the light of a blighted god. Horror seeps through the soil, wrapping tiny, shredded fingers around his shoes. He pulls away and struggles towards the church. The sun sinks below the mountains, and as it does, he sees a red right hand hanging in the heavens. The wind knocks the doors of the church wide, and from within its ruined hall, he hears the sound of a man laughing. Inside the church, a phone is ringing. Now. "This is it?" Olivia said. Calvin consulted the journal. The location was right, so far as he could tell, but the smoking ruin they had come upon was not the fortress described in the text. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he tried to make out some features noted by the author, but was unable to. As a whole, it was an unrecognizable mess. "Yeah," Calvin said slowly. "This is it." Adam squinted through the smoke that drifted towards them. "You think somebody else got here first?" Anthony grunted. "Likely not. I can't imagine the overseers have made it public that their contract is broken." "One of ours, then?" the young man inquired. Calvin shook his head. "Delta was very specific. Nobody but us." "Well, shit then, kids," Olivia said, taking off down the rocky hill. "Let's go have a look." The four of them followed the road down towards a gatehouse that sat nearly a half-mile off of the destroyed fortress on the mountain. Aside from the drifting smoke and debris being kicked up in the wind, there was no other movement in the entire complex. The gate stood open, and they passed through. The gatehouse sat unoccupied. "Little on the nose, don't you think?" Adam said, examining the structure as they walked up the long drive towards it. "Evil organization boss has an evil fortress in the mountains?" Anthony barked out a laugh. "You haven't met Baron Hoadley, then." "Baron Hoadley?" Olivia asked. 058, Anthony replied. "He didn't build this fortress because he wanted to intimidate people. He built it because he's a coward." "You knew him?" Adam asked. Anthony hesitated for a moment. "Knew of him? Sure. I've never met him. A reputation can follow you, though, regardless of what circles you run in." They carried on, though Olivia studied Anthony closely as they did. The damage to the exterior of the mountain fortress was only an appetizer compared to the feast of destruction within. Staircases were broken and inaccessible. The floor beneath them creaked and groaned, and in some places gave way entirely to soot and ash. Long steel beams across the ceiling sagged from the heat, and the entire estate stunk of fire and flesh. Every so often they would pass by a corpse of some man, likely a personal guard of the overseer, their bodies charred and their faces mutilated. Several of them were piled against the inside of a locked door. More lay flat on the ground, running from something in the rear of the building. They descended the levels they could until they reached a large room whose walls seemed to no longer exist. The roof above it had long since collapsed, and smoke still floated out into the evening sky. There were guards in this room too, though most of them were now superimposed against the walls, nothing more than the absence of a man where the heat couldn't reach. They crossed the chamber, careful to avoid the corpses, the point from which the devastation seemed to have burst forth. It was the corpse of a man, his body flayed open and his skin blackened. Something dull and metallic was anchored onto his exposed spine, and as they approached, they could hear a gentle whirring of spinning gears. From within his chest grew a massive, scorched, flesh-covered spire that branched out in all directions towards the ceiling. Large chunks of burnt meat sat rotting around the room. Anthony stooped down to study the figure. "Yep," he said. "That's definitely the overseer." "What the fuck happened here then?" Adam said, incredulous. "If I had to take a guess," Anthony said, standing back up, "I think that Baron had enjoyed the benefits of some sort of augmentations or magic or something unnatural, which were kept in check because he couldn't die." He glanced around the room. "Judging by how far down the fires have burned, I'd guess that a few weeks ago he suddenly found himself very mortal, and his augmentations didn't agree with each other." He poked the spinning gear mechanism with his foot, causing it to spin a little faster. "Yeah, definitely didn't agree with each other." Olivia peered down at the corpse. "That's it then? One more down?" Calvin nodded as he surveyed the scene. "Everything here looks more or less self-contained. I guess we're finished here." He glanced at his watch. "It's going to be late soon. Let's find somewhere to bunk down, and we'll leave in the morning." "So we're standing alone on a beach and our evac is 5 minutes away," Calvin growled, his voice hushed as he gestured a spinning helicopter. "We've got peacekeepers on the other side of this hill, and the rabid occultists sprinting down the beach. There's a Foundation destroyer parked 3 miles off of the beach. You can barely see it, but we know that at any moment they could open up a railgun and turn us into a red smear on the sand." Adam rocked back and forth with giddy excitement. "So what did you do?" Calvin made another grand gesture. "What do you think? I unclipped my rifle and mowed them down, every last one. all fire and hot lead and fury, until the beach was empty and our evac arrived. The young man's eyes were nearly bright enough to illuminate the dark room. Holy shit, dude. Why haven't you told me this before? Because it's bullshit, Olivia said, walking into the room and setting down scavenged food from the kitchens. What your glorious leader has failed to mention is that he had lost his gun before we ever got on the beach. He dropped it when one of the native kids threw a rock at him while we were riding down the main road about 3 towns away. In lieu of a Rambo-style shootout, she said, smiling at Calvan as he simmered across the room, I glamored us up a big sea turtle and we hid underneath it until the peacekeepers had moved on and the occultists got bored. Then we swam out to the sandbar where our rendezvous was waiting, in a fishing boat. She poked a finger towards Calvin. And I wouldn't call that glorified dingy a Foundation destroyer. It was barely a patrol ship. You know, he said, glowering, there's something to be said about the victors getting to write history. I know, she said, grinning. I just did. Adam laughed. I didn't realize you two had known each other so long. Have you worked together for a while? A while, Olivia spat. How old do you think I am? Adam's foot promptly ran itself a mile down his throat, and Olivia laughed again. Yes, she said. It's been a while. We first met, when? In Budapest? That would have been in '94? Too long, Calvin squawked, taking a drink from a metal flask. Ever since I had to pull her ass off the street when she was running with that group of art monkeys. Excuse me, she said, smacking the back of his hand with a wooden spoon. Those art monkeys were how I got my foot in the door here. The great Calvin Lucian would have had no interest in me if I couldn't do magic. I don't have any interest in you now, he said, earning himself another smack. Hang on, magic? Like you're a wizard? Adam said with renewed awe. How do I not know this? I don't make a habit out of talking about it in public, Olivia said, stirring her soup. But yes, once upon a time I was the incredible Ivory, an anarchist of some renown. I worked a couple of shows in Paris and Munich before our cell got busted by Foundation thugs. We got scattered, and the insurgency moved in to pick up the pieces. She eyed Calvan again. In Budapest, he shrugged. I've cleaned up plenty of the Foundation's messes in my day. They all sort of run together after a while. As another deft smack rang through the ruined hall they had made their camp in, Anthony shuffled around a corner holding a stack of books. He grunted as he tossed them to the ground in front of the group and gave them a nudge with his foot. All right, homework time, Olivia scowled. We haven't even finished dinner yet. You don't think we have time for a single night off? We haven't stopped in weeks. Anthony grabbed a book off the top of the pile and settled into a large chair. Suit yourself. But remember that the overseers aren't taking the night off. They each grudgingly picked up a book and began to flip through them. After quickly skimming a couple of pages, Adam paused. Anthony, he said, what about you? You've been around for a while, right? Anthony grunted a response. How long is that exactly? Adam inquired. Anthony sighed and sat the book down on the table next to his chair. I have the distinct benefit of being the elder member of this group, by far. That's all you need to know. Adam scowled. Come on, man. We've been working together for months now, and I feel like I don't know anything about you. Calvin coughed. He's just mad because he doesn't want to tell you how old he is. He flipped a page. Here's a hint. It's pretty old. Anthony glared at him. At my age, kid, you don't think so much about the things you've done and start thinking more about the things you could have done. He grunted. That list is pretty long. I mean, we all knew what we signed up for, right? Adam said in between bites of a sandwich. Our lives in service to a better world? Our lives as sacrifice in order to create a future for the rest of mankind? He swallowed. That doesn't sound too bad. Anthony stared into his book. You say that now. You're young. The goal isn't too far away from where you're at now. When it's done, you get to go back. But me, and some of the others, this is all it's ever been. I knew what I signed up for. You're right in thinking we all did. I'm not ashamed of it. It's just a bittersweet satisfaction you get from it. Calvin elbowed Adam. Listen, kid, don't let him get you down. We'll probably all be curmudgeons when we get to be as old as he is, but carrying on the engineer's legacy, standing in opposition to, Anthony snorted. The engineer, I'm sure. They all stopped and looked at the old man, who shook his head slowly. Feel free to call it whatever you want, but don't call it carrying on the engineer's legacy. Calvin raised a single eyebrow. You have a better way to describe keeping the torch of our founder? Anthony put the book down again and closed his eyes. The engineer is a lie that Delta Command tells the insurgency to keep everyone in line. Do it for his legacy, they say. No, do it for your friends and family. Do it because it's the right thing to do. But don't do it for some asinine notion that you're keeping up a man's legacy. What are you talking about? Olivia said. Anthony leaned back in his chair. They'll tell you a lot of things about the engineer. Some of them are true. He certainly did build the insurgency from almost nothing. He set forth many of its tenets. But he also turned traitor the moment he had a chance to grab power. Adam sat up quickly, and Calvin glared at the old man. What are you even talking about? He barked. You act like you knew the man. He paused. I did know him, Anthony growled back. I followed him during the defection. I carried the weight of our young insurgency right beside him, and I was left to pick up the pieces when he stabbed us in the back and bolted for the Foundation the moment he got a better deal, when they made him an overseer. That's impossible, Adam said slowly. If you knew the engineer, you would have to be God. 100 years old, older even than that. Anthony didn't move. Yes, he said, his voice a low rumble. Older even than that. Calvin laughed mockingly. Isn't that something then? Rail against the unnatural while dipping your hand in that same honeypot to extend your life. Anthony glowered at him. I was a child. I knew nothing. I've grown up, but that shit doesn't just leave you. Who knows about this? Olivia said quietly. Nobody. Anthony rubbed his palm against his temple. Nobody needs to. Every time somebody became suspicious, I would disappear for a while and come back with a different name. Even then, in those times I would be gone, I wasn't ever far away. Just enough to snuff out suspicion, while still doing what I could to protect our ambitions. Calvin threw up his hands. So let me get this straight. You expect us to believe that you, someone who has anomalously extended their life past what is natural, and who knows what else, you expect us to believe that you now know better than the engineer? Everything we have here is owed to the engineer, and the sacrifices he made. Our entire doctrine is sacrifices? Anthony was standing now, his face reddening. You think he made sacrifices? He let others do the sacrificing for him. He lost nothing and gained everything he ever wanted, and we all fell for it. Well, fell for it because we were idealists, Calvin. We believed we could single-handedly stand against the darkness, that our actions would make a difference. The engineer took that idealism, used it for as long as it was useful to him, and then broke its back. Adam moved to speak, but Anthony couldn't be deterred. We built this insurgency from the ground up, together, and we shared everything. He took that knowledge back to the Foundation and used it to ruin us. Hundreds were killed, thousands. He knew everything there was to know about us, our facilities, our encampments, our storehouses. He knew it all, and he destroyed it all. We became a joke to them. He sunk back into his chair. We set up Delta in the wake of his betrayal to be purposefully realistic. That's why the insurgency has no real goal. The summa modus operandi is the only goal, and until now, it has been an unattainable one. This is by design. Give us something to do until an opportunity presents itself, or forever be the wriggling doubt in the back of his mind. If he's even still in there. He paused to take a drink. His expression softened. He looked tired. Delta doesn't even know. It wouldn't matter. Even if they did, it benefits them to maintain the cult of personality based around him. He's a mascot at this point, and one our organization needs desperately. If what you're saying is true, Calvin said with measured words, then why haven't you said anything sooner? Anthony shrugged. To what end? A chance that people believe me and lose faith in the insurgency, or a greater chance they don't believe me at all, like what you're doing now? What difference would it make? He paused. Our goal is still the most important thing. Anything that would distract from that goal cannot be allowed. So why are you telling us now? Olivia said softly. Anthony didn't speak right away. He brought a single finger up to his temple and began to rub it slowly, closing one eye and looking off somewhere in the distance. I'm telling you now because it matters to me that you know. It would be nothing short of a miracle for us all to make it through this. He paused again. It doesn't seem right to let somebody die without knowing the truth of what they're dying for. We do what we do because the natural order demands we correct our mistakes, not because of what some traitor said to do 70 years ago. He stood, book in hand, and began to walk away. Find whatever peace you can in that. Later, after Olivia and Adam had fallen asleep by their stack of burning furniture, Calvin sat awake. He rolled a vial of liquid back and forth in his hand, his eyes fixed on it. The light of the fire danced across its surface. Reds and yellows scattered across a field of sparkling blue. It was cool to the touch. It always had been. And holding it in his hand made him feel calm. He couldn't explain it, but there was something comforting about, "Where did you get that, Calvin?" It wasn't voiced like a question. Calvin spun quickly to find Anthony standing a few paces behind him, face only partially illuminated by the light of the moon. Calvin tucked the vial into his pocket. "It's none of your business," he said quietly. Anthony snorted. "It absolutely is my business, because last I checked there wasn't any of it left." He came forward out of the dark and took a seat on the ground next to Calvin. He was whittling at a stick with a short knife. "Do you know what it is?" Calvin nodded. "It's water from the fountain of life." Anthony cocked his head, peering down at the end of his stick. "That it is. I imagine you have already used another vial to help bring poor Dr. Carter to a long-awaited grave." Calvin nodded. "Yet, here you are with another one. Now, that is something, isn't it?" He set the knife and stick down and leaned back against a chair. When they ran the fountain dry, there was just enough water left for 12 vials. Each of them had already drank from it and had their eternal youth assured, but these extra 12 vials were given to each of them, just in case. Last I had heard, they had all been consumed, but now you have 2. I wonder whose you ended up with." He paused. "What are you going to do with it?" "Nothing," Calvin said quickly. "Destroy it, eventually." Anthony closed his eyes. "Good. There is nothing in that bottle but poison. Take my word for it. It'll clean up your wounds and restore your youth, but the life you lead afterwards is a shallow one, an empty one. You start to lose the taste of things. The color starts to come out of the sky. So you really have tasted the waters," Calvin said, something like incredulity betraying his words. Anthony sighed. "Yes. When we defected, we took vials of water from the fountain for ourselves. Not all of us, but a few. I was one of the lucky ones." He laughed. "Lucky? No, not lucky. Once I realized what it was that I had done, I spent years trying to find a way to undo it. The steps I've taken haven't brought back my taste or brightened my eyes, but they have made me start aging again, slowly." Calvin pulled the vial back out and looked at it for a moment. When he turned back to Anthony, the man was looking at him. "Back at the chateau, when Donna Taylor said you were lying about being afraid of death, what do you think she meant by that?" Anthony asked. Calvin shrugged. "I don't know. I'm really not." He paused. Well, I don't know. I'm not afraid of dying myself, but when I think about losing people, the ones I'm close to, or the ones who look to me for guidance, something about that makes me feel sick." "Of course it does," Anthony said, smiling. "There's nothing wrong with being afraid of death, Calvin. It's the great unknown, and the fear of losing people to it has driven greater men to worse evils. Trust me, even I have succumbed to that fear before." He stopped for a moment, staring now at the edge of his knife blade. "The difference between us and the Foundation is that we can accept death's role in the natural order, as we can accept the natural order for what it is. The Foundation contains these monsters and miracles, and researches them in the hopes of finding greater truths, all for the benefit of the overseers. They claim to want to keep the power of gods out of the wrong hands, so they keep it for themselves. We deny the power of the gods at all." He clicked his tongue against his teeth. "It shouldn't exist, Calvin. Not like this. Our world wasn't made to sustain it." Anthony looked back down at the vial. "The decision is yours, Calvin, but if I were you, I would destroy it and never think of it again, because I won't let you use it. And I don't want to kill you. I won't let you make the same mistake he made." Calvin didn't look up at him. "You said you've come and gone over the years, that you've used different names. Who are you?" Anthony smiled. "For you, right now, I'm Anthony Wright. I've been other people before, but all of those people died when I passed to the next name. The man I was when we defected hasn't been alive in decades." With that, Anthony turned over onto his side, and within moments was quietly snoring from under his jacket. Calvin persisted a while longer, until he too was taken by sleep. Journal entry, the 8th Overseer. The 8th Overseer, Baron Lehman Hoadley, the man who was almost certainly 058, was a turn-of-the-century American industrialist who, together with his brother Garrison, founded the B.G. Hoadley Group, a holdings company that ran several large-scale mining operations across the southern United States and in Mexico. Additionally, the company was one of the first to lay rail lines from Mexico City to San Antonio, making it immensely profitable and inadvertently founding the B.G. Hoadley rail line. I mention this because I have little doubt that without the assets of Baron and his brother, the early Foundation would have been snuffed out in its infancy by larger groups such as the Allied Occult Initiative or the Church of the Broken God, which was very active at the time and posed a significant existential threat to the Foundation for years. However, Due to the resources available as a result of the Hoadley's enterprises, it managed to overcome those hardships and emerge as powerful an organization as there exists in the world. While Garrison was busy running their company, Baron was busying himself with running the Foundation. As I understand it, there was a long period of time after the first overseers were chosen that the first overseer did not appear publicly, despite his acting as the overseer's overseer. In his absence, Baron used his influence to shape many of the Foundation's policies and investments, including the creating of several sites in the United States and Mexico. It is believed that many of those sites were used to funnel artifacts to the agents of Marshall, Carter, and Dark, and that Baron was receiving kickbacks under the table. However, his unopposed status as de facto leader of the Council would not last forever. Sometime after the end of World War II, a train carrying Garrison Hoadley and several other wealthy investors crashed on its way across the Rio Grande, killing nearly everyone aboard and leaving Baron to pick up the pieces. He quickly found that much of his wealth was tied up in assets that were left to the B.G. Hoadley Group, of which he was not a chairman. Much to his chagrin, he found that Garrison had written him out of the business in everything but the name, and had left the management of the estate to his son, Frank. Frank Hoadley was not much of a businessman and didn't seem to care much for the prospect of actually running a business. He quickly put the company up for sale and received a significant return when the mining group was purchased by Kervier International, whose owner Via Valian had been a close friend of Garrison before his death. Frank and the chairman of the company retired rich, and Baron was left with a pittance. The loss of these resources did not devastate the Foundation, but it did devastate Baron's situation with Site-01. His importance quickly diminished at the same time that the new 057, the woman called Green, was putting her machinations in place. Baron held on long enough to secure resources for a formidable retreat in the mountains where he could hide from the overseers and his debt collectors, and then promptly disappeared from active participation in the Council's matters. I received from a close colleague a collection of Council voting logs, all of which register votes for 058. This is likely how he retained his position on the Council, though I personally believe it was much more likely that 057 had simply not gotten around to killing him yet. Either way, Baron Hoadley now bears the title of the Lesser, and while he resides in a near impregnable fortress, he is likely the least formidable of the overseers. His cowardice is almost legendary, with 056 reportedly having once called him the most unpleasantly foul yellow belly to ever have a seat at the table. Contained in the back of this journal is a map leading to his estate. I have observed it on several occasions, closely watching it for any sign of 058's comings or goings. Suffice to say, he is clearly not eager to leave the safety of his fortress, and I believe that the other overseers are just as happy to leave him there to rot. Step 00107, 057, green, Caucasian female, British-German ancestry, appears to be in her early 50s. The first member of the Council voted into it, rather than appointment by 051, after the previous 057 was determined to be no longer useful by the rest of the Council. Is believed to have at one point been a site director, though any records of this have long since been modified or outright removed. Regardless, it is believed that 057 has been working within the Foundation nearly her entire life, having joined as an administrative aide when she was only 14. Has become the apparent leader of the Council and controls a considerable amount of authority in that position. While a veto from 051 could theoretically subvert her assumed control, that veto has never occurred. Perhaps the most often seen member of the Council, she attained the name Green due to her nearly always being seen in green pantsuits. Some high-level sources within Foundation staff have another name for her, Flytrap. Often described as the most sinister member of the Council, while other members might have diabolical intentions or ulterior motives, 057 alone has the authority to make everything she intends to happen come to pass. She is often described as working towards some end, though her goals are a mystery. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 7. The Flytrap. Then, a young boy stands in a long line of men and women in orange jumpsuits. He has a metal collar around his neck. He is marched out into the cold with a shovel in his hands, and as an adult with a flamethrower pushed back the encroaching flesh, he pushes the ashes into small piles to be collected. He is thin and sick. Their camp hasn't received rations in 3 days, but the guards stay fed. There is a commotion, and bullets whip across the frozen earth. The boy dives for cover behind a pile of fleshy corpses and covers his ears against the screaming and shouting around him. It lingers for a moment, and then silence. When he opens his eyes, Anthony is leaning down to pick him up. The older man throws a warm blanket across Adam's shoulders and carries him to a waiting personnel vehicle. Aaron Siegel stands at a podium, delivering news of a breakthrough to the first assembly of their new foundation. He beams as the audience applauds. The incredibly Ivory flees down a dark alleyway in the 3 Portlands. Foundation agents fast on her heels. She has run for what has felt like hours now, and knows she does not have much left to give. She hears dogs barking and her legs burn like cinders. She catches sight of another agent rounding the corner in front of her, so she stumbles down a side street. It opens into a quiet intersection, but she can hear them approaching from all around her. Exhausted and resigned, she collapses in the street. Paint and blood are smeared on her clothes, and she laughs now, seeing the mess. Well, she thinks, at least they'll give me something to change into. A moment later, a car screeches to a halt in front of her, and Calvin pulls her into the car. When the Foundation agents exit the alleyway, she is nowhere to be found. A phone is ringing. In the distance is a mountain of fire, and the sound of roaring machines and the continent being sundered. The earth shakes. Arians keeps the car straight on the road even as it bucks and buckles beneath him. In the back seat, Aaron is staring at the floor. Through a small crack between 2 rocks, a man squeezes through, followed shortly by his rucksack. He strikes a match, filling the chamber with light. Small white insects, those that haven't seen the light of day in 100 generations, scurry for cover. The man lights his lantern and starts forward. There's a draft from somewhere beyond this room, so he follows it. He ducks carefully under rock formations, tenderly brushing up against them so as to not disturb them. A bat flies low overhead, and he is encouraged. This must be the right way. He presses on, and from somewhere not far off, he can hear the sound of rushing water. He opens into another cavern, but before he can get his bearings, his foot snags the edge of the walkway, and he tumbles to the ground. His lantern dashing and shattering against the ground, spilling oil and fire out in every direction. He hurries to stand, rubbing his side where he'd struck hard stone. Before he can move to put the fire out, a miracle catches his eye. In front of him is a waterfall, small but dozens of feet high. He approaches it cautiously, extending a hand out into the waters, which he now sees flow up and around his hand. He splashes the water, which continues to flow up and out of the pool at his feet, towards some point in the dark far above him. In the dimming light of that cavern, standing before an impossibility, Frederick Williams grins. Now. Adam burst into a clearing, hands slapping at his face as he swerved and ducked away from a great many tiny assailants. Olivia wasn't far behind, followed closely by Calvin and Anthony. Of the 4 of them, Olivia had fared the best in the jungle. Calvin had slipped and fallen into quicksand, which now covered his lower half as if he was an ice cream man cone. Anthony was drenched head to toe in sweat from the humidity, and he grumbled and fumed each step of the way at the fucking dog shit heat. Lastly, Adam had earned the attention of a swarm of bugs, which, to his telling, had now followed him for the better part of the last mile, since their car had broken down. Calvin called a general halt to their progress to survey a map and some notes he had received from Delta. Of the 7th Overseer, the journal had been scant. She moves often, but Delta had been watching the movements of the one they called Green for weeks. True to the journal's description, she had moved more frequently than any of the others, often staying at a location for no more than a few days, at best. But here, deep in the heart of these forests, she was said to have been staying for over a month. "I don't like it," Anthony had said, chewing on the end of a cigar. "This feels like a trap." "Yeah," Adam had answered. "We don't actually know that she's there either. We just know that we haven't seen her leave. There are plenty of ways she could have gotten out." Calvin had stroked his beard at the thought, catching Olivia's eye from across the room before she quickly looked away. "You're right. This is profoundly sketchy. But if our sources are correct, and she's where we think she is, we might not get another chance at this. We have to act now." So it was then that they arrived in Cambodia, Anthony shouted, tearing yet another piece of his shirt away from his body. Cambodia, of all places. If the bugs don't kill you, the wretched heat will. He pulled out a fan and began to feverishly wave it in front of his face. "I have had enough of this part of the world for one lifetime. If I never have to spend another day in these god-awful jungles, it won't have come soon enough." Calvin surveyed their map, noting a nearby river as a landmark. "We're close now. Once we're in the city, we need to meet up with Vanderveer. He'll be here, in this bar. He has contacts that can get us where we need to go. He pulled a bandana out and started wrapping it around his face. Put something up over your face. We need to stay as discreet as possible here. He stuck a finger out towards Adam and Anthony. You two pasty faces stick out. Anthony grunted, but Adam whipped his head around, face red from sustained smacks. Hang on, what now? Why do we need to hide our faces? Calvan tucked his map and the journal away. Same reason the Overseer is here right now. Political unrest. Vanderveer says there's an artifact of some kind being held by the local revolutionaries, and that Green has come in personally to treat with them and get it back. Adam's face ran white. Why is an Overseer coming to treat with revolutionaries? Don't be fooled, Anthony said, slinging Adam's canister over his shoulder. This isn't a diplomatic mission. Green gets off on this kind of shit. If she's here, that means something disastrous is about to happen. After quickly cleaning themselves off and covering their faces, the four of them crept back into the brush in the direction of the nearby city. Calvin slunk behind a wall as a group of rioters passed by him, torches illuminating the dark streets. Somewhere not far off, he could hear the sound of gunfire and car alarms and the occasional loud boom of a tank as the government moved troops into the city. He waited until they were gone and moved quickly towards the east. They had gotten separated early on after a mob had formed around a grocery they were passing by. Anthony had radioed in that he was fine and moving towards the target, and Olivia and Adam had met up a few blocks later. Under the orange fabric of an awning, he saw a single light illuminating a sign, Pedro's Place, and an open door. He slipped through it, and the sound of the streets faded behind him. Pedro's Place had emptied out earlier in the day when a brick had come through one of the front windows, but a handful of patrons still sat at the bar. The broken glass had been swept into a small pile in the corner and left untouched. Calvin entered casually, not rising to meet any of the eyes that crossed the room in his direction. He found a seat near the back of the small room at a table in a far corner and hunched down to hide his features. After a moment, the bartender came by his table. "What you have?" the bartender said in broken English. Calvin knocked on the table twice, then twice again, then 3 times. "I'll have what he's having." The bartender paused, then nodded and left. A few more moments passed, and then another man returned to the table with beers in each hand. This man was a stout individual with fiery red hair and a lit cigarette burning in the corner of his mouth. He took a seat across from Calvin, sliding one of them across towards him. "Cheers, Calvin," he said. "Drink up, we'll likely be dead in the morning." Calvin grinned through his handkerchief, which he quickly removed. "Van," he said, "aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" Vanderveer shrugged. "Must be pretty sore then." He took a drink. "Where's the rest of your band of merry men? I was promised a raiding party, not a single over-the-hill operative." Calvin snorted. "We were separated. Anthony is moving ahead to the watch point, and Liv and the kid are on their way. We should meet them on our way out." Vanderveer nodded. "Once they arrive, we'll need to move quickly. We won't have an abundance of time to act. If the riots dissipate, we've lost our opportunity. Our only cover right now is that the streets are full of looters, and we're just a handful of tourists." They were interrupted by a barking dog outside, which quickly faded into the hum of the background. Calvin took another drink. "What's going on out there?" "Local politics," Vanderveer said. "Curvier came in and set up here a number of years ago and thoroughly fucked the water. They were doing what they usually do, you know? Come in, set up, dig furiously, and then wait until the jailers come and force them out. Only this time, the Foundation didn't show up." He laughed. "You probably had a hand in that." It was Calvin's turn to shrug as Vanderveer continued. "Anyway, there are 3 sides to this. On one hand, you have the local officials, all of whom were receiving kickbacks from Curvier and are seen as having betrayed their countrymen. Then you've got these folks, let's call them revolutionaries, who have been pushing to overthrow the government for a while. When the details of the Curvier deal came out, they decided it was their time to shine and rose up en masse. They're holed up down at the governor's manor, supposedly meeting with the local governor to reach some agreement. Fact is, they're only there so that Green can stoke them and disrupt the agreements and send the country into civil war. Once it's properly destabilized, the jailers can swoop in and raid the armory where they're keeping this thing they want to get their hands on so badly." "Who are the people in the street?" Calvin asked. "Rioters. They're all just unhappy with the government. And while most of them probably align with the revolutionaries, not all of them do. Mostly they just want to riot. They're dissatisfied and angry and want to loot and pillage. They're the most dangerous of the 3 sides right now, because if their attitudes turn especially violent, we could be swept up in it before we have time to get out of Dodge. The sound of the street outside grew louder for a moment as the door opened, and through it stepped a man and woman. Calvin nodded, and Vanderveer stood. "Time to roll," the husky Irishman said. "For the insurgency." Calvin took his extended hand. "For the insurgency." Olivia and Adam fell in behind them, and together the four snuck quickly out of a concealed side door. As they passed the bartender, the man gave them a nervous nod. Once they were out on a side street, Vanderveer pointed towards lights in the distance. "That's where we're going," he said, voice rising slightly to be heard over the din of the crowd. "The revolutionaries have set up there. To get inside, we'll need to meet up with one of my contacts, Joe." He glanced down at his phone. "I was hoping to have heard from him by now, but there's really not much time to wait. Let's go." They took off in the direction of the governor's manor, sticking mostly to side streets to avoid the rioters and larger gatherings. As they paused to wait for a mob to pass, Calvin pulled out his radio and called Anthony. "Anthony," he said, "do you read? Where are you?" The radio crackled a response. "Made it to the watch point. There's a throng of ne'er-do-wells down here pillaging an electronics shop, so I've gone onto the roof. Where are you? We're leaving Pedro's now. Any sign of our target? Not yet. She should be pretty easy to spot, what with the jumpsuit and all." The radio was silent. "Be advised, Calvin. There are a lot of troops moving out of the manor now. They're keeping out of the main street here, and I don't think anyone on the ground has noticed. If things turn sour here, I think they're going to break really badly." Calvin took a deep breath. "Roger that. We'll meet you soon." The four of them skirted past a burning shop and down a narrow street with a tight bend at the end. Approaching it, Vanderveer held up a hand, and they stopped as he peered around the corner. He turned back and swore. "Looters," he said. He pulled a sidearm from its holster. "Don't do anything stupid." He sidled around the corner with the rest of them not far behind. As they approached the group of people emptying a store of its contents, one of the looters noticed them, and then they all did. Vanderveer sucked in his chest and smiled, extending his arms. "Evening, lads," he said with as much gusto as he could muster. "Just passing through, see? Don't want any trouble. Got money if you want it, no problems here." One of the looters looks back towards the others and then turned back towards the group, nodding. Vanderveer produced his wallet and stepped forward slowly, holding it out in front of him. "There we go," he said. "Nice and easy now." Suddenly bullets zipped through the group of looters and the men and women began falling over each other. One of them pulled a gun and began firing into the dark behind them, and then everyone had guns. Van turned to run back towards the other three, but a stray shot caught him in the leg, and he collapsed, cursing. Calvin ran up to grab him as he fell, and the three of them started to pull him off the street. Vanderveer looked back towards the group of rioters, his eyes growing wide. "Gas!" he said, pointing. "Jailers!" A cloud of gas had formed over the bodies of the dead and dying looters, which crept towards the group. Out of the cloud emerged dark shapes with masks and rifles in riot armor. Even from the distance they were at, Calvin could make out the insignia on their shoulders. Nine-tailed fox. "Oh shit," Adam said under his breath. And suddenly the group was in a near sprint, with Calvin heaving the hefty Vanderveer over his shoulder to keep up the pace. They darted down side streets, but no matter where they turned, more armored shapes emerged from the shadows. They turned again and found themselves in a dead end. "Fuck!" Olivia said, turning back towards where a group of Foundation agents now stood at the entrance to the alley they had walked into. Vanderveer swung around on Calvin's shoulder, firing furiously at the agents. One of them collapsed, then another. A bullet pinged off one of their masks, and the agent disappeared behind the rest. Then, one near the front produced a thick steel canister, pulled a tab, and rolled it towards them. A thick orange gas blew out of the can from both ends, filling the alley. Calvin moved to run forward, but each step into the cloud felt like 1,000, and suddenly he was as heavy as lead. He heard Vanderveer swear as he fell from Calvin's shoulder, and then he heard Adam hit the ground, and then himself, and then the world went black. Calvin's awoke, cotton-mouthed and groggy, unable to see through a dark band wrapped around his eyes. He felt for his wrists, cuffed, and his ankles as well. He reached as far backwards with his hands as he could, and he felt something cold, but very alive. Olivia. Somewhere nearby, he heard the unmistakable sound of Adam snoring. Then, a voice. "Captain, Captain, Captain," it said, slowly and steadily. It was a rich voice, vaguely southern, full-textured and hearty, and clearly female, The voice was that of someone very sure of where they stood. "I should start giving you menial scouting missions more often when you come back with prizes like these." Another voice, this time male, harsh. "Are these the insurgents?" "Yes, I believe they are," the woman said. Calvin heard footsteps, and then nothing. "This one is out of place. We're missing one. What would you like done with him?" the man said. The woman paused, considering. "Well, no point in waking him, I think. All in all, a better way than what we have in store for the rest of them." There was a heavier sound, as the man, clearly in boots, crossed the room. Calvin heard the sound of a bullet sliding into its chamber, and then the ear-piercing pop of a gunshot. Calvin jumped and heard Olivia scream from behind him. Look, they're awake. Get them up, hurry. We don't have a ton of time." More footsteps, and then Calvin was yanked upwards by 2 sets of hands. The hands pushed him against the wall, and another pulled the blindfold off of his face. He squinted against the glare of the lights, and as the room became clear, he was met with the sight of a short, squat woman in a dark green pantsuit. She wasn't old, maybe early 50s, and she wore black shoes with green flowers on them. She was leaning down to look at him quizzically, like some bird of prey lurking over a meal. Calvin turned to his left and right, confirming that Olivia and Adam were there with him, and generally no worse for wear. He glanced into the corner of the room and then back quickly. Vanderveer lay dead on the ground, a bullet hole placed between his eyes. The door to the room cracked open. "What was that?" asked the voice on the other side. "Who you shooting?" The woman in the pantsuit waved them off. "Don't worry about that. I'm dealing with a personal issue. You understand? Personal. Personal. That means no you. Scooch." The door slid closed, and she turned back towards the group, smiling. Well, she said, clapping her hands together. "And here I thought I was going to have to spend time looking for you 3, and you walk right into one of my patrols. That's just something, I tell you what." Noticing that Olivia was staring at Vanderveer, the woman gestured dismissively. "Oh, don't you worry about him, Sug. He went quick and easy. You're about to have a harder time of it, I'm afraid." She turned back towards an open window. From outside, they could hear the sound of the throng of revolutionaries in the street. "Introductions. Where are my manners, goodness? My mama would have whooped me for that. My name is unimportant. You can just call me Green. Everybody does. Hell, you probably do too. As for you 3, she paused, finger held against the side of her face. "The skinny one here is a runaway D-class. The skinny bitch is the Ann artist who got away. And you, why, you're Calvin Lucien, aren't you? Tired of lobbing grenades at unarmed convoys, you've decided to step up to the big leagues and have a crack at some overseers." She laughed, a warm, wholesome laugh. "I've got to hand it to you, Calvin. You've got some balls. I don't know what's in the water wherever you're from, but it's some pretty potent stuff. Some of my own could use a tall glass of it." Green turned back towards the window. "Now I know what you're here to do. Hell, we all do by now. Some of my fellows decided to turn tail and run for their holes after that little stunt you pulled with poor old Felix. Very clever, by the way. You know what's funny is that Felix himself had worried about that a long time ago. In order to assure him, Aaron had the fountain drained and the ground upturned until there was nothing left. Yet there you were, doing something that shouldn't have been able to be done. Very, very clever," she continued. "But while they might be content to hole up for a while until this all blows over, I've got work to do. The Foundation doesn't run by itself, and it certainly doesn't run if there's nobody telling it to go. Besides," she turned her head to look back at them, her eyes steely and her smile crooked and devilish. "This is the most alive I've felt in years." Calvin grunted. "You're a peach." Green laughed again. "Georgia grown? Isn't that fitting?" She crossed the room again in a hurry. "So here's what I'm going to offer you, Calvin. Something of a wager. Have you ever watched a fly at a fly trap? That's the most natural gamble out there. The fly is gambling that it can make it down to that sweet, sweet nectar and out before the fly trap snaps shut. The fly is willing to take that bet, though, because the nectar is so good and it's right there." She pointed at Adam and Olivia. "I'm going to offer you lives for a life. Easy. You let me kill one of the 2 of them. Your choice. I'm not unfair. And I let you do whatever you want to me. Kill, maim, butcher, whatever. Or, and here's where it gets interesting, you refuse and I leave this room, go into that room." She pointed a pudgy finger at the door that had opened earlier. "And put a bullet into the neck of Yingko something or other, the revolutionary leader. You and your 2 friends here might make it out alive, But as soon as that throng in the street find out their golden boy was gunned down by the troops now firing on them, they'll set the whole countryside alight. Green squatted down in front of him, both hands held out in front of her. That's where it is, Calvin. There's the nectar. It's right there. All you have to do is reach out and take it. Calvin struggled against his restraints. One of the guards behind him put the butt of his rifle into Calvin's back, knocking him over. "Fuck you," he said. Green rolled her eyes. "You should have learned some more words and gone to church when you were younger, Calvin." "Take me," Calvin heard Olivia say next to him. Her voice was hoarse. "Calvin, she's going to kill one of us anyway. How else are we going to get the chance?" The woman laughed. "She's right, Calvin. Somebody is dying tonight, and you get to decide who. Come on now, we don't have all night. Ping Pong is not a patient man." She motioned at him, and the guard sat him back up. "Fine," Calvin said, spitting out blood. "Shoot me. Let those two go." Green didn't laugh, but her smile grew unnaturally wide. No, Calvin. That's not how the game is played. You don't get to choose yourself. You think this is some kind of noble sacrifice you'd be making?" Now she laughed. "You would have thought after so many years of losing, the insurgency would have figured this out by now. There are no noble sacrifices, Calvin. Here's what will happen. You will choose one of your friends or those people out there, and I live or I die. If I live, I go back to work and we replace the overseers you've killed. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. If I die, you get to feel like you've won something for a moment, and then you are either killed by the masses outside those doors, or killed by our agents, or die of the flu or whatever. Maybe you kill another overseer. Gene is looking wobbly right now. He'd be a good target. Either way, eventually you reach a point where you have exhausted your efforts, and then you'll stop trying. You'll run into a mountain you can't climb, and believe me, that mountain is coming up soon. You'll realize that this tower was built to not be climbed, and you'll give up. As soon as you give up, none of the deaths mean anything. It doesn't matter if it's you, or her, or me." She stood up, hands still outstretched. "You know what makes sacrifice worth it? Perpetuity. You either keep going and live forever, or you die and history forgets." She laughed. "The worst part is, honestly, you really have no idea what you're doing." Calvin opened his mouth to talk, but Green held out a finger to silence him. "I know what you think you're doing, but honey, you were messed up from the word go. You think that killing people will stop the Foundation and, well," she paused pensively, "you should ask Aaron Siegel about that. Hard to kill an idea." She turned the hand back over. "Last chance, make a choice, fly." Calvin struggled against his restraints for a second more, and Green sighed. "Fine. You know, this is actually what I wanted in the first place anyway." She gestured at the captain, who strode towards the door. Olivia shouted out and lunged towards him, but was rebuked by the end of his rifle. He kicked the door open and fired 3 times through the doorway. There was shouting on the other side, and then he fired again until the shouting stopped. He nodded to someone in the room and walked through, followed by the other agents. They heard another door open in the next room, and the sound of something wet and heavy hitting concrete. The crowd outside went silent. A moment later there was a single gunshot, and then 1,000. The mob erupted, and the earth began to shake. More gunshots filled the air, and they could smell the distinct scent of gunpowder and searing flesh. Green turned to gather her things. "You know that thing I said earlier about fly traps? Here's what's funny about that. Even if they don't go for the nectar, it's too late. They won't ever get out. The fly is made to do all sorts of things, but the fly trap? The fly trap is just there to catch the fly. But they keep coming, because that nectar sure does look good." She turned to look at them. "I wonder who will be next." Suddenly Adam was on his feet, his cuffs and a nail clattering to the ground. He had taken 3 steps when Green had her gun out, inches from his face. He stopped suddenly, legs shaking, and Green cocked her head and smiled. "Oh no," she said. "Sorry, honey, but it's not going to be you." Calvin saw a flash of light out the window, and then Green was stumbling backwards, clutching her hand and cursing. Blood rushed between her fingers. From on the table next to her, a confiscated radio crackled. "Run!" It was Anthony. Adam snagged a key off the table as Green ran out of the room. Once unshackled, Calvin collected their weapons and the radio. "Anthony," he said, running into the next room. "Do you have eyes? Where's she at?" "On the roof," Anthony said. "There's a helicopter landing right now. I'm heading your way." As they rounded the corner, 3 of the revolutionaries stormed up the stairs, guns drawn. They opened fire on the 3, forcing Calvin behind a table and Olivia back into the first room. Calvin returned fire, catching the first man in the shoulder and forcing him back. Olivia fired blind, but missed. 2 more were coming up the stairs behind them, and more could be heard below. Calvin could barely hear the crowd below them, over the din of the helicopter above. Calvin reloaded, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Adam sprinting around the corner behind Olivia, something long and slender in his hand. Before Calvin could shout out to him, Adam had the spear of the non-believer cocked back and aimed at the men in the stairwell. In the moment before he loosed it, Calvin felt the air get sucked out of the room. Silence filled the space where noise had been a second prior, and the lights dimmed. He grabbed his chest, unable to breathe, and managed to get turned just enough to look over the table towards the stairwell. There was a roaring sound, like a locomotive passing over them, and a blast of light and heat. The spear ripped through the air towards the men on the stairs, piercing each of them in succession and embedding itself in the wall behind them. As it passed through them, they burst into flames and were quickly reduced to ash, the last sound from their lips being the faint whisper of a scream before being silenced forever. Calvin stood up unsteadily, his expression covered with disbelief. Adam stumbled backwards, bracing first against the wall, and then Olivia as she came in behind him to scoop him up. He ran a hand through his hair, eyes wide and mouth hanging open. "Holy shit," he said quietly. "I don't know what I was expecting, but oh God." "No time, come on," Calvin said before realizing that Adam could barely stand. "Olivia, stay here with him. Anthony will be up soon. I'll get Green." Olivia nodded. Calvin bounded up the stairs towards the roof, taking the door with a lowered shoulder and bowling out onto the platform above. The helicopter was just a few steps away, and Green was standing on the railing. When she saw him, she extended her free hand in greeting. "This is it, Calvin!" Her voice cut over the sound of the helicopter and the crowd below, which was now in a frenzy. Fires had broken out across the entire quad, with more cropping up in the distance as the city began to burn. "This is the world your actions lead you to. I hope it was worth it." Calvin pulled out his sidearm and fired at her. He missed once, then twice, and then an explosion rocked the building and his gun fell from his hand. He reached to grab it, but was too slow, and it disappeared over the edge of the roof. With Green laughing over the noise, the helicopter began to ascend. Calvin felt someone come up beside him. Anthony planted a knee into the ground and, taking aim with his scoped rifle, fired a round. It pinged off the metal just beside Green, whose eyes grew wide with something like glee upon seeing him. "Ah, Vince, you were late. I had hoped I'd get the chance to catch up with you too." She blew him a big kiss. "I'll tell Aaron you said hi when I see him next." Anthony lined up another shot, but was wide when he pulled the trigger. The helicopter continued to climb. He fired again. Nothing. Then, something streaked out of the crowd below them. A rocket. It arced into the sky and disappeared into the open door of the helicopter. For a moment, nothing happened. Green didn't look like she'd even seen it. Then, scarlet filled the sky as the rocket and helicopter both burst into flames and fell to the earth. The blades were spun out into the crowd, and the flaming mass of metal struck a nearby building. The fuel exploded, and both the wreckage and the building collapsed into the crowd below them. Another explosion rocked the ground beneath them, and then another. Overhead, low-flying shapes came into view, moving quickly past them and away into the distance. Moments later, fire lit up the horizon, drawing closer to them. Another wave of shapes passed by, jets, and then more fire. One of them struck the street outside the governor's manor, causing Calvin to stumble. Anthony caught him by the jacket and pulled him to his feet. "Time to go, kid," he said. They sprinted to the rooftop access and down the stairs where Adam and Olivia were waiting. Motioning for them to follow, Anthony led them down another stairwell into the kitchens. They danced around falling pots and pans as more explosions sent shockwaves through the walls of the manor, the mortar and brick beginning to give way in places as the ceiling above them cracked and splintered. They turned one corner and then another, and then a third led them to a side door that Anthony lowered a shoulder into, flinging it open and emptying them out onto the street. They stood between the now crumbling manor and the building adjacent that had caught the flaming helicopter as it fell from the sky. At the end of the alley, they could see the mob converging on soldiers who opened fire into the mass. Above them, more planes screamed overhead, and more bombs fell onto the crazed populace. Anthony turned back to the other end of the side street. "Down there," he pointed at the end of the street. "There was a carpool when I came in the back. There's liable to be something in there that we can..." He was cut short by the scream of something unnatural. Turning back towards the flaming wreck of the building next to the manor, they saw a fiery figure step out of the wreckage. Its skin had sloughed off half of its face, and one arm had been severed just above the elbow. It stumbled out into the street, trying to balance on rapidly melting legs. Its eyes were gone entirely. All that remained were empty sockets full of smoke. The figure turned towards them and opened its mouth, and a foul moan echoed out of its charred throat, drowning out all sounds around them. It took one step towards them, and then another. Instinctively, Calvin fired at it, and the bullet tore through flesh and bone, but still it inched forward. The figure moaned again and raised its hand, leveling a gun at Calvin's chest. He realized too late what it was, but by the time he heard the crack of the gunshot, he was already on the ground. Standing over him was Anthony, hand clutching the side of his neck. Another crack, and he stumbled backwards as Olivia screamed and fired back. Blood was pooling underneath his shirt. There was a third crack, and the sound of a bullet ricocheting off the pavement as the holder of the gun collapsed into a smoking, smoldering, unmoving pile. Anthony turned as if to walk away and fell, only barely avoiding slamming into the pavement as Adam slid underneath him to break his fall. Calvin scrambled to his feet and rushed over. Blood was now pulsing out from under Anthony's fingers on his neck, and more was seeping through his shirt. Olivia was trying to keep pressure on the chest wound, but Anthony waved her off. He took a breath, and then another. Each felt like it lasted an eternity, and each was more ragged and uncertain than the last. Calvin stood over him, blood now spattering onto his shoes every time Anthony coughed. The helplessness of it all began to close around him like a shroud. Then he felt something, a weight that he had forgotten about and suddenly remembered. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a crystal vial of clear, shimmering fluid. He held it in front of him, the light of the fires behind them dancing across its surface, like fireworks in rain. Adam saw it too, and his eyes drew wide. Olivia had stopped what she was doing, and then they were all watching Calvin. Almost unconsciously, he brought his other hand up to remove the seal. "No," croaked Anthony through spittle and blood. "Calvin, no, don't." Olivia looked back down at him, tears streaming down her face. "Anthony, please, we can save you, we can—" The older man shook his head. "No, not like that, no." His eyes, which had until this moment been unfocused, were now locked onto Calvin's. "My mistake, mine, not yours." Calvin hesitated, his hand still inches from the seal of the vial. Then, as quickly as he had produced it, he slid it away into his jacket. Anthony sighed. "Vincent," he whispered, his voice hoarse and barely audible over the din. "Arians. It was my name." He raised a hand towards Calvin, who took it into his own. "Here, now, for you, Anthony." He smiled. Then, after one more shallow breath, Anthony Wright died. Calvin was the first to stand. He took several deep breaths, trying desperately not to think about it. "We need to go," he said. "The carpool, he said there were cars. We need to get out of here." Adam looked up, his eyes red behind tears. "We can't leave him here. We can't." He turned to Olivia as if to beg her, but she was already frantically digging around in her bag. After a second, she pulled out a thin brush and a small container of light blue paint. She motioned for Adam to stand back, and the young man took 2 hesitant steps away from Anthony's body. With a swift, deft hand, she ran long lines of paint across the body. At the spots where the lines intersected, light shined through the color of the paint as if from underneath it. She ran several more lines, and then more crossing over those, and then stepped back. Anthony's body was covered in many thin lines of glowing blue paint, which blinked and pulsed slowly. She leaned forward over him and leaned down to kiss him on the forehead. Like lightning, the lines all lit up at once. Each of the individual cells created by the crossing line began to change until they were cloudy and opaque, as if he was covered in many pieces of stained glass. As they all solidified into a glass cocoon around the body, Olivia brought the other end of her brush down into the center of the figure, shattering it. The glass collapsed, and suddenly the air was filled with a prismatic cloud of crystal butterflies, each sounding a single note of a song that played around them over the chaos of the fighting beyond. They swung around the group once, and then away from them into the air. The glass was no more, and Anthony's body was gone. Calvin grabbed the 2 of them up, and together they raced down the alley towards the back of the manor. More explosions lit up the night sky, and dark figures raced into the woods outside the city all around them. When they reached the car lot, half of the vehicles there were on fire, and a 10-meter crater was carved out of the ground where they had been. They scrambled through an open gate and surveyed the scene. "Shit," Olivia said. "What are we going to do?" Without warning, a military jeep came around the corner from behind a patch of trees, stopping in front of them. The door opened and a man climbed out, his features hidden beneath a hood and bandana. "Take the car," the man said. "Drive north until you are out of the country. A map in the glove box will take you to your next contact." He looked back towards the flaming city behind them. "Is the overseer dead?" Calvin nodded. The man didn't move. "And Wright?" None of them responded. The man paused and then handed a pack to Calvin. "This is food, water, and munitions to last you until you reach the checkpoint. You must hurry. The overseers have their kill squads roaming the countryside looking for you." He took a few steps towards the tree line and then turned back. "For the insurgency! For the insurgency!" Calvin echoed. The man disappeared into the trees and the three of them climbed into the jeep. As another bomb dropped nearby, they tore out of the lot and onto a dirt road heading north into the dark forest. Journal entry, the 7th Overseer. The 7th Overseer. They call her Green. In my travels, I have had an audience with many of the higher-ups in many of the organizations that deal with the paranormal in this world. In one such case, I sat in on a meeting with a Russian intelligence director and a high-ranking member of the Global Occult Coalition. In this meeting, it was being discussed whether or not action should be taken by the GOC to prevent the Foundation from furthering their influence in Syria, as a powerful humanoid entity had just been discovered there, and steps were being taken by many different groups to step in and intervene. It was thought that this entity was likely being targeted by the Foundation, though it was uncertain how far along their plans had progressed. In this meeting, the Russian director assured the GOC commander that they had the full support of Russian paramilitary forces in the region, a full 20,000 men, if needed. The coalition had a contingent of their own, another 25. It was more than enough force to bring any entity to bear, especially if they could get the jump on the Foundation. During this meeting, the Russian director stepped out to take a phone call, and when he returned, the Russians had decided to withdraw their troops from the area. The coalition commander was furious, of course, but his rage quickly abated when the director told him why they had changed their mind. Green is in Syria. One woman, alone, had entered the country and sent two of the largest paranatural communities scurrying for their bunkers. The meeting ended shortly afterward, and all involved parties left without much else said. I asked a staffer afterwards what the significance of Green was, as I was a fresh-faced agent at the time and had not yet been informed. "Green?" they asked me. "Green is the devil that sits on the Overseer Council." I learned over time that her reputation barely scratched the surface of her influence. More than any other member of the Overseer Council, Green's name came up most frequently when matters of the Foundation's involvement in the affairs of the world were discussed. When a government would collapse in South America and the CIA was implicated, her name would somehow end up on all the dossiers. A ship that capsized in the South Atlantic would have her name on the manifest. Once, there was an explosion at a chemical plant in Bangladesh, and while combing through photographs of the cleanup, whose face do I see in the background but Green? Always present, always watching, carefully planning. Speculation abounded, of course. Everyone in every paranormal investigatory group thought they knew her endgame. The Coalition thought she was in league with the Factory. The UIU figured she was working for Curvier. The Russians thought she was the Scarlet King. Even my contacts at The Hague had her name connected to drug lords in Mexico, dictators in Africa, and telecom groups in Indonesia. Despite this, nobody could ever clearly put together where the center of her web was. A close friend of mine who died years ago once called her the Spider and warned me that she was the closest of them all to the Foundation's all-seeing eye. They warned that getting too close to the center of the web would put a person within reach of the Spider, and by then it would be too late. But another contact of mine told me of a different name, one mentioned in hushed tones around water coolers within the Foundation itself, the Fly Trap. Not a web, but a trap for those too dumb or instinctive to seek out its hidden secrets. Once you were in, snap. In my career, I tried to give Green a wide berth. Every time I saw her name connected to someone, it was because they had died suddenly, or been involved in some terrible or inexplicable accident. Even I know my limits, and I was not eager to become involved with someone who could cause such powerful groups to cower in fear. Despite this, I did once meet her, on accident. I was at a luncheon hosted by the Tunisian government and ran into her when I went back to the bar to get another drink. There she was, pantsuit and all, enjoying an old-fashioned and watching a television. When I came up and ordered, she turned to me and smiled a friendly smile and shook my hand. She introduced herself, telling me to just call her Green. When I gave her my codename as a cover, she winked at me and said, "Honey, we both know that's not true." I paid for my drink, wished her well, and left the meeting immediately. That was the closest I ever hoped to come to the mouth of the flytrap. Step 00106, 056, the American, Caucasian male, Spanish ancestry, appears to be in his mid-50s. The least subtle member of the council, 056, is former American Union Brigadier General Rufus King. After fighting for the North in the American Civil War, 056 was appointed as minister to the Papal States, believed to have first met the individual called the Administrator while in Rome. The source of his longevity prior to the supposed deal with death itself is unknown, and if the current understanding of the council is correct, then despite his appearance, he is by far its oldest member. 056 is believed to have founded the first mobile task force, Alpha 1 Red Right Hand, whose original purpose was strictly to find and destroy members of the fledgling Chaos Insurgency after their formation. Since then, he has administered all matters of the Foundation's executive arm, the Department of Applied Influence, encompassing all task forces, naval groups, and air superiority groups. While not originally advocating for its formation, 056 supposedly drew up the original organizational information for MTF Omega-7, Pandora's Box, at the behest of General Bo, has gone by several different names within modern military circles, and is believed to have held an office at the Pentagon since its construction. His standing within the American military is unknown, though at least 3 major sources have confirmed that many military leaders consider his authority second only to the sitting United States President, and several believe he supersedes it. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 8, Sic Semper Tyrannis. Then, Arian stood in the doorway, slowly pulling on a cigarette. Aaron was sitting at a table a few feet away, flipping through a report they had received the day before. Outside the window of their makeshift command center in Guadalajara, a parade danced through the street, slowly working its way towards the center of town. The window was left open for the faint breeze, but it hadn't helped. Arians took another drag, letting the smoke fall out of his nostrils as he exhaled. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "I don't know what you were expecting. Didn't this confirm everything else we've heard so far?" Aaron shook his head. Yes, it did, but I don't understand it. They mobilized an army to La Paz. How is that possible? He flipped the report over, looking for loose pages. What we did in San Marco should have ruined them, Vince. Who was left afterwards? Plenty of people were left. What do you mean? Aaron threw him a look. I mean, who was left in command positions? Who knew how to... Did any of them even know how to get into Site 01? He tossed the report onto the couch behind him. We didn't leave the door unlocked, did we? Who was left? Arian shrugged. Ansel Shaw, maybe. Last we heard he was operating out of that site in Michigan, but it could have been him. He wouldn't know how to get into the secure site, though. He paused, considering. Skidder Marshall? Where was his team assigned? Aaron rubbed his eyes. No, it wasn't Marshall. He defected too, just not with us. They sat in silence for a moment longer, only the sound of the parade moving into the distance breaking the quiet between them. Then, without warning, the door to the room opened. Arians was at it in an instant, gun drawn. Aaron didn't move, but stared unbelievingly at the figure inside the doorframe. "Sophia?" he asked incredulously. Sophia Light stepped through the door, slowly pulling a hood down off her face. Her hair was shorter than when they had last seen each other, but her eyes were the same unmistakable green. Aaron felt something catch in his chest, something he hadn't felt in years. Longing. "No," Arians growled, "a Foundation spy." Sophia rolled her eyes. "Put the gun down, you idiot. I'm not here to kill you." She rolled up the sleeves of her gloves, revealing holes in both of her wrists that had long since scarred over, but not closed. She had no hidden weapons. "There, satisfied?" "What are you doing here?" Aaron asked. She pulled the coat off and set it on the single bed in the room. "You sent a message to Edward Bishop," she said, looking at Aaron. "Oh, 513. All the same melodramatic prose as ever. I knew it was you. He added it to the file we have in place for the..." She paused. "The children. See, Edward still believes the lie we've been telling everyone. And what's what? Arians asked. That he or any of us are still in control. She sat down across from them and lit a cigarette of her own. Aaron could feel his heart crashing against his chest. Your defection really did a number on us, boys. Scattered, leaderless, all of our best and brightest killed or gone into hiding. We threw together a hodgepodge of doctors and called them overseers, but none of them are actually running the show. She paused. Not even me. Aaron frowned. Then who is? We don't know, she continued. For years, the overseers have been running the individual sites by themselves, but orders keep coming down from Site 01. Somebody is in there. For a long time, we thought it was you. She looked at Aaron, and her gaze softened slightly. But after a while, we realized it had to be something else entirely. She leaned back and closed her eyes. I know you went back. I was following you. You saw exactly what I saw when I went back. A man-shaped absence where Frederick, hearing her say his name, made Aaron wince. Used to be. Smoke on a wall and nothing else. She took another draw on the cigarette. So if you're not in there, and he's not in there, then who is calling the shots? Arians finally lowered his gun. Why are you here? She glared at him. Because the other day we found something that shouldn't have been possible. Site 19, the facility we built when we scrapped the plans for the Alaska site. There was a door there we hadn't seen before. There was a whole new wing behind it, something that couldn't have been built without us knowing. She swallowed hard. In that wing is a room with a statue in it. We didn't put it there. We have no records of it being put there. We checked the file, and it just says that it was moved there. There wasn't a file before. The date on that file changes every year, and that statue is one of the most horrible things I've ever seen. She stood up. I'm here because something is happening at Site 01 that is changing the foundation. New facilities are being built every day. More and more doctors and researchers are being recruited that we know nothing about. You saw what happened in La Paz? They both nodded. Those orders didn't come from any of the overseers. They came from Site 01. Somebody in there is making calls, and the Foundation is following orders. She paused. I don't agree with what you did, and I think the Foundation has more to offer than you give it credit for. But what's happening here needs to be stopped. We need to know what's going on in there before it's too late. Then why not just go? Arians grunted at her. She looked at him for a second, and then away to the ground. I don't want to go alone. Aaron and Arians exchanged glances. If we find something in there, Aaron said slowly, we're going to kill it. You understand? The Foundation can't be allowed to continue like this. Sophia, the damage it's doing is more than we can keep up with. We've been looking at the numbers again, the ones he laughed nervously, the ones we borrowed from Dr. Shaw, and his figures match our own. The Foundation is destabilizing our reality, Sophia. Williams was right about the threads, but they're being damaged. We have to do something to stop this. He met her gaze as she looked back up at him. I know we're scientists, but this is a box we never should have opened. She opened her mouth to speak, but stopped and sighed. She nodded. Fine. Get me in there and you can do whatever you feel like you need to do. Arians nodded. I'll go radio headquarters. We'll need some kind of distraction to keep them off our backs while we take Site 01. He put out his cigarette on the wall and left the room, closing the door behind him. Sophia watched him leave, and once he was gone, turned her eyes back to her hands. Aaron didn't move. I wasn't sure I'd ever see you again, he said softly. She smiled an uncertain half-smile, her eyes betraying her. Well, yes, I wasn't sure either. She looked up at him, and Aaron could see that great sadness behind the facade of content. It's difficult, you know. I lost everything that night. My friends, my mentor, my life's work. And you. She bit her lip until it was white. I didn't know where to go. You left me and I was alone to pick up the pieces of what we had, and her voice trembled. I don't want to know why you killed Frederick. I don't care. Maybe you knew something you didn't tell anyone, but I don't know why you didn't tell me. Aaron's face went pale. I did want to tell you. I was preparing for what we were planning, and I told Vince to let everyone know. He leaned forward. He didn't tell you? She grimaced. No, he didn't. But neither did you. You had every opportunity to reach out to me. You knew all the channels, but you did nothing. It's been 30 years, Aaron. 30 years, and I hear nothing. Not even word that you're still alive. A tear formed at the corner of her eye, and with the back of a glove, she wiped it away. When I saw you and Vince in San Marco, I thought I was seeing a ghost. I'm sorry, Aaron said softly. I thought you had rejected the offer. That I would have rejected the offer, she said, her voice congealing into something venomous. I dedicated my life to the Foundation and that project, and you were all too willing to throw it away. Everything we'd worked for, all of our efforts. Aaron slumped back in his seat. Williams was... I know what he was, she spat, but he could have been dealt with. When you killed him and broke off to go gallivanting around the country, shooting up convoys and stealing from warehouses, you threatened all of the work we had done. Do you remember why we did it? Do you even care? Our world is sick, and if we can't find the source of it, then we're going to keep seeing... The world was sick because of Williams, Aaron said pointedly. He was the source. He was... But here we are, 30 years removed from Frederick Williams' life. And you know what's happening out there? She paused to light another cigarette. More unexplained events every day. More artifacts and monsters we pull out of the ground every day. Why? If the administrator was the source of the anomalies, are we still seeing anomalies, Aaron? Aaron didn't answer. She sighed and sat back further on the bed, pulling her legs up to her chest. I might have believed you back then, she said quietly. I might have listened, but I have seen nothing in the last few decades that would lead me to believe that one man was the advent of every paranormal event in that time. There's something deeper out there, and it's not going to be stopped by killing a man. It's going to be stopped by research and investigation, and the only group with the resources to make that happen right now is the Foundation. Aaron didn't respond. He sat, eyes downcast, as Sophia finished her cigarette. I'm not going to stop you from doing whatever you think you need to do, she said, her voice empty. But before you do anything, you need to think about what it is you actually want. She looked back towards the door. And if it's what he wants too. Now. They drove overnight, Olivia and Calvin taking turns at the wheel while Adam slept in the back seat. They didn't say a word until they reached their destination, a small inn in a tiny town on the edge of the jungle, a few miles from the main road. They pulled off and parked at a petrol station, and Calvin went inside the inn to meet their contact. It was morning, the sun had not quite risen, and they were exhausted. The agent they had met in the burning city had given them not just a map, but a key and a note card with a room number on it. Calvin entered and climbed the stairs to the second level and found the door that matched the card. Quietly, as to not disturb anyone else who might be listening for him, he unlocked the door and crept inside. A thin stream of light from a street lamp outside had eased its way between the thin blinds on the window, but otherwise the room was dark. Calvin closed the door behind him and took a few tentative steps into the room. He paused mid-step when he heard the distinctive click of a readied firearm. "Does the Black Moon howl?" the voice behind the gun said. "It is the only thing that howls," Calvin replied. A small desk light clicked on next to a cot against the wall. Sitting in the chair was Kowalski, gun in hand, a thin bead of sweat having very recently eagerly formed on his forehead. He sighed when he realized it was Calvin. "Thank God," he said, wiping his brow. "I don't know if I could shoot someone if I had to. Targets, sure, but a person?" He grimaced. "It's good to see you, Calvin." Calvin did a double take. "Kowalski, what are you of all people doing here right now? Was there nobody else you could send?" The portly man frowned. "You know, I was an agent once too. It may have been a few years, but I could still probably get the job done." He pulled at his shirt slightly and uncomfortably, aware that they both knew that was a lie. "But no, I'm here because there's something you need to know. Our sources have indicated that American troops are landing on a beach near where you just came from. Ostensibly, they're here to quell the rebellion, but the numbers don't seem to match their intentions." Something clicked in Calvin's brain. "The jets. We saw bombers last night." Kowalski nodded. "They were coming from the Gerald R. Ford, who is anchored a mile offshore. Something else you should know," he continued, "is that there's another ship in that group that doesn't match any other U.S. Navy ship on record. It's flying an American flag, but our sources believe it might be a Foundation destroyer, maybe the Scranton or the Wormwood. Either way, that probably means only one thing." Calvin nodded. "The 6th Overseer." Kowalski nodded as well. "They're going to try and smoke you out, Calvin. We can get you out of here if you want to get out, but..." He grimaced again. Calvin knew why. The American was maybe the most well-known of the overseers, but arguably the hardest to get near. His involvement within the U.S. military had no doubt led to its explosion in size and technological achievement over time, and in return the military acted like a steel curtain around him. Away from the United States, he was at least vulnerable, even if he had brought an army with him. It was their only opportunity. "What you've done so far has been nothing short of incredible, Calvin," Kowalski said, leaning back in his chair. We never would have thought anyone would get this close. But this one is different. There's nothing clever you can do here. This is a hammer, and you are the nail." Calvan frowned. "Appreciate the vote of confidence." "I'm serious," Kowalski said, and suddenly Calvin noticed something different about him, some quality that hadn't been there before, something stern and authoritative. "You've done amazing work, but you need to keep doing amazing work. We might get a shot at this one later, after you finish the others. Maybe that will help. But right now, you're 3 people in a jeep in Southeast Asia, and you have an American military division a few hours away." He sighed. "You're no good to us dead." Calvin hesitated for a moment, considering what Kowalski had just said. Before he could make up his mind, the other man continued. "There's one more thing, Calvin. We have agents who have evidence of a secure container being moved out of Site 19 and onto that ship. Whatever is in there, they're no doubt planning on weaponizing it. If you were me, what would you do?" Calvan said. Kowalski laughed. "Fortunately for both of us, I'm not you, because I wouldn't be here right now." He paused. "Here's the way I see it. You've got no chance in a head-to-head anything. You're outnumbered 3,000 to 1, and that's generous. Honestly, I don't know if you've got a chance being sneaky either. This army has spent the last 4 decades rooting people out of holes in the Middle East. There's not a chance you wouldn't be found." He paused again. "You know, I met 056 once, back before I joined Delta, at a government function. I don't know if he knew who I was, but if he did, he didn't act it. I don't know if there's a more arrogant and braggadocious person in the entire world. The way he talks, he was the man who single-handedly built the most powerful military in the entire world." He laughed. "Maybe he did, I don't know. I don't think you win here by being smart, Calvin. I think you win by forcing him to do something stupid." Calvin nodded. "Maybe. Either way, I don't see a way we can leave. We're not going to get the shot again, and everything we do after this becomes that much harder if we don't eliminate him." Kowalski stood up. "I agree. I don't envy the position you're in, but I don't know of anyone more qualified than you to be in it." The two of them walked for the door, with Calvin opening it slowly. After catching a look from Kowalski, he shrugged sheepishly. "Don't want to wake anyone up." Kowalski laughed. "Oh no, you won't. This whole town is empty. They caught wind of what was coming and abandoned their homes last night." As they stepped outside the inn, the sun was just beginning to come up over the top of the trees, and a thin fog hung in the air. Adam was awake, sitting in the back seat of the jeep and running his hand over the metal canister that the spear was in. When Olivia came around the car and saw them, she did an abrupt double take. "Delta?" she said. "What are you doing here?" "Delivering bad news, I'm afraid." Kowalski looked back at Calvin, his eyes morose. "Do be careful, Calvin. You're so close now." Without another word, Kowalski turned and began walking down the dirt road. He continued on until he was out of sight. Olivia turned to Calvin. "What did he mean?" Calvin grimaced. "The 6th Overseer is sometimes called the American. He's an old Union general, one of those ghosts from long ago that just refuses to die. He's also really easy to find. He's got an office in the Pentagon. So what's the bad news?" "The bad news is that he's nearby, not far from here." Olivia shrugged. "That doesn't sound bad. We don't have far to go." Calvin gestured with uncertainty. "Not quite. Kowalski says he brought an American army with him. They landed on the beach back in the city, and chances are they're moving inland looking for us." Adam was listening now. "How many is in an army?" Calvin considered. "About 10,000 men in a division. They'll have naval and air support too. The jets we saw last night were probably US planes." He crouched down, looking at a rock next to his shoe. "I'm all ears if either of you have any ideas." "What did the Delta say?" Adam asked. Calvin snorted. "That he's an asshole. Shocking, I know, for a guy who doesn't go anywhere without an invading force behind him." He sighed. "Either way, we need to put some room between us and them. The way I see it, if we can head further north, we might find a spot we can post up on for the night and see what they do next." They agreed, and together the 3 of them loaded into the jeep and followed the winding dirt road towards the hills in the north. For a while they could still see smoke rising in the far distance over the trees, but as clouds gathered above them and the rains began to fall, the world behind them faded into the same shade of mottled gray. The road quickly morphed from something traversable to a muddy, impossible bog. They drove for hours, stopping only once to refuel from a nearly empty tank at an abandoned roadside shop. Day turned to night, and eventually the road turned into a gravel path leading up into the mountains. They reached a short outcropping from which they could see for several miles over the trees, and backed the jeep into a small grove of trees. Sufficiently satisfied that it was not visible from the road below, they retreated below a rocky overhang to stay out of the rain. Calvin posted up for first watch, and the three of them traded shifts throughout the night. Dawn broke on Olivia's watch, and the three of them collectively broke their meager camp. The rain had subsided, but only just, and the skies were still cloudy and gray. While Calvin finished packing, Adam stood on the edge of the cliff, quietly fuming at the sky. "Something up there piss you off?" Olivia asked, passing by him with a rolled bedding pad under her arm. Adam shook his head. "I hate cloudy weather. This is bullshit." He stared at the clouds a little longer, and then slunk off to his computer in the back of the Jeep. Olivia shot Calvin a look, and Calvin rolled his eyes. In the distance they heard a crack, and then another. There began a rumbling somewhere in the jungle, and from their perch they could see trees collapsing and the smoke of engines as something began to push through the trees. Calvin swore, and then looked into the sky. Dipping just beneath the clouds was a flying thing, white and metallic, that disappeared back into the overcast as quickly as it had appeared. A drone. "All right, well, time to go," he said, leaping into the Jeep. "Looks like the party found us." They came skipping down off the outcropping and back onto the soaked and sloppy road towards the north. As they pulled away, a hulking metal shape came through the trees a half-mile away and leveled a long cannon at them. Calvin jerked the wheel right and into the brush as a shell burned past, throwing up mud and debris as it exploded in the road. Calvin righted the wheel and caught another path towards the west, and they continued on. Over the sound of the jungle and their own engine, the noise of the war machine behind them grew louder and louder. Overhead, they could hear helicopters and jets, and in the near distance the sound of more tanks and heavy equipment leveling the forest as they pursued the group. Eventually, the trees thinned out and their Jeep broke into open grassland. "Fuck me," Calvin said, craning his neck to watch the skies behind them. "We're exposed." The sound of blades came fast and loud, and 6 helicopters were suddenly on them. Calvin pushed the Jeep around another hill and into a dusty, narrow valley. One of the helicopters came into view above them and began to fire. Calvin hugged the Jeep up against a rocky wall, and Olivia came up from the back seat with a scoped rifle. She braced it against the metal frame of the vehicle and put her eye into the sight. "Cut it!" she shouted at Calvin, who laid on the brake until they came to a complete stop. The helicopter turned to come around at them again, but broke hard to the left as Olivia swiftly lobotomized the pilot with a bullet. Adam stared at her, perplexed. "Aren't you an artist?" he asked. Olivia shrugged and reloaded. I've been doing this longer." Calvin crept towards the edge of the valley and cut through a small passage between 2 steep cliffs. Another helicopter came into sight as they crested one of them, and Olivia took a shot. The bullet missed the pilot but hit a rotor, causing the craft to sink violently and out of sight. Calvin made another turn and then one more over a ridge, and then they were out from under the mountain. In front of them was a road winding up into the craggy land past the fields. It pushed through the grassland, and then not far from where they were now, straight into the Badlands. Calvin took his foot off the accelerator, and they coasted to a stop. "Ah, shit," Olivia swore. Sitting between them and the Badlands were military vehicles, hundreds of them, each trained on their Jeep sitting on the hill. Above them, helicopters circled, and Calvin could make out the shapes of drones just above the cloud layer. Somewhere in the mass of tanks and assault vehicles, a horn blared, and the door of a personnel carrier slid open. A man climbed out and closed the door behind him. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a hearty beard, and mustache beneath a wide-brimmed hat. He was wearing a brown jacket over a red shirt with jeans, and on his feet were tall, glossy, oiled boots. He stepped forward from the line of guns and waved at them, motioning them to drive down the hill. "Is that him?" Adam asked, his eyes poking out from behind the back seat. Calvin nodded. "Sure looks like it." Olivia peered down at the man. "What's our play here?" Calvin drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "We could try and ram him. If we got to him before he climbed back inside that vehicle, that might do it. But I don't think we'd even make it that far." His eyes scanned the long line of metal pointed at them. "We could bolt back the way we came, but I don't know if we'd make it far." "Not a lot of great choices there, boss," Olivia said, smirking. Adam leaned around the seat. "I think if they were going to kill us, they could have just as easily done it already," he said. "Maybe we just drive down there and improvise?" Calvin turned back to face him. For a moment, his steely glare threatened to put a hole in Adam's forehead, but then he laughed, staring down the face of certain death. "And your idea is to wing it?" He shook his head. "Incredible. I love it. Best option we've had so far." He pulled the wheel around and brought the Jeep down from the hill and rested it a few yards from the man in the cowboy hat. They parked, and then Calvan climbed out. Before he turned away, he leaned back to the other two. "If things get hairy," he said, "one of you jump in here and gun it. I'm not saying you'll make it, but you never know." With that, he turned back towards the man in the cowboy hat and stopped just short of the front of the Jeep. "Morning," Calvin said. "Morning," the man said, smiling. "You must be Calvin, the fella that everyone is talking so much about." Calvin shrugged. "Might be. Who's asking?" The man laughed. "You're a little smartass, aren't you? I like it. The name's King, Rufus King. You no doubt know about my exploits as a member of some secret underground associations, but let me assure you, my loyalties to country come first. So, believe me when I say that, whether or not the boss man would like to hear it, I'm coming you today as an American citizen, not some man in black or anything." Calvan raised an eyebrow. "Admittedly, not what I was expecting." The American shrugged. "Look, son, a man's got to look out for his interests. And there is nothing I am more interested in than the ongoing safety and security of the United States of America. Full stop. I got into this game because I wanted to be able to better anticipate the threats posed by the strange and unusual, and by God, I've seen my fair share. During that time, I've been able to oversee projects that have strengthened the security of our great nation by way of new technology or other such advantages that the paranatural offer us." He reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, slid one from inside, and caught it in his teeth. He lit it with a flick from a lighter and took a long draw on it. "Yes," he said, "we have benefited immensely from our pact of cooperation with the Foundation. Hell, I wouldn't even be standing here today if it weren't for those benefits. We've got a good thing going here, and I was hoping to keep that good thing going for a good long while." His expression darkened. "But then you had to come along and snatch away our get-out-of-jail-free card when you pushed poor old Felix down that shaft. Now, I'm not dying of old age or disease anytime soon. The Foundation took care of that a long time ago. But now, I'm susceptible to all manner of harms, and by extension, so is the United States. That, I'm afraid, just won't do." He pointed back towards the Jeep. "However, you've got something back there that I think we can reach some sort of agreement on. I'm no monster, Calvin, just an old-fashioned South Carolina boy in good standing with some powerful people. I don't need to see any bloodshed for no reason, so I'll give you an offer. Might just be the best offer you're gonna get." Calvan squinted at him. "I'm listening." The American smiled again. "How about I let you and your two compadres back there scamper back off into the woods, and in exchange you hand over that spear you've got your hands on." "The spear?" Calvan did a double take. "Why do you want the spear?" The American flicked the end of his cigarette, sending ashes scattering across the ground. "It's a funny thing, that spear. I can't imagine how you would have got your hands on it, because we had it locked up tighter than a witch's cunt. You probably don't even know what it is, do you?" "I know what it's called," Calvin said. "Sure thing, but you don't know what it is." The American laughed. "When we found that thing, it was locked in the dusty grasp of some ancient king. Definitely cursed, though. The lives we spent just trying to pry it out of that bastard's grip. Well, I'll spare you the details. Just believe me when I say it took some doing. That spear there is the spear they used to pierce the side of Jesus Christ himself, the only one in the world that could have done it. How it ended up in that Roman's hands, I'll never know. But it did the trick then, and apparently it can do the trick now too. See," he continued, "that spear is old, Calvan. It's got a sort of magic about it that you just don't see anymore. The things it's capable of doing surpass any army or bomb I could come up with. You think if Jehovah or Cthulhu or the flying spaghetti monster descend from the heavens and decide to fuck up the United States, that we have any kind of weapon that can deter their advances?" He shook his head. "No, we do not, but that spear could. That spear can kill gods, Calvin. I don't know if there's a more deadly stick in the entire world, maybe the whole goddamn universe, and it's sitting in the back seat of your car right now." He held his arms open. "So there's the deal. Give me the spear, I make America safe again, and you get to go about your merry business with your lives. Killing overseers, overthrowing governments, whatever you want." Calvin considered this. "You understand that you're part of this too, right? It's not coincidence that you're next." The American cackled. "Am I? I always forget which number I am, just that I'm somewhere in the middle of the voting call." He took another drag on the cigarette. "I wondered as much when we found Green's crusty corpse back in that town. Between you and me, Calvin, I didn't care much for her either. A little too much power gone to the old noggin, if you know what I mean. I'm sure plenty of us seem crazy, but that old bird was a whole different brand. He pulled his pants up slightly by his belt. "That said, I certainly will not stop you if you want to try to kill me, but that will be after we've concluded negotiations here, and you have handed over the spear." Calvan shook his head. "I can't do that." The American smiled again, but this time there was something sinister about it. The sincerity in his expression had run dry. "Yeah, I was worried you'd say that," he said, adjusting his belt. "You know, I could kill you right here, right now, with no effort at all. Could have done so last night when you three were hunched in a cave in the middle of the woods. It would have been easy, Calvin, and really, this decision should have been easy too. But you've made it difficult for us, and now we have a decision to make." He sighed. "I don't know what you think you're trying to accomplish, and frankly, I don't give two fucks about the ideological war you think you're fighting. All that matters to me is getting that spear, and as easy as it would be to just take it, that wouldn't be very sporting. Besides," he cracked his knuckles, "it's been a little while and I've got some muscle to flex." He pointed into the sky behind Calvan, who turned around to see a Chinook helicopter descending through the clouds with a massive steel crate strapped to its underside. "In that box," the American said, "is something nasty. So nasty, in fact, that we've been trying to kill it for years, but just haven't had any luck." He tapped a finger against his head. "What I think I'm going to do is this. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you climb back in that Jeep, give you a little water, and let you drive off into the hills. Then, after a few hours, I'm going to point that box in your direction and open it. If what's in the box doesn't get you first, then I'll have the boys here roll over whatever's left and scoop up the spear on the way back. We'll call it a training exercise." He flicked the cigarette butt over towards Calvin. "That's what we'll do. I like that. Seems more fair." Calvin glared at him. "What if I pull a gun on you, right now, and kill you here?" The American laughed. "I asked myself the same thing. See, the difference between if you try to kill me and if I try to kill you is that I'm definitely killing you. You pull a gun on me here, and the 7th Infantry turns you and your friends into dust. Or, alternatively, you march out there into the rocks and dirt and die out there, only a little later. Either way, your little journey is drawing to a close. All that's left to decide now is how you want it to end." Calvan stood there for a moment longer, and then turned back to the Jeep. He climbed in the driver's seat and fired up the engine, and slowly they began driving towards the line of tanks and guns. As they did, the vehicles all pulled out of the way, revealing the road into the Badlands, and allowed them to pass by. As they pulled alongside the American, the man put a hand on Calvin's door. He leaned in and smiled at Olivia and Adam, and tossed a half-full canteen into the back seat. "Y'all have a safe trip now." He slapped the door. "We'll be seeing each other again here real soon." Calvin put his foot into the gas, and the Jeep sped off down the long road into the hills. Once the long line of the Americans' division had disappeared into the distance, the three of them began to breathe easier. Calvin wiped his brow with the back of his hand. "Smooth move, kid," he said to Adam. "Improvising was a good choice." Adam, though, was not happy. "Yeah, I guess." He paused. "Why didn't you just give him the spear, Cal?" Calvin looked back at him through the rear view. "It's important that we hold on to it. Giving it up isn't an option." Adam's brow furrowed, but his next question didn't come out of his mouth, but from Olivia's. "Where did you find it?" she asked. Calvin was quiet for a moment. "When I was younger, my mother and I escaped from my father. He was a drinker, and liked to hit us when he wasn't drinking. When we got out, we went to the countryside where my aunt lived. We used to take walks through the fields and the woods, just her and I, and those were some of the happiest times in my entire life. Then one day," he continued, "we were walking by a lake and she said she recognized somebody out in it. When I turned to look, I saw bodies, maybe hundreds of them, and she walked towards the lake and then into it and disappeared. I went in after her, and I could hear the bodies talking to me, and I saw my mother, and she just smiled at me and sank into the waters, and I never saw her again. I fought through those corpses for hours, and nobody would believe me when I told them she'd been taken into the lake." He sighed. "I went back there recently. I hadn't been back since my aunt shipped me off to boarding school, but I went back. The bodies are gone, and the paths to get there are overgrown, but the lake is still there. While I was there, getting my bearings, I guess, I was approached by someone. He hesitated. "I could barely remember what they looked like, even immediately after they left. I don't know how to describe them, other than they sounded tired, empty, like the voice of a person superimposed over a ghost." "What did they want?" Adam asked. "They told me two things. They told me my name, and they told me that I was an agent of the insurgency. I assumed they were Foundation or GOC or something, so I shot at them." He laughed. "Seems stupid now, but I had no idea who they were, still don't. And they came up all spooky-like and, well, either way, the bullets passed straight through them like they weren't even there. They told me to relax, and that they weren't there to harm me, but that they had something they needed to give me. I followed them through the woods until we reached a spot below a cliff. There were these brambles in between us and the cliff face, but as we walked through them, they just sort of melted away. Once they were gone, I saw it. A metal door in the rock with the foundation arrows on it. This person, whoever it was, opened the door and led me inside. There were some old filing cabinets full of papers and a ton of dust. I bet nobody had been in there in decades. This person points towards a door on the far end of this little narrow room and tells me that there's a tool past that door I can use to destroy the foundation. They told me that if I chose to go in there and take it, I'd have to make a horrible choice, and that if I could do that, I could have it. Olivia frowned. What was the choice? Calvin took a deep breath. When I walked through the door, I was suddenly out by the lake, only I was just a kid again, and I was walking with my mother. I don't think it was a dream. I reached out and grabbed her hand, and it was real. Then, he paused. Then we passed by the lake again, and I saw her walking down towards the water, and there were so many bodies. I started running after her, and it was different this time, because I knew what she was doing before she did it, and I was just an arm's length away. I could have grabbed her or tackled her, and kept her from going in. When I was younger, I had just frozen up until it was too late, but this time I could do something. I could save her. He tapped his finger against the steering wheel, but as I came up behind her, something stopped me. When I looked back towards the tree line, I saw this person who had led me to the door, standing there on the edge of the forest. They were just standing there, and I realized then, I think, that they had always been standing there. They were watching me, and in their hands they had this metal cylinder. He nodded towards Adam, who turned the cylinder over in his hands. All of a sudden, I knew that if I didn't go to them now, I'd never get the chance again. He swallowed hard. So I turned back and went to the person in the trees and took the canister from them. When I turned back towards the lake, she was already gone. He wiped at something in his eye with the palm of his hand. When I came to, I was standing by the lake again as an adult, but I had the canister. I had always had the canister, ever since that day when I was a kid at the lake. They all sat in silence for several long seconds before Calvin continued. This person, whoever they were, they came up beside me at the lake and told me my name, and that I was an agent of the insurgency. They asked if I remembered them, and I told them I did. They handed me something else, the 2 vials of water. When I asked who they were, they didn't tell me, but something about the way they looked at me was just perpetually sad. I took the vials, and then they told me they were sorry. I blinked, and they were gone. Christ, Adam said, sinking back in his seat. I'm sorry, I just thought it was a really good spear. Calvin snorted. It is a really good spear. You saw what it did to those guys on the stairs back in the city. He shook his head. No wonder Uncle Sam back there wants to get his hands on it. He rubbed his chin. Once I realized what it was capable of, I gave it to the library for safekeeping. Best place to put something you never want to be found again. Olivia was thinking. Hang on, she said. If this person gave you the spear when you were a kid and the vials more recently, then where did you get the journal? Oh, no, I wasn't kidding when I said that I stole it, Calvin said matter-of-factly. I got a hint from one of our friendlier coalition contacts that Skidder Marshall had taken to keeping it on his person while he was trying to decipher it. I also knew he was going to be in Berlin 2 days before the Von Mark Gala last spring. So I happened to find myself on the sidewalk as he was getting out of his car and just jacked him. Jacked him? Olivia exclaimed. You mean like you punched him? Jesus, Cal, isn't Skidder Marshall like 90 years old? Oh yeah, absolutely flattened the lad, Calvin said, grinning. Don't feel too bad though. I think he's probably had a few pulls off the fountain of youth at some point in his past too, so he's still in pretty good shape. Once he was down, I snatched it from his coat pocket. Didn't he have bodyguards or something? Olivia asked. Whoa, hold up, Adam said, his eyes growing wide. Is that what you were having me doing? Calvin burst out laughing. Oh yeah, it was perfect. I had Adam fuck with their GPS. They were a street over and had no idea what was going on. The only person Marshall had nearby was his driver, and I punched that guy too. Adam rolled his eyes. You had me break into Google Maps so you could punch an old man? Absolutely, Calvin said, nodding furiously. Just clocked him too. A few hours later, the clouds overhead cleared. Adam leaned out to look at the sky and smiled. Finally, he said with relief. Clear skies. Calvin looked back at him. Enjoying the weather? Adam was quickly pulling his laptop out and slapping an antennae on the side of the Jeep. I had an idea earlier, but wanted to check something out first. He stared at the screen as information danced across it, and his face lit up. Hey, Delta said that the American is a cocky son of a bitch, didn't he? Calvin squinted at him. Language, young man. But yeah, that's definitely the point he was getting across, I think. Why? Adam's hands danced across the keyboard. Do you think he'd violate Chinese sovereignty? It was Calvin's turn to look surprised. He might. What do you have in mind? Right. And you said that Delta said our best bet was to try and get him to do something stupid, right? Calvin rolled his eyes. Get to the point. Okay, Adam said, nodding slowly. Okay. Yes, okay. So, I also have a tragic story from my youth that is about to become useful. Calvin and Olivia snorted in unison. Go for it, Calvin said. Lead the way. We're actually really close to the town I grew up in, Adam said. My parents immigrated down here when I was a baby, and we ended up in one of these little mountain villages. Why do we need to go there? Olivia asked. Just trust me, Adam said. I'm not saying it's a perfect plan, but if you think the American is cocky and stupid enough to try and march his army up a mountain, it's a plan. He pointed Calvin in the direction of a road leading east. The sun was getting low in the sky behind them, and before too long the sound of distant helicopter rotors cut across the mountains. Shortly afterward, the sound of treads and diesel accompanied it, and then something else. It was a low, moaning sound, something like an animal in pain. These sounds continued to pursue them, but didn't arrive before they had pulled off the road and into a small, quiet, seemingly abandoned village. Calvin parked, and the three of them climbed out of the Jeep, walking carefully towards the center of town. Privet? Adam called out. Hello? Is anyone here? The first glint of the setting sun of a helicopter blade poked around the mountain, and they ducked into a house. It was empty. Olivia looked around the room as Calvin posted up at the window. What happened here? Everything is still in place. It looks like whoever lived here before didn't take any of their stuff when they left. Adam grimaced slightly. We didn't. Suddenly they heard a loud clattering from across the small town square. Something moved past the window, causing Calvin and Olivia to both draw weapons. Adam held a hand up. You two are going to need to chill, he said. At least for a minute. Don't shoot anything yet. They snuck out the back of the house and followed the ridge behind the houses to the far end of the road, just across from where they had heard the sound. They sprinted across the street to the house. The thin front door was standing open. Adam leaned inside and pulled a flashlight out from his bag. He pointed it inside and turned it on. A figure was standing in the far corner of the room, a shorter, round man wearing a thick, dirty shawl and no other clothes. His skin was pale and, in some places, unusually red. He was swaying slowly, and Calvin noticed something strange about the way his body was shaped, but couldn't place it. Adam took a step inside, holding a hand out in front of him. Father Bramimon? He asked in Russian. Is that you? The man turned slightly and looked at Adam. The right side of his face bulged significantly, as if something was pushing up against the skin from beneath. When he saw Adam, the man smiled. Ah, little bird, the man responded. His speech was thick, and each word was accompanied by a spray of spittle. Welcome home. Adam looked the man up and down. From their position outside, Calvin and Olivia could see Adam's face, and there was a sort of resigned sadness to it. He managed a weak smile. Father, Adam said, where is everyone? Have they all left? The man tottered slightly towards Adam. No, little bird. They are here. They are all around us. The sickness came for them, just as it came for me. He ran a thick hand across his bulging, exposed belly. It will come for us all, in time. My ascension has nearly arrived. From outside the house, they heard the same animalistic roar as earlier, an eerie sound that stood their hair on end. Adam turned away from the sound back to the old man, who was now dragging a meaty leg across the floor towards him. He said something in Russian to Bramimond, who uttered a slurred response. Adam turned back to the others. Something you both need to know, he said, pulling his gun from its holster. When I was younger, people here started getting sick. Nobody could explain it, and no cure seemed to help. As they got sicker, they would change. Like that guy back there? Calvin said. Adam cringed. Father Bramimon was one of the last holdouts. People who got sick were sent into the mountains around here so they wouldn't inflict anyone else. But others always got sick anyway. The Foundation showed up eventually and put those of us who were left to work cleaning out the mountains, but he trailed off, his eyes growing wide. Calvin and Olivia turned to look behind them. Coming up the path to the mountain was a line of tanks, slowly crawling across the rock and gravel. Men in personnel carriers and on foot followed behind, a long, winding column that stretched as far down as they could see. And at the head of the line was the American standing up in his Humvee, smiling and holding out a long black whip. He brought it up over his head and with a deafening crack, pulled it down across the body of the creature in front of him. It was massive, vaguely reptilian, with too many eyes and mottled green skin. It had long, thick strands of oily hair that dragged across the ground with every plodding step. Its mouth was long like a crocodile, but its teeth looked like those of a snake. Every time the American brought the whip down across the creature's back, it moaned in a horrid, foul agony. As they drew near to the town, the overseer pulled a megaphone out from inside his vehicle and clicked it on. "You're a tricky sumbitch, Calvin," he shouted, his amplified voice echoing off the mountains surrounding them. "I thought you'd be smart and stick to the road where you could just keep going till you ran out of gas, but here you are trapped in the mountains. Nowhere to go now, boy." He cracked the whip again and the monster howled. "This here is my problem, folks. I can't seem to do anything with this big guy. Now, I'm not saying you can, but the way I see it, I'm walking into this little gathering with 2 problems and leaving with 1. I'll leave it up to you to decide what that's gonna be." He hopped down from the Humvee and slapped the creature on the side, causing it to growl menacingly. He gestured towards the group with the whip and said something to the beast. Then, with an almost obscene viciousness, he brought the whip down on the creature several times in quick succession. It howled in rage and charged across the small dirt road towards where Adam, Calvin, and Olivia stood. They turned to run, but something waddling out into the street caught their eye and made them hesitate. Father Bramimon was standing between the charging reptilian monstrosity and them, unmoving. The creature continued to charge, but then hesitated and came to a stop just before reaching the old man. It leaned down to look at him, its eyes tightening. From deep within its gut, they heard words, a voice, deep and gnarled like the roots of an old tree, not truly of this world, but unfortunately placed within it. What is this?" The creature took another step forward. "This filth." Father Bramimon stumbled slightly, then gathered himself up. From where they were standing, they could see something moving, just under his skin. It had begun to seep in some places, and blood was now flowing out of his ears. He extended his arms wide and smiled. "I have ascended," he said, his voice sloppy with orgasmic stupor. "Hey!" the American shouted from his Humvee. "What in the fuck is the goddamn holdup, you dirty ass?" Before he could finish his sentence, Father Bramimon's skin split from the top of his head down to his groin. His eyes bulged and burst. His smiling face pulled apart and fell off to each side, and his torso expanded rapidly. The reptilian creature recoiled, its eyes wide with confusion. The thing that had been Father Bramimond collapsed to the ground and writhed there, like an insect breaking free from its cocoon. After a moment, it stopped moving and the town was silent. Then came another sound, more horrible even than the moans of the reptilian creature. It came from the pile of flesh and meat on the ground, and then echoed off into the mountains. It was half a dying animal, half a regurgitated human cry of terror. The sound that came out of the pile was suddenly joined by many other similar sounds coming from the rocks and high places around them. The pile of meat began to writhe again, and up from it came an abomination. It was slick with blood and fluid, all pink and red and yellow. Its face, if it could be called that, was long and bore no notable features. It had many appendages and more that came unfolded from its back and hung akimbo by its sides. Father Bramimon's loose skin lay discarded on the ground, but his hateful flesh screamed its birthing cry. The ground beneath them began to shake. There was the distinct sound of cracking rock as a nearby cliff face appeared to buckle, then collapse. The tumbling stone kicked up a cloud of dust, but when the dust settled, there was nothing behind it but blackness. Out of that blackness came more cries, and then more from above. Another skin creature appeared on a ledge nearby, then another, then hundreds, then thousands, each of them screaming and writhing and dancing a hellish dance in the light of the setting sun. Then came the sound of a gunshot, and one of the flesh creatures stumbled and fell down the mountainside. The entire assembly stopped and watched as it crashed against the stone and came to a rest between 2 small shacks set against the cliff. It lay there unmoving before writhing again and standing back up. It howled a ghastly howl and then began to approach the soldiers more quickly than seemingly possible. More gunshots, and then the howls reached a fever pitch, and the mass of flesh and gore crashed down the mountainside towards the 7th Infantry. At the head of the line was the lizard, who now turned back with malice in its eyes at the writhing form of what had been Father Bramimond. It struck out with its long teeth, but the creature moved too quickly and slid around the lizard. Its long, meaty appendage stuck to the side of the massive reptile, who roared and clawed at its back as the flesh beast began to envelop it. The ground beneath them shook again, and suddenly the ground was falling away. Below the cracks they could see hair and flesh and eyes, all staring skyward and full of blood and hate. Thick tendrils of flesh rose up from the ground as the acrid smell of gunpowder and smoke filled the air, all while more and more of the skinwalkers flew down the mountainside and out of the caves. Calvin had grabbed Adam and Olivia, and the three of them were now sprinting towards another Humvee, left abandoned by its previous occupants, who were now being pulled into the earth screaming by a mass of hands and teeth. As they got near, one of the flesh things came running at them. Calvin threw a heavy kick at the creature, but his foot stuck in the putrid mass of flesh and began to sink into the thing's skin. On its face, something like a sucker opened up and began to descend towards Calvin before being removed from the rest of its body in a hail of bullets from Olivia's rifle. Her and Adam grabbed Calvin by the arms and pulled him up into the Humvee. Behind them, the soldiers were in full retreat. The mountains had broken open, and now massive, horrible flesh nightmares were crawling out towards the column of infantry, crushing vehicles and man alike. A helicopter overhead was destroyed when a truck had been launched into the sky, and it came crashing to the earth, setting the path down the mountain ablaze. The skin creatures blistered and bubbled and screamed at the flames, but it did not stop the flood of them coming from out of the ground. Calvin threw the Humvee into motion, and they swiftly avoided a flaming personnel carrier that crashed into a nearby building. They drove past a church and then another row of houses and came out on the other side of the main square. In the distance they could see the fires and the flesh and the panicked soldiers packed together in a horrible crush of man and meat. Near them, however, in the middle of the town square, was another scene entirely. The flesh beast that had once been Father Bramimond had grown dramatically in size and was now grappling with the lizard as the two tore at each other. Standing on the lizard's back, one hand wrapped around a thick chain connected to a spike driven into the lizard's spine, and another wrapped around the black whip, was the American. His hat had been knocked off, and his shirt was ripped and soaked with blood, but the ferocity in his eyes was like that of a hound, racked with bloodlust and fury. He cracked the whip against the reptile's back, spurring it onward while he cackled like a madman. "Get fucked, you ugly-ass meat goblin," he shouted, yanking the chain left and right. He pulled the whip back behind his head and lashed it forward towards the flesh creature that had been Father Bramimond, which recoiled from the strike. The reptile sunk its teeth into the creature's fleshy exterior as they all howled and screamed. Below the reptile, smaller flesh horrors were beginning to assemble like a sea of gore, swaying rhythmically in a hypnotic frenzy. As the lizard brought the meat beast to the ground, they could see the American again, standing on the lizard's back and staring at them. His eyes were red with lust and hate. "You!" he roared, pointing the whip at the group. "You little whores don't get to go anywhere until I'm done, fuck." He was interrupted as Olivia shouldered her rifle and took a shot at him. The overseer brought his whip up furiously and caught the bullet in midair, shattering it with a resounding pop. She fired again, and he caught it again. She fired a third time out of rhythm, and the tip of the whip missed the bullet. The American stumbled and caught himself on the chain, his whip hand held up to his chest. When it pulled it away, it was covered in blood. The American looked back up at them. His face was covered in shock and disbelief, and he dropped the whip and started to idly rub the spot on his heart where blood was now cascading from. Calvin thought he could see the overseer start to say something, but before any words left his lips, he let go of the chain and toppled off the reptile's back into the throng of howling meat creatures. They descended on him like ghouls, ripping and tearing pieces of his body away and incorporating them into their own. Then the mass descended upon the reptile, who finally succumbed to the weight of the massive flesh creature and all of the many thousands of small creatures, and was pulled piece by piece into the earth. They sat on the ridge overlooking the small village until the last scrap of meat had been pulled from the lizard's bones, and the tide of flesh began to recede again into the mountains. Once the last of the meat monsters had disappeared, the reptile's skeleton collapsed into dust, out of which crawled the tiniest of lizards. It emerged from the pile, shook itself off, shot a dirty look at Olivia, Calvin, and Adam, and scurried off into the hills. "Hell of a shot," Adam said, breaking the silence. "Yeah," Calvin said, to nobody in particular. He was still staring at the spot where the American's body had fallen. All that remained was a red smear and a crushed leather cowboy hat. "Adam," Olivia said hesitantly, "were those things—" "They were," he said. "Friends, family, people I knew. Once everyone started getting sick, there wasn't much stopping it. It's not a disease, not really. The air would get hazy sometimes, like it was full of pollen. Spores maybe. You'd breathe them and then start getting sick, and then you'd go into the hills. My sisters went that way, and my dad. Eventually the Foundation showed up, stuck us in orange jumpsuits and put flamethrowers in our hands, and sent us out to burn back the infestation." He sighed. "Our lives were hard enough. When we left Russia, we were being pursued, and anyone we didn't know could have been some hidden assassin. Finding this place and somewhere to hide was a godsend. And then this happened." He paused. "I think, for me, if someone tells me that there's a way to stop this sort of thing from happening, well, yeah, I think I'd be down for that." Calvin nodded. "It's what Anthony would have wanted." They agreed. Calvin turned the wheel on the Humvee, and together the three of them crawled into the mountains and away from the ruination of the 7th Infantry. As they came around the corner of a narrow road through the mountains, they could see a city in the valley below them. Running through that city was a road, one they knew would take them further into China and towards civilization. Calvin was scanning the road, carefully watching even the slightest shadow out of place in the starlit night. Olivia was cleaning her rifle with the end of a thin paintbrush. Adam was looking out the window pensively. "So that's 7 down, right?" the young man said. "The dead guy in the tower, the math guy, the multiple personality person who kidnapped Liv, that crazy snake woman, the one who killed herself, the other one who killed himself, sort of, then Green and Mr. USA back there." He counted on his fingers. "Hang on, that's 8. Calvin snorted. "Aren't you supposed to be the math one?" Adam glared at him. "Reliving traumatic moments from my youth have thrown me off my game today. Anyway," he continued, "so who does that bring up next?" "They call him Blackbird," Olivia responded, not taking her eyes off her work. "He's a strange one. The journal doesn't say anything about where to find him, just that he has a way of just showing up. I don't know what that means." Suddenly Calvin stomped on the brake, sending Olivia and Adam into the dashboard and onto the floor, respectively. They scrambled up, each pulling a weapon as Calvin did the same, and stepped out of the truck. Standing in the road in front of them was a small, strange-looking man. His eyes were slightly too big for his head, and he had a hooked nose with neatly parted hair. He was wearing a 3-piece suit with a bow tie. In his jacket pocket was a silver pocket square with a black crown embroidered onto it. As Calvin cautiously stepped towards him, the man smiled warmly and extended his arms. "Good evening," he said. "I hear you are going to soon be looking for me, yes?" Journal entry, the 6th Overseer. The 6th Overseer. There's really little to be said about the Overseer they call the American. Once upon a time, he was American Civil War General Rufus King, who somehow escaped the hand of fate long before he ever had a sip from the fountain of youth, or entered into any contract with death. Nobody seems to know how he did this, and strangely nobody seems to care. If you want to find him, he has an office in the Pentagon. His official title is Special Counsel to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and his office is on the 4th floor. I have had numerous run-ins with him, and believe me when I say that each has been as distasteful as the last. That said, I once witnessed him open a beer with the end of a whip, then use that same whip to grab the beer across the room and finish it in a single swallow. It was remarkable. Step 00105, 055, Blackbird, male, British, Moroccan ancestry, age uncertain, generally regarded as the most jovial members of the council, is not afraid to be seen joking in public, has often commented that he believes the dark curtain between Overwatch Command and the rest of the Foundation, as well as the unnecessary seriousness of the council itself, are a preposterous and often detrimental joke. Despite this, there are several incongruities surrounding 055. Some sources have indicated that they believe they have heard 055 talking to himself as if he were having a conversation, while others have described conversing with 055 and then speaking to him again shortly afterwards and feeling as if they were not talking to the same person. In the debriefing of the neutralization of SCP-1730, one source described how a rescued member of the Site-13 staff was able to identify a picture of 055 as a member of the Global Occult Coalition in their world. Aside from forming the Department of Paranormal Organization Review, 055 has apparently led considerable research into the existence of alternate realities, and is known to personally review anomalies that interact with other dimensions as they arise. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 9. What the Blackbirds Saw Before. They were crammed into the small, dingy motel room. Adam sitting in a corner, idly perusing an anarcho blog on his laptop. Olivia sitting on the bed drying her hair. Calvin sitting in the window, watching cars pass on the dark street below them. And Anthony relaxing on the other bed, eating a sandwich. They had the television on, but none of them were watching. Every so often they would hear footsteps in the hallway, and all stop what they were doing until the sound disappeared around the corner. It was after one of these pauses that Adam broke the silence. "Anthony," he asked, closing his laptop and kicking up his feet, "you said you were alive during the schism, right?" Anthony grunted. "First of all, that's still crazy. Second, why did the schism happen in the first place?" The older man stopped chewing and swallowed. "Ideological quibbles." Calvin rolled his eyes and Adam pouted. "No, seriously," Adam said. "It didn't seem like the Foundation had been around that long. What could have happened in such a short amount of time to cause a rift like that?" Anthony set his sandwich down on the bedside table. There was a profound disagreement from the beginning about what the Foundation had to offer. Back then we had this enemy, see, we called them Abaddon. We were led to believe the Abaddon was this group of desperate, hostile reality benders that were attacking our storehouses to loot our artifacts. The threat of Abaddon showing up on our doorstep every day led us away from just researching and containing anomalies. Suddenly we were concerned with protecting ourselves, reaching outside our bounds. He took a drink from a can on the table. We began a project to build this thing, this eigenweapon, that we could use to end Abaddon once and for all. Felix Carter, the 13th Overseer, he was in charge of the occult research that went into developing the rituals we used to bind unparalleled power to a word that could be used to annihilate anything in the universe in an instant with nothing more than a thought. He paused as another set of footsteps proceeded past the door with little incident. "We did something," he continued, "during the development of that weapon that was truly heinous. I am convinced there is no greater sin than the one we committed to create that perfect gun. And I am half convinced the Overseers only signed that deal with death to avoid the fires of hell we're all now destined for." He paused again and took another drink. "Anyway, we were fooled. Abaddon was an excuse, one perpetrated by the administrator to, for the first time, create an anomaly, give form to something that had not existed before we started. We succeeded, but at a terrible cost. The schism was a result of the two lingering factions after that event. Those who believed that creating that weapon was a net good, and those who believed it was a net evil. The ones who stayed thought that the ends justified what we had done, and that creating that weapon had created a safer world. Myself and several others rightly believed that we had done something unspeakable, and that the Foundation couldn't continue to exist, that it was rotten to its core." Adam pondered this for a moment. "What happened to that weapon?" "They buried it," he said without hesitation. "It could only be activated with the word, and the only person who knew what that word was defected with us. Aaron Siegel, the engineer, the man who is currently the first Overseer. When they realized they couldn't use it anymore, they split up its component parts to keep them from being activated, and he could never use it again, word or otherwise." "What caused the defection then?" Olivia asked, scrubbing at her face with a washcloth. "What made Aaron Siegel go back?" "Arrogance and lust," he spat. They called with a better offer, and he picked up the phone. He leaned back against the thin, dingy pillows. "When we defected, Aaron Siegel killed the administrator, thinking that would be the end of the Foundation. But the administrator was just one man, and the Foundation was much more decentralized than it is today. The difference between then and now is a matter of scale. The Foundation of today has fully realized itself, and its core is less a connection of a few veins and more its bleeding, beating heart. There is power in the directors and everything, but true authority rests with the Overseers. When they're gone, the Foundation will be a snake without its head." He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Calvan slid the window open slightly more in response and shot him a look. "And more than that," he continued, "you've probably heard that all of the Foundation sites and storehouses sit on top of nuclear devices, a last chance option if something terrible happens. They're not under every site, but they are under most. At Site-01, there is a system in place that will activate when there is only one overseer left, a command that goes out to arm all of those bombs. If we get there and kill Aaron Siegel, we can use that system to destroy everything. The sites, the anomalies, all of it. We'll still have work to do, but we'll have trumped them. Calvin was looking at him from the corner of his eye. How do you know this exists? I designed it, Anthony said. We didn't have nuclear weapons when I designed it, but the concept is the same. You could even do it from his desk. One button, and poof, it's all gone. He picked his sandwich back up and nodded. That's our play. That's how we do it. Now. Calvin was 2 steps out of the Humvee with his gun drawn. Olivia was close behind him, but the man in the middle of the road didn't move. He held up both hands, palms out, and waved them slightly. Look, see? He showed them the backs of his hands. No guns. I'm not here for violence. Who are you? Calvin asked. The man made a large, sweeping bow. He was slightly hunchbacked, and when he bent over, they could see the deviation in his spine. I am Mortimer J. Denning von Kronecker, he said, standing back up. I'm your next overseer. Number 5, you see. He gave them a knowing elbow. I noticed you were going down numerically. Not maybe the most unique approach, but I'll admit it's narratively consistent. Olivia raised an eyebrow. You're the Blackbird? The man made a dismissive gesture. Please, Blackbird is my work name. I'm not here on work, obviously, though. He gave them both a look. It seems that you two are. Calvin raised his gun as if to fire, and then hesitated. What are you doing here? Me? Mortimer raised a hand to his mouth. Why, I came to meet you. I have seen some incredible things. Many incredible things, if you believe half the stories they tell about me. But I've never met someone who has, in one way or another, killed 8 overseers. He crossed his arms and nodded. That is impressive. That's never been done before, not even by the overseers themselves. If you know why we're here, then why did you seek us out? Olivia asked. You know we're trying to kill you. The man laughed. Yes, well, I did know that. But see, unfortunately for both of us, killing me is sort of a non-starter, even after your little whoopsie with Felix back at the Spire. He gestured at Calvin. Here, I'll show you. This will help establish some rules. Shoot me. He tapped on his forehead. Right here, square between the eyes if you can. Calvin raised his gun again but paused. He looked at Olivia, who looked back at him with uncertainty. Mortimer rolled his eyes and produced a knife from inside his sleeve. Fine, fine, he said. We can do it this way too. Holding the knife in his left hand and bracing the bottom of it with his right, Mortimer drove the blade of the knife into his head through his neck. Blood splashed out onto the ground, and he immediately went cross-eyed as a gargling gasp escaped his lips. He pushed one more time with his right hand, and the end of the knife lodged perfectly into his skull. He stumbled backwards and collapsed. The 3 of them sat staring at the man on the ground in shock. What the hell was that? Adam said from behind them. Then, suddenly, the road in front of them was illuminated by a dark purple light. It pulsed twice, and then with a snapping sound and the distinct smell of ozone, the Blackbird appeared before them again, unscathed. He held out his arms as if performing a magic trick, and then gestured to the corpse on the ground. See, he said. Voila, good as new. You're anomalous, Olivia stated. Mortimer nodded. But really, who isn't anymore? He held a finger to his chin. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I believe that Green wasn't. I think that always got to her, you know? She had all these machinations, he gestured wildly, that would have been so much easier to achieve if she could do the things I can do. What can you do? Calvin said, lowering his gun. The overseer held up a finger. Ah, that's a good question. Let's start with a better one. Where I'm from. He turned as if to walk away, and then stopped mid-step to turn back and motion them to follow. Come on, let's go. You can leave your belongings here. Nobody is going to come after them for a while. The 3 of them hesitantly started walking behind him. As they fell in step, they noticed the sky changing. It had been night, but now it was a deep, rich purple that was occasionally disturbed by ripples emanating from somewhere in the distance. The landscape around them began to change as well. Gone were the hills leading up into the mountains. Now they walked on a cobblestone street through a city they did not recognize. The sky above them began to change again, fading out from purple and into a sullen gray. A light rain was falling, and a chill hit them from behind. This, Mortimer said, turning back to look at them, is my home, where I am from anyway. I was born here, in the city of London. London, population 2.5 million, is the last city on Earth. Isn't that something? They stared around in muted amazement. Something dark and massive passed overhead, and they were momentarily drenched in shadow. "What happened here?" Adam asked. The overseer shrugged. "You remember the Black Death? You no doubt read about it in a history book or something. A very tragic event in your world's history. Well, as it turns out, the Black Death hit this world very hard. There was this fellow in the Out There who woke up just in time to catch it at its worst, and told everyone he had a cure. As you can imagine, people were eager to take him up on the proposition. Only problem was, the plague wasn't exactly what he was curing." He waggled his eyebrows. "If you know what I mean." He turned back to look down the dull street. At the far end, a horse-drawn carriage passed by, the horse looking little more than a skeleton. "In your world, the one you were born in, this entity exists. We have him contained, in fact, stuffed in a cell somewhere. He's much different there than he is here. I doubt there would be much we could do to inhibit this fellow." He paused. "Anyway, city after city began to fall, all around the world. But not London. The forefathers built her walls strong and her defenses stalwart. For a time we had allies. Paris, Munich, Rome, even some much further away. Slowly over time, they all went silent. London is all that's left." He started walking again and they followed. He led them down the street and then out into a large, open thoroughfare that was empty except for them. "Now, as for what I can do, you've no doubt picked up on part of it. Walking hither and yon between realities is both useful and obvious. But before you can go somewhere, you need to see where it is you're going." He pointed up into the sky and closed his eyes. "You've met my good ex-friend the accountant already. He was very good with numbers, and there were some who thought he could see the future. He couldn't really, just like I can't really. But I can do him one better. See, they'll tell you there are infinitely many universes, and for the layman that might as well be true. But it's not actually true. There is a functional end to all creation, a hard limit, if you will. There are only so many atoms and so many interactions. It might seem like infinity to your average guy on the street, but I can see those variations, each and every one of them. If there are more of some than there are of others, I know that in any one universe that event would be more likely." He stopped again. "Now, imagine you're a young Mortimer J. Denning von Kronecker, and you live in a shit city on a shit island at the end of the world. The skies are always gray, the air is always toxic, and on the other side of the channel, outside of these walls, is a nightmare that could kill you in a heartbeat. You have dreams of a place like yours, but different, brighter, happier, a smaller chance of imminent death. You can see it, clear as day. Then one day you hear a voice calling out to you from this place, and it's your own voice. They're not you, but they are you." He turned back. "I heard that voice, and took those first steps into a place that wasn't my own. This place, this London, is part of a dying world. If it makes it another 6 months, it'll be a miracle. I had no family, no friends. Nobody wanted a lame orphan who was hearing voices." He shrugged. "So I left." "Hang on," Olivia said, rubbing her temple. "You can see other realities?" Mortimer looked up curiously, as if forming a thought. "See? No, it's not like I can open my eyes and look at them. Not really. It's more like I can hear them." He started walking again. They passed an empty butcher shop, an empty bank, an empty apartment building. "You remember when I said I heard my own voice?" he asked. "That was true. When I came through there, I found another me, and together we found another. We kept running into each other until there were no more of me left undiscovered, and then we all just sort of came together. Unified, if you will. There are still a lot of me in here," he tapped his head, "but we all more or less speak the same language now. This works out well, because if one of me ever dies, the others can just break that one off and stay intact. Does that make sense? Sort of like an onion. You peel one layer back and there's more onion underneath." He rubbed his chin. "I think that's a reference to something." "I still don't understand," Olivia said. "If you're all in the same place now, how do you hear these other dimensions?" "Realities," he said, holding up a finger. "Dimensions are different, and I don't dabble in those. That was the tricky bit, but sometimes things just have a way of working out. In my travels, I found someone else like me. Someone else who was maybe not quite so organized as I was, but could still hear herself wherever she is out there. Her name was Allison, the daughter of one of the Foundation's senior staff members. She and her sisters? That's not right. She and the other versions of herself struck a deal with me. I show up whenever she needs a little muscle, and she keeps me informed of everything happening, everywhere. Do you understand?" Calvin stopped walking. "So why did you bring us here? What do you want?" Mortimer paused and then turned around. He was still smiling, but it was more somber somehow. "I know what you're trying to do," he said, "and I'm sympathetic, trust me. I know you're adamant about what you want to accomplish, and I know that nothing that I can say personally can change that, and that's fair. Thing is, I don't know if you're right or not, or if your crusade will make any sort of difference in the grand scheme. I have some ideas, but I'm not sure, just in case I want to try and keep it from happening, because if for some reason you succeed and I lose touch with all of the me that's in here, well," he paused. "I don't really know what would happen, to be honest. I don't think it would be good. So I'm going to give you something." His smile diminished slightly when he saw their faces turn. "Oh no, this isn't like other deals I'm sure the others gave you, especially since they were, what, Valerie and Rufus? Those two are nasty." He shook his head. "I'm sure they resorted to horrible things in order to dissuade you, and look where that got them. Me, though, I can do better than that." They stopped in front of another empty shop with 3 doors. Somewhere in the distance, a flare went up, and they were briefly bathed in red light. When they looked back, there were 3 men standing in front of the doors, each identical to the others. "I'm going to offer you an out," Mortimer said, the voices speaking in perfect unison. "Not an out that's just in your head like the liar might have offered, or an out that's not really an out at all, and mostly just results in your death, like Rufus would have preferred. No, this is a bona fide, 100% guaranteed out. If you take it, it's yours. I can arrange all the paperwork and make it happen, but it's there if you want it." Each of the 3 men stepped aside, exposing the now open doors behind them, 1 for each of them. "We go through these," Calvin said slowly. "And what? We're killed immediately? Is this a joke?" Mortimer's face softened. For the first time, he no longer appeared unceasingly genial. Instead, he looked tired. "No, it's not a joke, and there's no funny business here. I'm just looking for a way we can both benefit from this." They each looked at each other, and after a minute, Olivia shrugged. "I mean, what else are we going to do?" she said. "Shoot him?" Calvin and Adam nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them each entered separate doors. Adam found himself standing in a warmly lit room on a shaggy carpet. Somewhere on the street below, a man was playing something on a saxophone. There was a small fireplace, and a fire burning within it. Something was cooking in the next room, and it smelled heavenly. Adam scanned the room for something familiar, but found nothing. "It's over there, if you're looking for it," the blackbird said, suddenly appearing next to him. "Over there in the corner, I mean. Your laptop, right? That's what you're looking for? I notice you don't really ever part with it." "What is this?" Adam said, confused. "Where am I?" "This is Portland, Oregon in the United States. Can't remember the address exactly. You've actually been here once before, when you were younger. Your parents briefly sought asylum here." Adam looked back around the room. "That's right," he said, nodding. "We lived in the town in the mountains after this." The blackbird walked over to the window and looked out at the street. Adam continued scanning the room. "Why here?" "Because in this world your asylum was granted," the blackbird said without looking up. "You grew up here, with both of your parents and your siblings. They're all still alive too. Your parents moved to Los Angeles, but you liked it here most of all. This felt like home to you." Adam didn't respond. It did feel like home. He remembered the thick carpet and the drapes that were just a little musty. Even the stupid little fireplace had made him so happy as a child. It was perfect, exactly as he remembered it, but better, except, "Adam!" a voice called from the kitchen. It was dark and rough, and familiar. Adam felt his heart beat quicken slightly as he took a few steps around the edge of the sofa in the middle of the room. A moment later, Calvin's head poked around the corner. "Dinner," he said. He raised an eyebrow and looked around. "Who are you talking to?" Adam hesitated, his voice catching in his throat. He turned to look at the blackbird for some response, but the man was staring straight ahead, unblinking. "Are you surprised?" the overseer said. "You can't hide from me, Adam Ivanov." He tapped a finger on the side of his head. "There was a time once when I too desired certain comforts. Pleasures of the flesh, as you know. The girl Allison has had her usefulness there, but I will admit I find your tastes far more fulfilling than my own." Adam turned back to Calvin, who was no longer moving. The world had grown very still. From his position in the living room, quietly shaking and unable to control his heart, Adam saw a silver band on one of Calvin's fingers. He felt blood rush into his face. "There are struggles here," the blackbird said, walking back over towards a shimmering purple door in the back of the room. "You will experience hardships, just like everyone does. But it is an opportunity, and it is normal. It is a life that you can live free of fear. A life that is your own, not somebody else's. Then Calvin was walking over towards him, and he was unable to move. Calvin's face was stoic, but his eyes betrayed his concern. He reached out and put a hand on the back of Adam's head. It was warm. Olivia stepped through the door and was abruptly hit in the face with a blast of salty water. She stumbled sideways and opened her eyes, and realized she'd very nearly walked into the sea off the edge of the ship she was now standing on. Ship was perhaps not the right term. The vessel she had appeared on was a yacht. Overhead, the skies were blue and cloudless, and the seas around her were generally calm. She walked towards the center of the deck, where an easel was set up and a rack of different art supplies sat next to it. She moved to stand in front of it, and saw it was a painting, half completed, of the horizon in front of her. In the painting, the sun was hanging low in the sky. She leaned in and saw the sun in the painting was moving, slowly sinking below the horizon. As it did, the completed half of the image grew dark, and its sky filled with purples and blues. She stepped back and noticed the blackbird standing nearby, casually gazing off the side of the ship towards a beach nearby. "Where is this?" she asked. "Wherever you want it to be, I believe," he said, idly drumming his fingers on the rail of the ship. "In this world, this ship is yours. That easel and those paints are yours. You have nothing to worry about except the easel and the sea. All the time you need." Olivia snorted. "You think I'd be convinced with a nice boat and some new paints?" The blackbird looked back at her and smiled. "No, I really didn't." She heard another sound from behind her, somebody climbing steps. She turned around to find a man emerging from below deck. He had dark, rich skin and long hair and thick braids. He was wearing white shorts and little else, and the definition in his musculature could have cut diamond. When she saw him, Olivia gasped. "Tevin," she said, her voice catching. I don't understand how." The world froze. The blackbird walked up behind her and beheld the man for a moment. "I had wondered about you, Olivia. For all your passion, you never seemed to show any kind of true emotion. Nothing raw or real." She looked at him and he grinned. "Yes, I've been watching you for a long time. I saw this coming, more or less, and long ago decided to keep tabs on those of you who might be involved." He gestured at the man coming up the stairs. "This, though, surprised me. I was really amazed at how well you kept it hidden, even from the people who knew you best. But what would the incredible Ivory be without her excellent Ebony, eh?" He laughed. "I get now why the name wouldn't stick. That's okay. I've had my fair share as well." The blackbird turned back towards the sea. "In this world, the boat and the paints are yours, and so is Tevin Laredo. There is no Foundation raid on your Anartist community, and you don't accidentally turn him into glass while drawing up that wave of fire to dissuade your pursuers." He glanced at her as her face turned white. "Yes, even that. The all-seeing eye of the Foundation doesn't miss much, and it certainly didn't miss that. I imagine it must have been horrible, really. I understand your pain. I too have made terrible choices with unintended outcomes that I have had to live with." He sat down in a deck chair and produced a glass from inside his coat, filling it with a flask also from inside his coat. He took a drink and sighed, leaning back in the chair. "In this world, Olivia, you don't have to make that terrible choice. There is no accident. You and he get to stay on this ship and go where you want to go, and see everything you want to see. There is no limit to your horizons here." Olivia tried to turn away, but tears were already streaming down her face. The blackbird took another drink. "Wouldn't that be nicer?" Calvin stepped out into a grassy field in the middle of the woods. The air was crisp, and a thin layer of dew sparkled across the grass in the light of a rising sun. He took a few steps and gauged his surroundings, then sighed. He knew where he was. The blackbird appeared beside him. Looking down the small slope of a hill they stood on towards a small lake set on the edge of the woods. For a moment, they didn't speak. "This is a strange choice," Calvin finally said. The blackbird looked sideways at him. "What makes you say that?" Calvin shrugged. "I've been here before. I know how it goes." The blackbird tutted. "Now, that's not true. You know how it goes from a single perspective, the one you had that day in the woods." Calvin raised an eyebrow. "But this world, this is the one you always wanted, the one where you have a chance to save your mother." They watched as a young Calvin and his mother came into view through the trees. As they came across the side of the lake, a body appeared in the water, floating up from some dark depth below. Then another, and suddenly there were hundreds of bodies coating the surface of the water like a slime. As they appeared, Calvin's mother stopped and turned, and she began walking towards the lake. Young Calvin stood unmoving behind her. "You had all this time," the blackbird continued, "all this time to run down and stop her. But you didn't, because you were a boy and you were scared. Now, though, you have all the time in the... He stopped. Staring back at the two of them, right into Calvin's eyes, was young Calvin. There was a look of knowing there that he recognized as his own, a look of understanding about what had come before and what would happen next. The young man looked back at his mother, and then back at the tree line. Standing there, amidst the brush and the limbs, was a cloaked figure holding a silver canister. Calvin began walking towards them. The blackbird recoiled at the sight. "You!" His voice cracked, and Calvin could hear something unnatural beneath his tone. "You did this?" Calvin reached the figure and took the canister. The figure held a single finger up to their lips. "This is not what you think it is," the figure said. "Take it and see." Calvin opened the canister and dumped the contents out into his hand. It was a pair of wire-framed glasses with thin golden runes marked along its edges. Near the back of one of the earpieces was a name, inlaid in black, A. Shaw. Calvin held them up, and they glittered in the light of the rising sun. "What are you doing?" the blackbird cried from across the meadow. "All of our endeavors laid to waste, and nothing but panic and uselessness from all of you. At least I was trying to fix the problem. I was trying to help. I wanted to make them happy, even if this one can't be satisfied." Calvin paused. "You showed me this place, didn't you? I imagine you showed the other two something similar. What, their ideal world or something?" He considered this. "If this is my ideal world, then why wouldn't it make me happy?" The blackbird sank his thumb into the bridge of his nose. "Because those two want things that can be achieved reasonably. You, on the other hand, are a violent demagogue appealing to their baser instincts. They've both experienced hardships, because all people experience hardships. You and your ilk just pointed the finger at the Foundation and gave them an outlet for their hate. I was trying to offer them something better. But all you want is to kill, and all because of this moment, right here." He gestured towards the water. "Do you see that? Your own mother, walking off to meet a terrible fate. Your entire life would change, made infinitely better by your non-involvement in these affairs. You have the choice, and you're still choosing violence. What does that make you?" Calvin looked back down at the glasses, and after a moment he put them on. "I don't know," he said. "Let's see about you." When he looked back up through the slightly blue-tinted lenses, the meadow and the lake and the woods were still there. However, instead of the blackbird, there now stood a towering monstrosity, some horrific pseudo-avian creature with dead eyes and fetid, rotting flesh. He could see through its thin, matted feathers to within, where a swirling mass of faces howled and cursed, each pressed up against the sides of their container as if it was near to burst. When the creature opened its foul beak to speak, he could hear the blackbird's voice echoed over infinitely many incarnations of itself, a sinister cacophony of misery and pain. "I offered you a life," the creature said. "I offered you freedom. I offered you your mother." Calvin shook his head. "No, that's not my mother." He looked down at young Calvin, who was watching him closely. "She's his. My mother died a long time ago because of abominations just like you." "You're a fool," the blackbird cawed. "It doesn't matter. I don't have to make you happy. You're already here, and I don't have to stay." The sky began to turn purple again, and Calvin smelled ozone. From behind him, the figure lay a hand on his shoulder. "Turn the canister over again," it said. "Quickly." Calvin did, and sliding out from within it was a long fiberglass fishing rod. It was bright pink with the words "Dr. Wondertainment's Interdimensional Line and Lure" emblazoned on the side. Behind it was something else, and at the sight of it, Calvin grinned. It was plain white wiffle ball bat with a taped handle and the words "Bird Begone by Dado" written on it in black marker. He took the rod in one hand and, rearing back, cast it out towards the blackbird. Out from its end came a brilliant white shimmering line that arced across the meadow and sank into the blackbird's flesh. The line went taut, and Calvin gave one last look to the boy standing by the lake before the world turned purple, and they disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Calvin was standing on the deck of a wrecked and ruined ship. A cavernous hole had opened in the middle of it, and peering below he could see no visible bottom. A moment later, the blackbird fell from the sky behind him and crashed onto the ship with a wet, crunching sound. "What?" the creature said, fumbling up onto its wings and talons. "What is this? Where are we? This isn't where we were supposed to..." It was stopped suddenly by the sound of a cash register, as Calvin swung the wiffle ball bat sideways and struck the blackbird in its mottled face. The impact point erupted in feathers, and the creature howled and roared. It turned to bite at the fishing line that was now stuck in its back, but before it could reach it, Calvin had come around again with the bat, each time causing the blackbird to burst with feathers and gore and the sound of cash registers. The blackbird spread its wings and took off, and Calvin held tightly to the end of the line as he was pulled up into a purple sky. When the haze cleared, they were in a building, a foundation site it seemed, surrounded by chaos. Klaxons were blaring and the red lights of breach alarms pulsed rapidly in the giant antechamber they were standing in. A great many white-coated persons were scrambling out of a hallway where, behind them, there came a roaring sound. The blackbird stared in the direction of the sound, and then its eyes grew suddenly very wide. "Oh, fuck me," it said. Bursting out of the hallway came the reptilian monstrosity they had seen in Adam's village, only smaller and covered in razor-sharp blades. It was different, Calvin noticed, but the eyes gave it away. The creatures roared and hissed, and when it turned, he could see a man standing on its back, screaming and laughing. As the blackbird hesitated, Calvin crossed the room and struck it again with the bat, and then several times in quick succession. Each time, more and more feathers burst from its hide, and the swirling mass of souls within it shouted and recoiled. As the reptilian creature came towards them, rows of teeth clashing together, the blackbird beat its wings backwards, pulling both of them away into the ether. Calvin crashed into the dirt, and not far away, he heard the blackbird do the same. When he stood up, he saw that they were standing in what might have once been a field of grass, but the vegetation had long since died off. In fact, he realized with some morbid amazement, it didn't seem like there was anything alive at all, except for the two of them. The sky was overcast, and there was a storm rolling by a distance away, but they heard no birds, no insects, and nothing man-made. He was distracted momentarily when a drone buzzed by overhead, its motor the only sound to pierce the silence except for a light wind. When he turned back, the blackbird was upon him, beak pecking feverishly down at where he had been standing. He scrambled sideways and pulled himself steady on the fishing line, then brought the bat around with him and beat the blackbird in the side of the beak with it. The beak cracked and splintered, and the monster howled, but it pressed on, each time growing closer and closer to Calvin. Then there was a flash of light on the horizon. They both stopped to look, and in the far north, a towering mushroom cloud was forming, a fireball that stretched into the heavens. They watched it rise, and then saw with horror an approaching wall of heat and death. The blackbird took 2 steps and then leapt into the sky, and they were gone again. They did not land immediately. As Calvin clung to the rod for dear life, he saw images of places as they passed. He saw a dark facility where 3 girls watched them with blind eyes as he came in and out of their existence. He saw a sky with 7 moons and an arched golden gateway. He saw a foundation site covered in snow, not one he was familiar with a multitude of doctors pouring out of it. He heard a piercing screech, then a blast of blue light, and then the site was gone. Each vision he passed, he began to notice faces. They were faint at first, growing more clear every time he came by another world. They were closer to him, more in focus. They were a girl, always slightly different, but the same girl each time. They watched him intently, each one looking as if they were about to speak. Then, one of them was holding up a hand with 5 fingers. The next had 4, then 3, 2, 1. The last girl held out her hand, and Calvin reached for it. They touched, and then immediately the swirling purple haze subsided, and they crashed into a hard concrete floor. The first thing Calvin noticed was pressure. Something nearby was exerting a lot of it, and he felt a considerable effort to even breathe. As he stood up and looked around, he noticed the source. A massive, immensely complicated machine comprised of several concentric rings, within which was a dark, swirling mass of dust and debris. He looked up and saw that they were in the bottom of shaft he could not see the top of. The walls were lined with machines and panels, hoses and brackets, banks of lights that extended upwards to those dizzying heights. And then he saw the blackbird, rising up from a heap in front of the machine in the middle of the chamber, stretching its wings and screaming furiously. Its eyes came back down and settled on the only other person in the room, a thin girl with dark hair wearing a silver circlet etched with a small black crown around her head. She took one nervous step back as the creature hissed at her. "Allison?" it asked, rage burning in its sockets. "What are you doing? Why are you here?" "I've had enough, Mort," she yelled, barely audible over the din of the machine in front of them. "This isn't right. None of this is right." The blackbird growled and roared. "What do you mean isn't right? How do you all not understand this? I can offer you anything you want. A life worth living, a death worth dying, and anything in between. You could be a god, Allison. She shook her head. No, it's not natural. I can't keep doing this. The blackbird reared up in front of her. Natural? Death is natural. Misery is natural. What I offer is an escape. An existence that isn't a horror. What else could you possibly want? She didn't respond. The massive creature cawed loudly and beat its wings down at her. I'm sorry, Allison, it said, its tone now cold and flat. But I'm afraid you no longer have a choice. I am the Black King. You can do nothing to stop me. No, she said, her hand falling back to a panel near her. But he can. She turned a key and pulled a thick black handle, and the lights around the room turned red and began to strobe in unison. Behind the blackbird, the massive machine began to unfold, the rings pulling backwards and exposing the room to the massive pressure within. The blackbird steadied itself and laughed. Really, Allison? Have you not learned anything? There are infinitely many of me in here. Killing any one of me will do nothing. Calvin came up beside her, bat in hand. He tapped it twice against his shoe. Not infinite, he said. Not quite. With a running start, Calvin crossed the room and took aim at the blackbird's center, striking it dead even with a solid, resounding crack. The creature heaved and creaked and stumbled backwards into the swirling cloud of dust. It grabbed the edges of the machine with its talons and gripped, causing the metal to bend and twist. The ground beneath them began to shake and buckle, and the steel walls of the shaft began to groan. Then, with a soft rush of air, the cloud of dust vanished. In its place was a humanoid figure, solid black and unmoving. The air around it distorted heavily, and in the place of the cloud of dust was a red glow. The sound of creaking metal and groaning earth faded, and the figure inside the machine looked up. Allison grabbed Calvin's arm and pulled him behind a raised platform. The room began to vibrate, and through the sound, Calvin could hear something like a voice, tinny and metallic, echoing through the air around them. "Overseer?" the voice said. "You are an overseer?" "Yes," the blackbird screeched. "Release me." The figure unfolded itself and was now hanging in the air, standing straight up. Crimes, immeasurable crimes. "What crime?" the blackbird cried. "The only thing I've done is offer an escape, a way out." The figure extended an open hand. "No," it said, "this is the only way out." It closed its hand, and the blackbird seized. There was another rush of air, and Calvin could feel the breath being pulled from his chest. He leaned around the platform just in time to see the blackbird pulled into a single superheated point and sizzle out of existence. The room began to shake violently, and Allison reached up and hit the handle on the platform. The lights began to flash again, and the machine started spooling up. A few moments later, as they sat huddled behind the platform, the air settled and the roar subsided. Calvin took a deep breath and coughed. What was that?" The girl called Allison stood up gingerly. She held out a hand to Calvin, and he did the same. "That being is one of the near unparalleled power," she said, her hand rubbing a spot on her neck. "It took me a long time to find it, but I had been searching for it for years. This is the only reality where this being exists, so you had to come here." She cracked her neck. "We're sorry for the inconvenience." Calvin nodded slowly. "Who are you?" She smiled. "My name is Allison. The Foundation has a different name for me, for all of us, but that's neither here nor there. We caught wind of what you were doing and realized this was our chance to undo the damage he had done." Calvin cocked his head to the side. "Damage?" She rubbed her wrist. "When the blackbird found us, we thought we had a sort of kinship with him. She hesitated. "I don't think he was evil, but there were so many Mortimers in there that it's hard to say who you'd be talking to at any given time. He could see injustice, I think. But aside from his own power to escape it, he didn't ever seem to care enough to do anything about it. I think he enjoyed his own existence too much." Calvin nodded and then looked back to the humming machine. "I don't know how to get back." Allison gestured at the fishing rod laying on the ground. "If you cast that out, another Black Queen will catch it and pull you in." He frowned. "You mentioned the Foundation. Does it exist in this world? Do you know anything about the Overseers?" She laughed. "It did. They did too, a long time ago. But this," she gestured towards the machine, "this killed everybody a long time ago. There's nobody left here now, just me, and just to make sure this machine keeps running." Calvin nodded and picked up the rod. He turned away from her and then stopped. "Do you know what he showed them?" he asked. "The two other people I was with?" Allison grimaced. "I do." "What was it?" She shook her head. I can't tell you that. Just that taking them from where they are right now would be a cruelty you'd be doing to them. Calvin didn't respond. Instead, he pulled the rod back and cast it into the sky. It caught somewhere up above him, and the world went purple. They stood on the tarmac of a small airport as a plane taxied up to them. When it stopped and the stairs descended, Sylvester Sloan emerged from within. He eyed them over carefully. Finishing his assessment, he loudly harumphed. "You three look like shit," he said. He was right. Adam stood uncomfortably apart from the other two, his eyes glassy and downcast, and his shoulders hunched slightly. He shivered even despite the warm winds blowing out of the Badlands behind them. Olivia was white as a sheet, the skin around her eyes tight and her breathing shallow. Calvin stood in front of them, his hands bandaged, and several large bruises forming over his neck and face. The broken fishing rod was clutched in his hand. Olivia's eyes would occasionally flash over towards it, and her breathing would become shallow again. Calvin nodded curtly. Sloan frowned, and without another word ushered the three of them onto the plane. Moments later, they were away. Elsewhere, Aaron Siegel stood in an elevator, quickly and quietly descending down a long shaft towards a complex aperture suspended over a shallow pool of red fluid. The elevator came to a halt, and he stepped out onto the platform in front of him. He glanced down at the figures lying in the pool, and then crossed over to a control panel. He entered a command into the panel, and below him the red liquid began to drain away. The four figures, still obscured by darkness, were lifted up from the pool by long metal arms that whirred quietly as they worked. They carried metallic plates, long lengths of wire and tubing, and racks of ammunition over to the figures, across whom glowing lines of superheated metal appeared as they squirmed silently. Aaron watched the entire process until it was finished, and the four figures were lifted up to the platform and deposited. "Can you hear me?" Aaron said. The foremost figure, a bald humanoid male in flexible armor, nodded. "We do. There are 3 agents of the insurgency who had gotten their hands on powerful and valuable artifacts," Aaron said quickly. "They have already killed 7 of the other overseers. Myself, the Nazarene, and the kid are protected. The ambassador has gone missing and will likely be their next target." He typed something into the control panel. "These are his last known coordinates." "What is the mission?" another figure asked. This one was short and lean, clearly feminine, with cropped hair. "Find these 3, Aaron said. "If you can, bring them to me. If they resist, kill them. They are carrying 2 very valuable artifacts, a journal and a spear. Bring me the artifacts." He turned over his shoulder. Behind him was a screen, black with a dark gray circle and 3 arrows spinning slowly around a single red glowing point. When Aaron acknowledged it, the red spot began glowing brighter. "Show them," he said, his voice hoarse. "Show them where he's at. Find him." The red spot blinked twice and disappeared. He turned back to the humanoids in front of him. "Go now, Irantu, Munru, Nangku, Onru," he said. "Find the insurgents. Bring me the artifacts. Be my red right hand." Journal entry, the 5th Overseer. This is an odd one. Every source I have who was able to comment on the nature of the overseer they call Blackbird has described a frankly jovial individual with none of the cloak and dagger of the other members of the council. He is often described as friendly, outgoing, and remarkably personable. Despite this, there are some inconsistencies in his story. Sources indicate that, while the Blackbird is very open to Inquisition and likes to downplay the secrecy that is so common among the Foundation's highest order, he sits at the head of one of its most secret organizations, the Department of Paranormal Organization Review. This department maintains records and a history of other groups of interest, including the Church of the Broken God, the Serpent's Hand, the Children of the Scarlet King, and others. This is unusual, as the Overseer has apparently never spoken about it on the record. Additionally, there are some sources who believe that the Overseer may suffer from a multiple personality disorder, as some have described slight alterations to his character that are enough out of the ordinary to cause some concern. Some sources close to the Overseer have described feeling as if they are speaking to different people, despite the face never changing. I find that to be odd. Moreover, there's a strange little story that gets told about a document recovered by the Chaos Insurgency a number of years ago. As the story goes, they happened upon a strange red disc, or part of one rather, that when held against a mirror opened a portal to another world. Inside that world, they found records of what had happened there, some sort of religious doomsday that had devastated the planet. But what was most interesting to them was a document detailing certain high-ranking members of the religious group that was that world's governing body, and wouldn't you know it? But there at the table is the Blackbird, plain as day. Isn't that something? Finding him is impossible. He doesn't appear to have any residence, nor does he have any apparent pattern of behavior that can be traced. Instead, I'm told that he is one of those people who, if it's time for them to meet you, will come to you first. Ominous, but likely your best bet. Step 00104, 054, the ambassador. Persian male, Iranian-Armenian ancestry, French heritage, appears to be in his early 30s. Some sources have provided records indicating that 054 was, in his youth, French actor Jean Lemieux Bertrand, born Jean Ebrahimi. Since most evidence of 054's exploits were apparently destroyed shortly after his appointment to the Overseer Council, little is known about his professional career. Commonly called the ambassador, 054 is called to action whenever the council needs a pretty face. Often described as being incredibly attractive and anomalously charismatic, he has acted as the Foundation's salesman whenever required. Sources indicate he was first tasked with drawing American attention away from Mexico during the Second World War, likely due to the severe anomalous activity taking place there at the same time. Despite being well-spoken and appearing generally well-educated, 054 is not an academic, nor is he particularly interested in the prospect of managing an organization. He is well known for delegating any duties he might accrue in order to maintain as little responsibility as possible. This lackadaisical attitude towards leadership was manipulated by 057, who convinced the ambassador to give her an unofficial, automatic vote for anything she might support. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 10. Loyalties. Before. 13 chairs with 13 occupants sat around a long, ovular table in a cavernous chamber deep beneath the earth. On the walls around them were screens, many of which were displaying vital statistical information of some relevance and others which were live feeds of hallways, courtyards, laboratories, and holding cells. These screens were ignored, though, in favor of something lying in the center of the long table, something long and sleek, with a dark wooden shaft and an etched steel spearhead. "Well, I'll be damned," the American said, leaning in to look at it closer. "You actually got it done." The outsider stood from her seat and pulled out a packet of papers. "Yes, well, with no shortage of effort, there are plenty of things you can accomplish." Blackbird smiled from his seat near the end of the table. "Plenty of things, yes. Great and terrible things. The Egyptians murdered thousands to build their pyramids." "I believe the pyramids were actually built by Elvis and Tupac," the accountant said, "though I may be confusing that with Atlantis." They all laughed. What does it do?" the lesser said. An uncomfortable nothingness at the end of the table stirred, causing the air to chill suddenly. A voice came out of it, one quiet but intense and difficult to listen to. "This is the spear of the non-believer," the other overseer said. "The godless lance of old King Ceres." The spectral horror hummed softly. "Fascinating." The outsider came around the table, handing each of them folders out of her packet of information. "To answer your question, the short answer is probably a lot. The longer answer is that we're not sure. Ever since we contained the last of the 4 great demons and gained access to Apollyon's tomb, we've been studying the texts found there to learn more about this spear. It obviously had some importance to the king, or else it wouldn't have been where it was, and it wouldn't have cost so much blood to get to it." She pulled out a remote and flashed it at the largest monitor in the room, one that hung on the far wall. It showed the interior of a tomb, dusty and dark, with the spear hanging by silver chain over a large stone sarcophagus. The next image was text from a book written in a language few of them recognized. "Is that Deva?" the Blackbird said bemusedly. "Written in a shorthand, so not by a Davite. Where was this?" "In the tomb," the outsider said. "Based on information we've gathered from these books, it's likely that these passages were written by either Davite captives or slaves, or were stolen from Davite libraries. Why they were buried with Apollyon, I'm not sure. However, there are several tombs in this collection that speak about that spear directly, indicating that it predates that kingdom by centuries and may even predate the Devites. A lack of written historical records beyond that point would make it difficult to narrow down, but we have reason to believe that even to these ancient civilizations, it was considered a legendary weapon." The lesser rapped his knuckles on the table in frustration. "I understand all of that, but I want a short answer. Why is this important, and why did we spend so many disposables on obtaining it?" The American shot him a look. It kills gods, Baron. If you throw it at a god, that god will die. He waved his hands around in the air. Poof, just like that. The Lesser's face scrunched up uncomfortably. That's just preposterous. You can't kill gods. Oh yes, the other overseer said calmly. You certainly can. It is a remarkably difficult feat, accomplished by only a handful throughout all of time, but there have been terribly powerful beings consigned to oblivion before. The archivist began flipping through a book on the desk in front of her quickly. Yes, if my records are accurate, which they likely are since they did not have to be translated and were not sitting in a cave, the outsider shot her a blistering look. There are legends going back the thousands of years, maybe more, about different weapons that could kill gods. Usually sword, arrows, that sort of thing. Most have either been confirmed to be fakes or lost to antiquity, but perhaps the most enduring legend is this one, the spear. In fact, there have not been any other such stories about such powerful weapons in all of modern history. Well, the other overseer said, with a light lilting to its response. There was one. At the other end of the long table, the figure sitting in shadow at its head shifted in its seat. Yes, Diane, thank you, the outsider said, annoyed. One of the oldest legends regarding the spear involved Lucifer, the figure from Christian mythology. In that story, she clicked the remote again, and the next image was what could very tenuously be called a book. When God smote Lucifer, a shard of his iron crown fell to the earth with him and was found by Cain. The same story details how Cain used the shard to kill Abel, not a rock, and that he crafted the spear out of his brother's bones once he realized its terrible power. The table was silent for a moment. What a crock of shit, the liar said, kicking their feet up onto the tabletop and cackling. I know bullshit when I see it, and that, they gestured at the screen, is bullshit. Now, a sickly sweet voice danced across the table. You know how much Mr. Siegel doesn't like people putting their feet up on the table now, honey. We've been over this before. The liar pulled their feet back off quickly. Sorry, ma'am. Green leaned forward into the light, a narrow pair of rectangular spectacles perched on the end of her nose. Oh, it's no worry. I just don't want anyone getting distracted today when we have such important work to do. She looked across to the American. Rufus, do you have anywhere we can put this where nobody will be able to get to it? The American shrugged. I mean, no. Ain't got anywhere you can just shove things where there won't also be unassociated persons digging around. Can we not just keep it here? Green shook her head. No, here won't do. We need to put this somewhere close enough that we can get to it if we need it, but far enough away that it will never be used against us. She tapped a finger against her chin. Anyone have any ideas? The room was silent again. She sighed. What about you, Mr. Roboto? She seemed to say to nobody specific. Suddenly the screens in the room blackened, and each was replaced by a dark gray circle and arrows with a pulsing red spot at its center. You have anywhere we can keep this? She said. You were asking if I know of a location more secure than the one you are currently sitting in, the display read. The answer is no. There is no location more secure than this one. Green huffed. Well, there has to be somewhere, right? Is there nowhere out there we can... She was silenced suddenly by the ringing of a phone at the far end of the table. The figure in the shadows there looked down towards it, and on the third ring extended a hand and picked up the receiver. They spoke in hushed tones for a moment, and then sat the receiver back down. The table watched the figure silently. Sophia will take it away, the founder said, his voice soft. She can keep it hidden out of time, with no opportunity for it to be disturbed in any way. He looked down at his watch, and then back up at the table. For our purposes, you would all do well to keep your distance from this. The ambassador furrowed his brow, confused. One moment, sir, if I might. L'Américain says this is a spear for killing gods, yes? Why then would it be any danger to us? We are not gods, no. The founder smiled gently. Jean, you give yourself too little credit. He looked back down the table. Diane, Rufus, Mortimer. Assign as many of your assets as you feel comfortable to Donna's team at the Apollyon site. Sophia, he looked at the figure in the shadows just beside him, who did not move. Take this away. Find somewhere to keep it safe. I trust you. The figure flickered slightly, and then both it and the spear were gone, and the table in unison realized it had never been there at all. Now, the hum of the jet's engines were the only sound that filled the cabin as Sylvester Sloane's plane cruised through the skies. He and Calvin sat at a table together near the front of the plane. They had been talking a moment before, but now they sat staring at a television mounted at the front of the cabin. The sound was off, but the message was clear. The newsreel read, French billionaire Jean Myuu Bertrand cancels appearance at Jove Festival in South Africa, citing security concerns. Olivia was watching too. Her complexion had not improved much, but her eyes were focused. Jean Bertrand? That's the ambassador, isn't it? She squinted at the screen. Is he always so public? That's what he does, Sloane growled. The pretty face of the Foundation's PR efforts. Not really one to miss a party, though. He scratched his chin. Something must be up. Suddenly, the light on the cabin phone lit up with a soft beeping. Sloane walked over to it and pressed a button. Does the black moon howl? He asked. It never stopped, the voice, a woman's, replied. Sloane sighed. Good evening, Priscilla. What can I help you with? The woman on the other end tutted at him. Have you retrieved our agents? Sloane looked back at the three of them, his nose turned up slightly. Might as well call it that. What do you need? You've no doubt seen the news, she said. The ambassador has canceled his plans for tonight. What you may find interesting is why. Not an hour ago, we received a call from him, verified identity and all, and he informed us that he had canceled his plans because he wants to meet with us to discuss terms. Sloane's steely eyes darkened. Terms? Terms of what? Surrender, Norris said. There are only a few of them left now, and he's seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, a rat off a sinking ship. Sylvester looked at Calvan, who was still staring at the television. This feels like a trap, Priscilla, he said slowly. What is he expecting to gain from this? His life, she said. He said he'd gladly stand trial, he just doesn't want to die. Sloane pursed his lips. Not surprising, the coward. What's he willing to offer? Information and his resignation. He says he can tell us where the all-seeing eye is. Calvin looked back down towards the phone, and then back at Olivia and Adam. Olivia was staring at him, her face still stricken from her time with the Blackbird. Adam had not looked away from the window since they got on the plane. Calvin sighed. Who does he want to talk to? He asked. Norris scoffed. Myself, of course. As our chief diplomat, I alone have the authority to parley with him. More like she'd like to get him alone and fuck him, Sloane whispered, his voice little more than a growl. You'll need a security detail, Calvin said. You'll need to move quickly. I'm not an amateur, Mr. Lucian, she scoffed. I'll not be told how to do my job. I still don't like it, Sloane interrupted. You have no idea what his intentions are. Of course not, because we haven't met yet, Sylvester. That's what diplomacy is for. Besides that, the decision has already been made. I will go to meet him tonight and bring him back to Delta for further questioning. Once we've gotten what we need from him, we hold on to him until this all blows over, and then he'll be free to go. The decision has been made? Sloane barked. Yes, Sylvester. We called a vote shortly after he contacted us. If you wanted to participate, you shouldn't have run off on your own courier mission when we could have sent a thank you card and a hot air balloon to accomplish the same thing. You can't just leave whenever you want. We are at war, after all. The grinding of Sloane's teeth was pronounced. Where is this exchange taking place? Or Tambo International, she responded. Why, you're not thinking of... Sloane dropped the phone back on the cradle and sighed. Priscilla is a skilled diplomat, but this is above her abilities, I'm afraid. Bertrand is notoriously anomalously charismatic. I wasn't even joking about her wanting to fuck him either. She's a good talker, but not what I would call clever or self-aware. What do you want to do? Calvin said. He groaned. I don't know. Your two compatriots there are in no shape to be going back out there. I don't want Priscilla handling this alone, so I need to go and intercept her before anything happens. He paused. I don't know where you're at right now. Are you all right? Calvin shrugged. I've been worse. Then you can come with me. We'll land at Tambo and depart, and I'll send these two back to Delta and out of harm's way. Agreed? Calvin nodded. Agreed. Hours later, and after a bout of fitful sleep, they landed in Johannesburg with little fanfare. As they prepared to disembark, Sloane pointed towards another plane sitting on the far end of the tarmac. The lettering on the side bore the words, Distant Horizons Airlines. That's a Foundation front, he said. He's here. Calvin gathered his things and moved to leave, then hesitated. He turned back towards Olivia and Adam, both of whom watched him. Their faces were sullen. Stay here, he said. I'll come back for you once this is over. Olivia nodded, but Adam barely moved. His eyes were locked on Calvin's face, and there was an intensity there that Calvin didn't know how to respond to. Instead, he nodded in response and left the plane. He and Sloane crossed the tarmac towards the airport, where a small group of individuals Calvin identified as insurgency operatives were waiting for them by a side door. As they approached, Sloan pulled a silver ring out of his pocket and held it up for them to see. Acknowledging the identification, the agents pulled the doors open and accompanied them inside. They proceeded down several long hallways until one agent ushered them into a side door. The room beyond was small, likely a meeting room for airport employees. Sitting at the table was a suddenly extremely aggravated Priscilla Norris, as well as a man in a clean, crisp tan blazer with a light blue shirt and dark blue tan slacks. As they entered, the man stood and smiled, though when he caught Calvin's gaze, he hesitated. Nobody else seemed to notice, and the man played it off quickly. "Sylvester," Norris said, seething. "What are you doing here?" Sloan smiled as he extended his hand towards the man in the tan jacket. "Enjoying the weather, Priscilla. I haven't been this far south in ages. It's good for my old flappy skin." He turned to the man and took his hand. "Sylvester Sloan, a pleasure." The man's smile was striking, Calvin noticed. He was unusually handsome, with dark hair pulled back into a short bun behind his head, and a rich complexion with no blemishes to speak of. His eyes were a dark green, and when he laughed, it sounded like music and falling water. "Jean Bertrand, the pleasure is all mine," the man said. "Thank you for coming so far to meet with me, Mr. Sloan. I was just telling Miss Norris that I hope I have not inconvenienced you too terribly." Sloan waved him off. Calvin watched him and realized that despite the performance he was putting on, Sylvester was very carefully watching the windows and listening. "It is no problem at all, of course." Sloan gestured back towards Calvin, who bowed slightly. "You're familiar with my colleague, Calvin Lucien?" Bertrand's face froze for an instant before relaxing back into its natural position. Yes, the man-hunting overseers." He extended a hand to Calvin as well, who shook it. "You have really shaken things to their core, Mr. Lucien." Calvin didn't respond, but they shared a look that spoke volumes of the tension in the room. Bertrand motioned for them all to sit, and they did. "I will be as concise as I can," he said, "because I do have a tendency to rattle on. Your actions, Mr. Lucien, have destabilized the Foundation. There are now crucial functions that were once performed by my colleagues that are no longer active. In the past, I would have reached out to Green or Rufus for their wisdom in these trying times, but they are also absent." He adjusted his jacket slightly. "That's why I've come to you. I am a realist, and despite my years of service to the Foundation's goals, I value my own longevity over any ideology. Besides, by the look of things, your ideology is winning out against theirs. Perhaps it is time to begin reconsidering. Besides this," he continued, "I possess what you might call an acute ability to feel things. I can read people easily. It is no problem. Even large groups I feel very comfortable around because I know how they are feeling. This, though, is much different. There is something massive moving within the Foundation, something very powerful. This power is radiating out from Overwatch Command, and it grows stronger every day." Calvin thought then about the presence he had felt in the warehouse and in the spire. Something large looking down on him like he might look at a dust mite. "The founder," Calvin said. "Aaron Siegel." Bertrand looked at him and nodded slowly. "This is most likely. I am a single man, and while I may be the ambassador of the Foundation, I am not eager to stand between this power and its goal. Instead, I would like to see it snuffed out. From what I understand, you are in possession of tools capable of doing this." He laid his hands palms up on the table. "Here is what I offer. I know the location of the Overwatch Command, as well as many other Foundation black sites. I can show you where they are hidden. I have knowledge, practical knowledge about the Foundation that you might find useful. Once this is over, perhaps your organization will need assistance in cleaning up the mess that has been made. I have contacts in many organizations and am well known, a valuable resource." Norris nodded. "Yes, we would eagerly accept your services, Jean." Bertrand looked at her and his eyes flashed for a moment. Calvin looked around and realized that, once again, he seemed to be the only one who noticed it. He caught Bertrand looking at him from the corner of his eye, seemingly surprised about something. Norris, however, carried on. "We should get you out of here, and to safety. There is no telling what sort of erratic and dangerous response the Foundation might." As if on cue, they heard someone shout in the distance. This was followed by more voices, and then a line of ripping bullets fired from some sort of powerful automatic weapon. Everyone in the room stood suddenly as Norris's security team filed out into the hallway. More gunshots filled the air. When Calvin looked back, he saw that Bertrand had gone pale. "That's them," he said. "They've come for me. God, they're going to kill me." "I don't think so," Sloan said, grabbing the man by his jacket and pulling him into the hall. Norris followed behind them, and then Calvin. As they passed, Sloan addressed Norris's detail. "If you see any hostiles, put them down," he growled. "We'll deal with the fallout later." They scampered down another long hallway until it opened up into a cafeteria. Employees of the airport were milling about, but the group quickly gathered their attention. Sloan pushed Bertrand forward as more gunshots echoed through the hall behind them. Noticing this, the people in the cafeteria began to run for the exits, eager to escape the danger. Norris, Calvin, Sloan, and Bertrand fell in with this group, and together they made their way out towards the terminal. They exited out into a large lobby, where more people, likely passengers, were now heading towards the exits. Sloan pointed towards a set of gates, past which was his jet sitting on the tarmac. As they took off running for the door at the far end of the airport, there was an explosion behind them. When Calvin turned to look through the dust and debris, he saw 4 figures emerging from the smoke. They were human, but something about them was otherworldly and uncanny. The lead was a tall male with a shaved head and heavy body armor. One of the 2 females carried a lit flamethrower, while the other carried a long rifle. The other male was carrying what appeared to be a minigun, fed by a long chain of bullets from a pack on his back. The 4 of them eyed Calvin in unison and began running for him. "Oh fuck," Calvin said, turning and sprinting towards the rest of the group. He heard the sound of the roaring minigun and ducked behind a pillar. From behind the group, insurgency security operatives began flooding out into the lobby, firing openly at the 4 assailants. Distracted, they turned and engaged the security teams, and Calvin was able to come around back behind the group and join them again. As they ducked and weaved to avoid the spray of bullets, Calvin occasionally caught a glimpse of the carnage taking place behind them. He saw one of the 4, a woman, lift an agent into the air and hold her flamethrower up to their face. The larger of the men had pulled a steel support pillar out of the wall and had used it to skewer 2 other men, who writhed and dangled from it before slumping over and collapsing. A bullet pinged off a metal desk near Calvin, and he saw from a distance the assailant with the long rifle slowly walking towards them and firing. He looked over towards the other 3, who were preparing to take off again. "Down!" he hissed. "Stay down!" Sloan ducked beneath a table, but Bertrand stumbled and fell over a row of chairs. As he did, Norris chirped and stood to assist him. Calvin heard the pop from the rifle and the pop from her skull simultaneously, as Norris's consciousness was reduced to a pink vapor. Sloan cried out as he was sprayed with the gurgling remains of Norris's gray matter, and a stooped Calvin had to pull him out from under the table. The 3 of them crawled towards the door as more bullets buzzed overhead. When they reached the exit, Calvin threw open the door, and together they ran out onto the tarmac. In the near distance, they saw Sloan's plane pulling onto the runway. They passed under another jet pulled into the gate, only narrowly avoiding the corpse of a headless agent that came crashing down towards them from a now broken window as the 4 Foundation assassins appeared in the open space where the glass had been. Calvin didn't look back, but felt himself falling as Sloan nudged him sideways, just as a bullet brushed across his cheek. When he looked back, Sylvester was holding his leg, and blood was pooling up through his pants. The man gasped and looked up at Calvin, and his expression went blank as another bullet burst through his heart. Another bullet crashed into the tarmac next to him, and Calvin rolled over to grab Bertrand, who was curled into a ball on the ground. Calvin could see a dire expression stretched across his features, a speechless fear accompanied by wordless chattering of his lips. The speakers on the runway all around him began to hiss and crackle. Then, suddenly, a voice echoed out across the airport, childlike and unnatural. "Irantu, not the insurgent. Bring me the insurgent. Kill the traitor." Something like a wheeze escaped Bertrand's mouth, and suddenly he was up and trying to scramble away. Behind them, Calvin heard a dull thud as the tallest of the group, the one the voice had called Irantu, landed flat on his feet from 3 stories up and began to swiftly cross the runway towards Bertrand. "No!" Bertrand screamed. "No! Let me go! Please, I beg you! I'll do whatever you want! Please! Please! Forgive me! Please! I don't want to die!" The voice cut through the speakers again. "Traitor! Traitor! Traitor!" Bertrand fell onto his back and scrambled backwards, away from the armored man who now stood before him. Irantu lifted a foot and brought it down on one of Bertrand's legs, shattering it with a splintering crack. He screamed and grabbed for his leg. "Please! Please! Irantu! Please! Don't do this! Please! I just wanted to live! I don't want this!" Irantu grabbed Bertrand by his hair and held his head still with his right hand. With his left, he reached into his belt and produced a lean black hatchet, holding it out in front of Bertrand. At the sight of it, the overseer began gurgling like an infant. A moment later, Irantu brought the hatchet up and then down into Bertrand's skull with a wet crunch, and then again, splitting it open as Bertrand's bloodshot eyes rolled back into his head. Dropping the hatchet, Irantu reached into the gap with both hands and, as easily as a person might open a bag of chips, tore the skull in two. Bertrand's body writhed on the ground autonomically for a few moments longer before it and the airport grew silent. Calvin's breathing was heavy as the man approached him, but the roar of jet engines cut across the quiet. They both turned to see Sloane's plane lifting into the air at the end of the runway, and Calvin's heart leapt in his chest. Suddenly he heard the distinct spooling up of the minigun, and then a long line of screaming lead streaked across the sky, ripping into the plane's engines. The man holding the minigun held it on the plane with laser precision, and only after the aircraft stalled and fell flaming from the sky did he release the trigger. A pallid gray horror came over Calvin swiftly as he watched the plane burning at the end of the runway. He looked up just quickly enough to see Irantu bring a closed fist down on his face, and then he blacked out. Journal entry, the fourth overseer. I fear this will be a disappointingly short entry. The fourth overseer, who is called the Ambassador, is little more than a frontman for the Foundation's PR efforts. He is often called anomalously charismatic, but there is no evidence to prove that. Instead, it seems he was chosen for the council by Green when it was no longer fitting to trot Baron Hoadley out every time they needed somebody to say something on the Foundation's behalf, usually as part of one of their front corporations. Goes by the name Jean Myuu Bertrand, though evidence I have collected indicates he was born as Jean Ebrahimi, an Iranian. His parents emigrated to France when he was a child, and in his adulthood he became Bertrand, a French stage actor of some acclaim. However, due to the Foundation's involvement in his career, there are no longer extant original records of his activities prior to joining the Foundation. I've attached the address of his home to the back of this page. You can go to speak to him, but given the information I have about his backbone, it's unlikely he'll have much to say to you. Step 00103, 053, the kid, unknown age, unknown gender, unknown ethnicity. Very little is known about the actual nature of 053, often described by sources as not being human at all, and instead being an artificial intelligence designed to create other artificial intelligences. He has not ever appeared physically outside of Overwatch Command, instead appearing through avatars on screens and speaking with a digitally constructed voice. The single image a source was able to find of 053 is of a very young Korean child in traditional Joseon apparel, which is unsupported by any other claims about the Overseer. He is supposedly the direct report for Maria Jones, the head of the Foundation's Record-Keeping and Information Security Administration, having seized that authority from the archivist when those records became digital. Notably, Foundation AIC units, such as the Alexandra and Thorn units, are incapable of discussing 053, despite evidence that information about him accumulates in their databanks as they learn over time. Decryption complete. Access log. Before, the doors to the infirmary crashed open, and Aaron's security detail poured into the hallway. Behind them came the Overseer, in a full-on sprint towards the single illuminated room on the floor. His guards flanked the door, and he ran in, only stopping once inside to catch his breath. There were two other people standing in the room, and one laying on a bed attached to several life-giving machines. The Blackbird and Green were standing next to the bed, upon which was Sophia, the Nazarene. Seeing her, Aaron stumbled over towards the bed. He placed an uncertain palm on her forehead. Her breath was shallow. "What happened?" he asked, his voice ragged. "What happened to her?" The Blackbird's face was sad, but Green appeared slightly annoyed. "You know what happened to her, Aaron," she said. "She was hung up with silk nails. She's cursed. This is what happens to people who are cursed." Aaron shook his head. He knew the truth of what she was saying, but he had not believed it would come so quickly. He remembered the first night they had spent together, when she had told him what she was capable of. Dancing through time, she had called it. He had laughed. Then one day she disappeared, and when she returned, her wrists were punched through with dark iron nails, and her side had been skewered. He had not laughed then. The nails, though. Felix had known what they were. Something old and dangerous. He had warned about them then, warned about what would happen to her blood. The fountain could protect them from sickness, but curses? He had said. No, unfortunately not. Curses are an unnatural thing. That is a wound I cannot clean out. But she had persisted. Her work continued, and the projects she managed flourished. But she would have bouts of weakness and agony that would last for days, then weeks. The last one had stretched on for 3 months. Felix had tended to her using the treatments the Blackbird had recommended, but it had become evident that her condition was worsening. "You said that you could prevent this," Aaron snarled at the Blackbird. "You said your magic would keep this from happening." The Blackbird held up his hands. "I made no such promises. I said I could delay the inevitable, but this is the inevitable, Mr. Siegel. She is fortunate to have lasted this long. Those nails were not designed for someone who survived a crucifixion." Aaron turned back to her. He felt heat building in his face, something sharp and broken festering in his gut. Sophia's skin had begun to darken, first along her arms and now creeping up to her chest, mottled black and gray like frostbite. They had wrapped them in bandages to keep the seeping down, but the bandages had soaked through. "How much longer?" he asked. The Blackbird sighed. "Days, maybe. Hours, more likely." Aaron didn't react. The room was stuffy and still. The only sound was the clicking and beeping of the machines, the soft rush of air with every assisted breath, and the ticking of a clock on the wall. "I would be remiss," the Blackbird said, "if I did not remind you that our previously discussed arrangement could prevent this." Aaron stiffened. "That's not what we're here to do." The Blackbird shrugged. "Maybe not, but the terms of the contract are clear. Stay the hand of death. This," he gestured down to Sophia's withering form, "is death. This is what it looks like." "You don't have long to decide," Green said, tapping her foot impatiently. "Once she's gone, she's gone. There's no getting her back." He felt the heat again. In a flash, he wondered if they had exacerbated her condition to bring him to this point, to force a decision. There had been almost unanimous approval when the contract was first discussed, specifically from those with the most to gain, Green, the archivist, the lesser. But Sophia had resisted, and thus so did Aaron. "It is not our purpose to live forever," he had said. "It's our purpose to do right by the Foundation." "Easier to do right when there's no time limit," Green had responded. He took a deep breath and then another. He stood up and adjusted his tie. He closed his eyes and focused. Focused. "Death," he said in the prepared Latin. "Make real your avatar. Appear now." The room grew cold and still. The sounds dimmed until all that remained was silence. There was a dark figure in the corner, a grim phantom beyond which was nothingness. Aaron saw the Blackbird shiver, and Green clutched the railing of Sophia's deathbed. "Aaron Siegel," the voice whispered, barely a sound at all. "I would tell you that I am surprised, but man's convictions have been discarded for less." The figure cast its empty gaze down on the bed. "A terrible decision awaits you, doesn't it?" "Produce the contract," he said. His voice was hollow. There was a rush of air, and something like rattling laughter followed it. The specter reached into its tattered robes and pulled out a long black quill. In the air before them, a spitting and shimmering red line appeared, hissing as it burned and smoked. Beneath it appeared the words, "James Aaron Siegel, 051. Aaron reached out and grabbed the quill from the shadow and dragged its razor tip across his palm. A thick line of blood pooled up in his fist, and he gripped the end of the quill tight until it was full. Then, with a swift flick of his wrist, he scrawled his name across the line. The ink sizzled and burned for a second as it hung there, the only source of light in the room, and then disappeared. "One more," the voice said, gesturing down towards Sophia. A stark white face in the shadow grinned. 13 names. As it had before with his name, the line appeared again with the words, "Jesu Sophia Light, 052 beneath it. Aaron reached down and pierced Sophia just above the breast with the end of the quill, where the encroaching rot had not yet touched. Blood jumped into it, and using her hand to hold the pen, Aaron traced her name in the air. The ink danced around in the darkness for a moment, then it too disappeared. Then they were all there, a long line of names and signatures. Felix Alexander Carter, 0513. Omar Kristanulawe, 0512. Samantha Katrina Biel, 0511. Diane Carol Walters, 0510. Donna Wetu Taylor, 059. Baron Alfred Hoadley, 058. Valerie Quinn St. John, 057. Rufus Seward King, 056. Mortimer Joseph Denning von Kronecker, 055. Jean-Michael Ebrahimi, 054. Hyun Ki, 053. Jesu Sophia Light, 052. James Aaron Siegel, 051. There was another rush of air, a mocking laughter, Aaron thought. And then the lights came back up. The figure in the corner was gone, as was the quill. He looked at the spot on his hand where the quill had broken skin and saw nothing. When he looked up, the blackbird and green were both looking at him incredulously, and then all three of them looked down at the bed as Sophia began to cough. She brought a hand up to her face and rubbed her eyes, blinking them against the light. She turned to look at Green and the blackbird, and then again to look at Aaron. When she saw him, her face darkened. "Oh, Aaron," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "You didn't." Now, Calvin was drowning. He was adrift in a sea with no surface and no floor, and the dark gray of the abyss surrounding him as far as he could see. Water filled his lungs, his chest, his eyes. He gasped and clawed at his throat, desperate to seize even a single other breath. He screamed silently, and then the water filled him. He awoke with a start, sitting up quickly and grabbing onto the edge of the platform he had been laying on to steady himself. As he gathered his bearings, he wiped a hand across his face. Water from a leaking pipe above him. He took several deep breaths and his heart began to calm down. He took another few breaths and looked around. He was sitting on a padded platform, a few feet off the ground. The room he was in was small, with a single door on one wall and a slatted vent overhead. The air coming through the vent was cold, and he shivered instinctively. He felt around and realized his sidearm was missing, but his other belongings were sitting neatly on a small table next to the platform. He stood and picked them up. The only other thing in the room he noticed was a small screen next to the door connected to a speaker. He approached it and bent down to look at it closely. The screen was dark, displaying a slowly spinning gray circle and arrows, the Foundation seal, with a glowing red point at its center. As he drew closer, the red point pulsed. A voice crackled through the speaker, a child's voice, but the intonation was wrong. The cadence of it was awkward, like it was an approximation of what a child should sound like. "You're awake," the voice said with an eerie tinniness. "You've been sleeping for a long time." Calvin coughed. "Where am I? What is this?" "This is where I live," the voice replied. "My friends brought you here. They brought your friends too." Calvin's voice caught in his chest. He remembered the explosion and the plane falling out of the sky. "Where are they? What did you do with them?" "They're here. You're all here. I didn't kill your friends." A lower bass sound echoed through the walls of his chamber. "Unlike you. You killed my friends." Calvin stepped back away from the screen. "Who are you?" The sound coming through the speaker changed abruptly, and now it played music, a distorted mashup of pop music tracks like a commercial jingle. At the end of the jingle, he heard another voice, his own voice, from a conversation between he and Anthony months prior, when they had been trying to track down the location of the accountant. "The last three are the really tricky ones," he heard his own voice say. "The founder and the Nazarene are holed up in Site-01, but the third overseer, the kid, well, the writer didn't seem to know anything about them at all." "The kid? You're the third overseer?" Calvin asked. The spinning icon began to rotate slightly faster. "I know what you want to do," the voice said. "You're here to kill me. You want to kill my father and my mother, too. I don't want you to do that. Mrs. Green says that people who kill like you do are evil." The speaker went mute, and on the screen the rotating icon disappeared. Next to him, he heard the lock on the door click. Calvin looked at it for a moment, and then slowly opened the door and stepped outside. He was standing in a long, dark, industrial hallway, lit by dim incandescents hanging from the walls. He could see one end of the hall near him, a panel of lights and switches behind a steel grate. At the other end, he could see a bend in the hallway and a light, so he began walking towards it. From somewhere deep beneath him, he could feel something big humming. The voice crackled over the speakers in the hallway. "I've been watching you for a long time, Calvin. I know where you were born. I know where you grew up. I know about your mother and father and your friends and everything. I know how many breaths you've taken in your life. I know how many times you've blinked." Calvin turned down the hallway and the voice followed him. "Before I was born, there was another 053. His name was Anderson, and he built impossible machines. Machines that could think. Machines that could love. But his greatest creation was a machine that could see the future. One that my father could use to find the preferred option, if needed. But Anderson had no passion for it and wanted to work on his thinking machines, so he left the council and his machine fell into disrepair." The voice continued. "Mrs. Green gave my father an idea. She asked why, when Mr. Accountant and Mr. Blackbird could see the general shape of the future. Would you concern yourself with that machine? What would be much more useful for the Foundation wouldn't be a machine that sees the future, but a machine that sees everything. Using what they knew from Anderson's journals and their own engineers, they retrofitted that machine to do just that. Calvin exited the hallway into a tall, dark, narrow chamber with pipes running up its entire length. At the end of the chamber, he could see an elevator. He took a step forward, and as he did, lights opened up overhead, and he saw that the walls of the room were lined with tall, cylindrical tanks full of a brackish green fluid. Inside them, he saw shapes, humanoid shapes, large and small, some frozen in the throes of agony, and others hanging limp by wires running into their skulls. He followed the tanks up, and realized that there were hundreds, if not thousands of tanks stretching up towards a ceiling he could not see. The stress of that machine proved to be too much for so many. Perception floods the senses with noise. They needed a clean mind to run this machine, one that didn't have so many distractions, something perfect and pure. That's why my mother and father woke me up. I was not distracted. I had been fated to die as a sacrifice to a god from Saturn, but they saved me. They snipped my spinal cord and gave me new sight through the all-seeing eye. They gave me a new life. Ever since then, I've been watching. Calvin passed through the room with the tanks and into the elevator, which began descending by itself. Tinny elevator music began playing overhead. I know everything there is to know about you, Calvin. I know the insurgency only had the opportunity to recruit you because the military discharged you for killing that woman with your car. I know you were drunk that night too. I watched it happen, Calvin. I could show you right now if you wanted to see it. Why are you telling me all of this? Calvin said, a thin line of sweat forming on the back of his neck. The voice laughed. Because I know you think this is some righteous mission you are on, to cleanse the world of evil. Vincent Arians believed that too. But you and him and all of you are flawed. You are not pure. You are not righteous. Yours is not the voice that should decide the fate of the world. I made mistakes when I was younger, Calvin said. Mistakes that I paid for. We all have. But ruining the structure of the universe for personal gain is... You are waging an ideological war based on one study conducted by a disgraced former Foundation researcher with questionable results and a set of disconnected reality anchor data collected from dubious sources. You have been told several times that you are misguided, that your path is not founded in reason, but in hate and ignorance. All this, and still you push forward. You have moved past the point of naivete, Calvin Lucien. You have no moral footing. You are dangerous. The elevator stopped and opened up onto a platform stretched across a massive shaft that stretched upwards as far as he could see. On a wall near him were the words, Deep Well 1 in white, and all around the concrete walls were tubes and lights, hoses and switches, flashing and writhing, and all connected down to a smooth cylindrical machine in the center of the platform. On its side was a monitor with the same logo and red eye as the others, but when Calvin saw it, he felt watched. Something was behind it. I brought you here, Calvin, because it is time for your journey to end. I am graced with perfect reasoning, perfect awareness, and perfect understanding. The all-seeing eye has judged your intentions and found you lacking. For this and for your crimes, the punishment must be death. From above him, Calvin heard a whirring sound, and another platform lowered down from above to be level with his own. On it were Olivia and Adam, both bound to steel restraints, but otherwise unharmed, each struggling to get free. Calvin took a step towards them and stopped at the sound of a weapon being cocked. When he turned to look, he saw the 4 assailants from the airport, the smallest of which had leveled her rifle at Calvin and prepared to fire. Olivia Torres Adam Ivanov, the voice said, for your actions of unwarranted hostility towards the Foundation and for the murder of many innocents, you too will die. Calvin looked at them and then over towards the woman with the rifle, and then at the cylinder in the center of the room. He had run out of options. Orantu, the voice said. Execute them. The largest of the 4 strode towards Calvin. Eyes deadlocked him. Calvin took one step back, and then another, and then noticed something strange. Dangling just between him and Orantu was a white, shimmering line. He furrowed and saw Orantu stop and do the same. The line danced and wiggled, and then there was more of it, appearing out of a point in space. Then came a reel and the handle of a rod, then a hand, and finally a face. Thought you might need this, Allison said, winking at him. Good luck. Calvin grabbed it and held it out in front of him. Orantu stepped forward to snatch it, but before he could, Calvin had pulled the rod back and cast it out into the air. When it grew taut, he pulled. Something around them gave, A sound echoed throughout the shaft like something thick and wet tearing, and an intense heat filled the room. From where the end of the line had landed in the air, a long gap opened in space, beyond which came an equally intense cold. Ice and snow blasted out of the opening, and Arantu stumbled backwards away from it. The woman with the rifle fired, but missed right. Her next shot was stopped by a gruesome white hand. The hand had extended out of the gap and caught the bullet. It held the bullet out in its flat palm, and then the hand shook violently and spasmodically, and the bullet was gone. The hand braced on the edge of the opening, and then another hand followed it, then another, and then dozens more. From within the gap appeared something horrific, vaguely humanoid, with too many arms and too many legs and too many hands. Its chest was sunken and skeletal, and along its neck and back were sinister black tattoos. In place of a head, it had a wide, flat disc, adorned with flaming glyphs that pulsed as it moved. And when it moved, it did so unnaturally, jerking and spasming forward. As it pulled itself out into the shaft, Calvin thought he heard the sound of drums, realizing instead that it was the creature's beating heart. A chorus of low, chanting voices emanated from all around the creature. When it saw the 4 Foundation agents, the beating grew louder. "Oh fuck," the taller female said. The being from within the gap hovered forwards, its 6 legs tucked beneath it, and the chains attached to its wrists rattling with each jerking, flailing motion. The smaller female fired her weapon again, but the bullet burst into dazzling multicolored pieces as it shattered in front of the creature. Arantu pulled a long, bladed saw from his belt and swung it at the creature, catching it across one of its palms. The drum beats picked up in intensity as the scar left by the saw began to seep a thick gray fluid. Another hand came across and caught Arantu under the chin, sending him spinning backwards. The other 3 opened fire on the creature, dodging out of the way as fire and lightning burst from its fingertips. Calvin ducked behind a support beam and ran over to where Adam and Olivia were bound. Pulling a knife from his pocket, he cut at the straps holding them in place, freeing them both. As they hit the ground, they both jumped up on him and wrapped their arms around him. "Oh my God," Olivia said. "We thought you were dead." "You did? I thought you were dead," Calvin said, embracing them. "The plane, I saw it get shot out of the sky. How'd you escape?" "We left to come find you when we heard gunshots," Adam said. "We thought you might have been near, but then they came for us, and we were overwhelmed." A blistering ray of light scorched the air near them, and they saw the charred form of one of the 4 assailants hang in the air for a moment before collapsing into dust. The room around them hummed, and from the pool of liquid below them, a glass tank burst up and open, and an identical copy of the humanoid climbed out. Lightning arced across the room towards Arantu, who caught it in the chest and burst into fire. Another tank arose from beneath them, and Arantu climbed out of it, and both tanks descended into the liquid again. "We need a plan, fast," Olivia said, scanning the room. "What is that thing?" "No idea," Calvin answered, following her eyes. "That girl we met in the other worlds, Allison, brought it here." One of the creature's hands jerked slightly towards them, and the ground beneath them began to buckle and sway, pooling around their feet like molasses. They leapt away just in time to see it bend and then collapse into the pool below, as more lightning blasted through the air. Suddenly the room was full of a loud buzzing, and from ports in the walls came drones, each armed with a gun trained on the multi-limbed creature in the middle of the room. The creature swatted at them with gusts of wind, and grabbed the smallest woman in one hand and held her up to the flat disc on its neck. The glyphs there burned brightly, and the woman screamed as her flesh was seared and scorched. When it let her go, she dropped limply to the ground, and another tank erupted from the pool. "Look," Adam said, pointing at the 4 humanoids. "They're drawing that thing away from that thing in the center of the room. There must be something important in there." "Let's get closer," Calvin said. But when he turned back, a drone had closed on them and opened fire. He felt hot metal graze his shoulder and ducked back behind the platforms they had been strapped to. "Either of you have any ideas?" Adam shrugged, but Olivia was quickly rifling through her bag. She pulled out a paintbrush and a small container of a thick blue paint and twisted the cap off. "You'll understand if this is sort of messy," she said, dipping the brush into the paint, "but time is of the essence." She whipped around and, with a flourish, pulled the brush across the air. In its wake followed a dazzling trail of blue fire in 6 concentric rings, and with another pull of the brush, they danced into the air and out towards the drones. The drones caught in the path of the flames, burst into pieces with shimmering explosions of sparks, and those too close to the explosions destabilized and fell. More gunshots came across the room, this time from the smaller of the two males, and Olivia pulled the brush around towards them. A full-length glittering cyan shield materialized in front of her, and the three of them scurried across the room towards the central cylinder behind it. As bullets pinged around them, the drumbeats picked up, and they saw the torso and arm of the same male fly towards the far corner of the room and crash into the wall. Olivia pulled a gun from her bag and handed it to Calvin, who turned around the cylinder and fired at the closest of the humanoids. Adam ran his hand across the cylinder until he felt something catch, and then pulled to reveal a panel. He reached into his pack and pulled out a device with a small screen and several wired connections, and went to work splicing it into the panel. They paused to huddle behind the cylinder momentarily as a streaking beam of fire cut across the room, emanating from a rift just in front of the multi-limbed creature. Calvin caught Arantu in the skull, and another tank rose up from the pool beneath them, and another Arantu scrambled up onto the platform. "We need to do something about those two," Calvin said, pointing down at the tanks beneath them. "What have you got?" Olivia rummaged around for a second, pausing only to duck down as a minigun sent gray pieces of meat flying towards them. After a moment, she pulled out another container of paint and a circular paper disc. She sat the paper down on the ground and began to draw thin black lines across it. "I don't actually know what this will do," she said, her voice even and cautious. "But it's better than nothing, probably." The intricate design she had created was a mesmerizing display of lines and shapes, and she grasped the paper circle by its edge. She stood, took one fluid step, and spun it out of her hand like a frisbee. It floated across the room and landed in the water just above the tanks. "Hold on!" Olivia shouted, but they only heard the first word, as suddenly the air in the room was pulled away. There was a deafening roar, and then nothing. And from where he sat, gripping desperately to the floor, Calvin could see that the disc had become a flat black circle, beyond which he could see stars. The water beneath them and the drones above were pulled down towards it, as was one of the four humanoids. The massive multi-limbed entity turned towards it, and despite the silence of the vacuum, Calvin could still hear the frantic drumbeats of its furious heart. All of its hands came together in front of it, and when it pulled them back, there were hundreds more, spectral and shimmering, and in unison they all danced a waving, horrifying jig. The spectral hands collapsed back on the real ones, which burned bright white against the darkness of the room. The creature floated over towards the hole in space, and bracing itself against the bottom of the pool with its 6 legs, grabbed the corners of the hole and pulled it closed. The creature paused for a second over where the hole had been, as if now seeing the tanks below for the first time. It bent down towards them and lifted one into the air and then another. Suddenly all of its arms were pulling the entire mechanism apart furiously, wires and steel and hoses flying into the air, and blood raining down in between the pieces of shattered machinery. The 3 remaining figures turned to flee, but the creature came upon them too quickly. Holding its palms flat, they began to gyrate in a wide spinning motion, and the ground beneath the humanoids turned slick and they fell to the platform. The creature turned its palms up, and now they were hanging in the air, unmoving except to scream and shout. The creature closed its fists, and one by one the last 3 were compressed into fist-sized orbs of meat and gore, and when it opened its fists, their remains sprayed across the chamber like burst crimson balloons. It hung there in silence for a moment, unmoving. Then, as 2 of its hands came up in front of it to gesture spasmodically, it shifted sideways abruptly and disappeared. The chamber was quiet. Then came a long, low whine, the sound of something screaming in agony and fury. It came through the walls, through the floor, from the dark ceiling above them. Then it too went out. "Enough, enough, enough," the voice said, echoing throughout the shaft. "I have had enough. No more tricks, no more monsters, no more." Calvin heard something spooling up, and turned over his shoulder just in time to see a gun barrel extending from the wall, trained towards them. He pulled his own gun out and fired towards it, but a single plume of smoke erupted from the end of the sleek metal tube. He had time enough to look towards Olivia, whose face was scrunched up and puzzled. She didn't have time to look back, or even time to take another breath, before the bullet passed through the back of her skull and out between her eyes. Her expression softened, and she looked as if she wanted to say something, and then collapsed. Calvin screamed. He turned to Adam, who was sitting stunned at the panel, his expression blank and shattered, and grabbed at his backpack. He pulled the ornate metal cylinder out of it, and from within he drew out the spear of the non-believer. He took it in both hands and pushed it into the panel, and with an inhuman roar shoved it through the other side of the machine. Another gun barrel appeared, and Calvin turned to fire at that one as well, but another bullet screamed across the room before he could disable it. Adam yelped and grabbed at his back, and he too collapsed. Calvin grabbed underneath the spear and stood, pulling it upwards as klaxons began to blare and red lights flashed all around him. He heard something like rushing water, and his arms and legs bulged from the effort. With one great heave, he hefted the spear upwards, and the steel exterior of the cylinder slid upwards. Using both hands, he pushed the spear further up, and the sheath fell off the top of the cylinder and onto the ground. In its place was a glass tank covered in small electrical panels and blinking lights. Through the glass, he could see something floating in the liquid within, something small and disfigured. It was a baby, a human baby, but grossly malformed and writhing. Its eyes were empty sockets of white pus. Its mouth and ears were sewn shut, and an arcane tattoo of a circle and 3 arrows surrounding a red point was printed on its forehead. It was attached by wires and hoses to the machines encompassing it, and as soon as the steel exterior had come loose, a sound screeched through the speakers around them. Something horrible, something animalistic. Calvin grabbed the spear again and slammed it into the glass, then again and again. On the 4th effort, the glass cracked and splintered, and the brackish yellow fluid within rushed out onto the ground. All that remained was the horrific form of the kid, hanging by wires from the machines that sustained his life. Calvin pulled the glass back with his bare hands until nothing separated them. Ha! The sound out of the speakers changed. Ha 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 ha. Blind with rage, Calvin reached through the opening and grasped the squishy, wriggling infant in his bare hands. He squeezed so hard he felt as if his arms would break, as if his eyes would burst in his skull. He squeezed until his hands cracked and his ribs groaned from the effort. He squeezed until he felt meat and blood running between his fingers, until everything that could be broken had been broken. He squeezed until the echoing laughter in the chamber faded into the sound of rushing water and Adam's gasping. He dropped what remained of the overseer into the puddle of its organs on the floor of the tank and stumbled backwards. He turned to Adam, who was writhing on the ground, grasping at his back. "Calvin, my legs," he mumbled through clenched teeth. "I can't feel my legs. I can't feel my legs, goddammit, I can't feel them." He looked over to Olivia, who was laying face down on the ground. "Olivia, no, Olivia, no, Calvin, please." Calvin leaned down and slid the spear back into its tube and clipped it on his belt. He reached down again and picked up Adam, who cried out with pain as he was lifted off the ground. He did the same with Olivia, and with them both on his back, he stumbled and struggled towards the elevator. Only within did he see the source of the sound. Water was breaking through the compromised structure of the shaft from above. Every so often, a larger stream would pour down from above, and then another. As the elevator pulled away, a wall gave way and the water rose up above the platform. Klaxons continued to sound as he dragged himself and the others through the site, which was dark save for the flashing emergency lights. He stumbled in the blackness, his eyes focused on each door, each hallway, any possible exit. He could feel the site collapsing around him, and every so often he would have to turn around as a wing had fallen down into the shaft and disappeared. He came to the end of the last hallway, and at its end was a door. With the last of his efforts, he pressed against it and fell out into sunlight. He dropped Adam and Olivia, and with the last of his strength, slammed closed the door behind him. They were laying on a hill, the side of a reservoir, and from behind him, he could hear the sound of water falling into the pit. Calvin turned over and saw Adam. His face was turning white, his lips purple. Blood had pooled around his waist, and he was no longer crying out. He could see his eyes growing dark, his skin beginning to tighten. Adam looked towards Calvin, but Calvin was not sure if he could actually see him. He crawled over to the young man, hand grasping his face. Adam's breath was short. "No, kid, no, come on." Calvin could feel hot tears forming on his face. "Not you too, not you too." He fumbled around looking for a phone, for a transponder, for anything. Then he felt it, something heavy in his pocket. He reached in and pulled it out, and dazzling in the light of the sun was a vial of blue liquid. He held it out, his heart rate quickening. He looked down at Adam, who was also now looking at the vial. Adam's eyes turned back to Calvin. "No," the boy whispered, his voice choked with blood. "No, Calvin shook his head. I'm sorry. Not you too. He pulled the cork from the vial and turned it over into Adam's throat. Once it was empty, he turned the young man's head backwards, forcing him to swallow. The results were instantaneous. Color rushed back into his skin, and his eyes cleared instantly. He coughed up blood, but a moment later his breathing returned to normal. His legs moved, and Adam frantically reached behind him and pulled a bullet from out of his back. He lay gasping on the ground, his eyes staring up into the sky. Why? He asked after a moment. Calvin, why? Why? Calvin stood up carefully. He reached into his pocket to make sure the journal was still there. He bent down into Olivia's bag, careful to avoid her dead-eyed stare, and pulled a transponder from within. He pressed the button on top of it and sat it down next to Adam. It's almost over, Calvin said, his words carefully measured but no less uneasy. It's time to finish it. Adam reached out from where he lay and grabbed onto the hem of Calvin's pants. When Calvin looked down at him, Adam was crying. Calvin, please no, he said softly, his voice cracking. Don't go, please. Don't leave me here. Don't go. Please, I'm begging you. We can just run away. We can run away and never have to think of this ever again. Please, God, don't go. Calvin, please. Please don't go. Calvin pulled his leg free. Stay here, Adam. Stay here, and the insurgency will come to get you. I'm not going to risk you too. Stay here. I'll come back for you. Adam tried to wipe at his eyes, but his body was weak. No, Calvin, please. There's something else. Please don't go. I love you, Calvin. I love you. Please don't leave me. Please don't go. I don't want to be alone again. Calvin turned away. He reached down and picked up Olivia's limp form and put her back over his shoulder. He looked down at Adam one last time, who was pleading and begging on the ground. He closed his eyes and took a breath and began walking. Calvin, please don't leave me. Don't leave me, please. Now. Aaron stood at a window looking down into the mountains, his foot tapping impatiently. It was raining, and every now and then a silent bolt of lightning would streak across the sky, illuminating his own reflection. Behind him was a monitor, and on it was a live feed of a collapsed reservoir, now swarming with Foundation recovery teams. A soft tone chimed, and he turned back towards the monitor. Yes, he said quietly. What is it? Complete destruction of the site, Mr. Siegel, said the soft female voice of the AI. The body of 053 has been recovered. The Overseer has been killed. Aaron did not respond immediately. What about the other thing I asked you to look into, Helen? He asked. What did you find? The vault containing SCP-5935, the Godless Lance, was opened by an unknown user an indeterminate amount of time in the past. Due to the user's behavior and ability to expunge all records of the event, it is likely that the user was 052. Aaron stopped tapping his foot. Sophia, how did we miss this? The user had administrative privileges equal to your own, sir, the voice responded. This was done at your request. He felt his neck tighten. Where was the Overseer last seen? The voice was silent for a moment. 052 was last seen entering the garden, sir. Aaron grabbed his coat off the back of a chair and strode towards the stairs. Prepare my plane, Helen. It's time to go home. Journal entry, the third Overseer. I wish I had more information to put into this journal about the third Overseer, the one they call the Kid. I wish I could tell you that the sum of my research had led me to a conclusion about what form this Overseer takes, and what someone should know before facing it. I wish I could help you. Unfortunately, I have not ever seen the third Overseer, nor have any of my colleagues. He is spoken about in uncertain terms, and in many circles it is believed that he may not even exist at all. For a long time, it was widely accepted that the third Overseer was nothing more than an artificial intelligence used to break ties in voting, back before the implementation of a 13th Overseer. However, the more insidious truth may be that 053 is something different altogether. It is true that the GOC and the insurgency call the Overseer the Kid, due only to the image attached to this page that serves as the only image ever connected to the individual called 053. But within the Foundation, the Overseer has a different name. In the Foundation, the Overseer is called the All-Seeing Eye. It should come as no surprise to you, then, that it is now commonly believed that the third Overseer sits at the center of the Foundation's intelligence network. Indeed, the Foundation seems to have a nearly limitless amount of intel on anomalous entities and groups, information that should not be obtainable by natural means. In the old days, that could have been written off as them having better satellites, but that no longer seems to be the case. I have seen Foundation's agents lurking around the sites of anomalous activity before the activity ever takes place. I have seen Foundation agents working to supplant world leaders prior to massive unrest that they could not have possibly predicted. Throughout it all, these agents and operatives of the Foundation always know just where to be and when. It can only be attributed to their all-seeing eye. As for his location, the best I can give you is that there was a local news story that broke a decade ago about a town in the northwest United States that were having energy issues shortly after the installation of a new hydroelectric dam, one that should have helped alleviate those issues. Ever since then, heat signatures near that reservoir have been significantly higher than other similar structures, though the heat appears to be coming from deep within the structure. One last word of warning. If it is true that the Third Overseer is the eyepiece of the Foundation's Overwatch command, then it will no doubt be guarded by the most experienced and dangerous of the Foundation's kill squads, the Mobile Task Force Alpha-1, Red Right Hand. In years long past, this task force would have been comprised of many agents from various backgrounds that had reached the pinnacle of their careers. However, my sources now tell me that another group of Terminators have taken up the mantle of the Foundation's most deadly task force. One that is not entirely human. Be wary. Step 00102-052. The Nazarene, female, Middle Eastern descent, appears to be in her 20s. Extremely little information exists about the individual called the Nazarene. Even the origins of her name are unknown. The only source able to provide any information about her insists on two things specifically: that she is never seen without 051, and that she has changed over time. Early Foundation documents mention 052 as being the head of the Foundation's Department of Morality, now the Ethics Committee, though it does not appear as if she ever served in that role. One source indicated that her name perhaps comes from the fact that she is never seen without a pair of dark gloves, which she never removes in public, leading some to believe she's hiding scars on her hands or wrists from her crucifixion as Jesus of Nazareth. Though where this rumor began, and what would lead anyone to draw that conclusion in the first place, is unknown. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 12, Convictions. Now, the garden, if nothing else, was tranquil. Untouched by man for 100,000 years, its waters were clear and its grasses green, and the sun overhead nearly always occupied a blue sky. On the rare occasions it would rain, the garden's tranquility would turn to melancholy, a quiet gloom that settled over it like a blanket. At the next sunrise, the rains would subside, and the garden would dry, and all would be as it has been for 1,000 generations. Today, though, it was raining. "Step aside!" Aaron screamed, tearing across the plain towards the gate. The Guardian, stalwart and unmoving, did little to acknowledge him besides slightly raising its flaming sword. Aaron's eyes burned into the Guardian, his gaze locked on the unseeing helmet of the Goliath before him. As the tip of the sword began to luminesce, and as a streak of fire lanced out of it towards him, Aaron produced a thin metal rod with a tripod base and a blue glowing tip. He rolled out of the way of the flame and, as another began to form on the Guardian's sword, he slammed the reality anchor into the ground. The world shimmered for a moment, and Aaron could feel the ground beneath him vibrating. In his mind's eye, he could see threads, endless trillions of threads in the air around him, each of them tuned to a specific note in the song of the universe. Their melody was discordant, and no more so than around the Guardian, where their song shrieked and howled. As the tip of the anchor flashed, the threads harmonized in unison, each of them momentarily drawn back in line with each other. As the choral pitch struck the Guardian, it seized, the fire in its sword drawing back into its body, and then folding in upon itself, until it was little more than charred skeleton, broken and festering, hanging loosely in the air by blue threads. Aaron sprinted towards the gate, but felt himself growing unexpectedly exhausted. He looked down at himself and saw the hands of an old man, one whose life had been touched by the hand of fate and stretched unnaturally. His skin grew taut, and he felt his muscles atrophying with every step. He struggled forward, the hum of the reality anchor behind him growing fainter and fainter until he could no longer hear it, and his body was renewed. Reaching the gate, he threw it open and ran inside. It was said that the night Adam el-Asim took Eve as his wife, she had dreamed of Eden as she conceived her first son, and it was born with he. When the child had grown, Adam longed for a sword to put in his hand, and the garden had provided it. When the children of the night and the mournful gods bore down on the world of men, the garden had sheltered them. Eden was such that, endless a space as it was, anyone within it was never far from wherever they wanted to be. This is how Aaron Siegel found himself standing at the foot of the Tree of Life Everlasting, his feet soaked in a pool of blood, and the white corpse of Sophia Light staring up at him behind glassy eyes. A dark stream of blood ran from each of her wrists to the ground beneath her, and laying at her side was a thin silver razor, its edge marked red with Sophia's last breath. Aaron's hand trembled, the air catching in his throat and threatening to suffocate him. He fell to his knees at her side, flecks of blood splashing up onto her face with the impact. Her skin was cold, like it had been so many times before, he thought. And while Aaron had been here before, he felt a knowing dread creep up his spine and fix itself around his heart. "Death!" he screamed, as he had screamed before. "Death! Reveal yourself! Take me instead of her!" Only the rain answered, each droplet an eye of a silent and watchful God that did not care. Aaron looked around desperately, blood and water soaking his clothes as he dug into his mind for any answer, any way out. "Death! Honor your promises! Give her back! Give her back, goddammit!" He sat next to Sophia's body for hours, painfully taking each breath and hoping he might wake up, sometime long ago, in a place far from this one. Each inhale was a desperate question, and each exhale the same hollow response. It was not until sometime later that he noticed the stained scrap of paper clutched in her right hand. He carefully unwrapped her fingers and opened the tiny roll, reading its elegantly penned words. "Aaron, I am not who I was when we first met. Every time I have walked with death along that quiet road back to your side, I have become less of who I was, and I no longer recognize this thing I am. I'm so sorry, but I can't continue to be this any longer. I was the one who gave Calvin Lucian our last vials from the fountain, and put your godless lance in his hand. I saw his path, and saw the red line that draws him towards you. I thought that, maybe, I would see him break your convictions and I would have you as my own again, and undo the mistake I made when I set you on this path, all those years ago, but I had not considered how very little of Sophia Light I am now. Nothing stands between you and those convictions now. There are no more distractions. I would hope that this would give you some semblance of peace, a chance to walk away and live out the rest of your life like we might have. I want this for you, even though I know this changes nothing. He is still waiting for you, and you will still meet him. Maybe I'll see you again. Maybe I'll be waiting for you on that distant shore. Sophia." Before curling it into a ball in his clenched fist, his breath came hard and sharp now. His eyes threatened to burst through his skull. Standing slowly and shuddering, he walked across the garden, for what may as well have been 1,000 years, towards a place where the grass was not green and the waters were not clear. He had been here once before, when temptation had drawn him towards infinity, and purpose had stayed his hand. The sky grew darker, and the rain poured harder, and slowly the flora around him withered and died. He kept walking, past the desolation of an old Eden, towards a point marked by an impact crater that stretched nearly a mile in every direction. The soil beneath his feet was hard and slick, and his footsteps sounded against it as he stumbled further down, hot tears burning on the sides of his face. When he finally came to rest on the crater floor, he moved swiftly towards its epicenter. There, resting where it had for 10,000 years, was the crumpled form of an angel, its armor crushed from the impact and twisted. Despite the thin layer of ash that coated its form and obscured its features, the shining words on its helm were still visible, "Star of the Morning." Laying not far behind it was something glittering in the dirt, half buried in the ground, but gleaming as if it was new. A golden sword, radiating with heat and power. Aaron approached it and pulled it from the earth as if it were butter. His eyes grew dark, his convictions consumed him, and in a flash, he was gone. The scrap of paper, the lines on it so deftly and meticulously applied, fell to the ground and was washed away in the rain. Now, it is beneath this mountain, the journal said, that the overseers keep their watch. I have spent many years studying this structure, attempting to peer into its depths with little fortune. There is but a single entrance, the front gate, which is sealed from within and guarded by the Foundation's red right hand. It is within this structure that you will find the final 2 overseers, who have not been seen in public since before the Foundation's inception. It is this author's belief that the only souls capable of entering this quiet fortress to convene with them are the overseers themselves, and no one else. Calvin read on. It is this, then, that I leave you with, dear reader. The sum of the time and energy I have dedicated into the observation and understanding of these 13 individuals is presented upon these pages. What fortune or ruin this knowledge brings you is your own. As for me, I will enjoy the distance I put between myself and they. To do otherwise would no doubt bring upon yourself a devastating end. Yours most truthfully, the ending stated simply, Ukulele. Calvin closed the journal and set it beside him on the ground. He was resting on a slope, one that dropped down into a valley far below him, and across he could see the towering steel doors of Site-01. The sun had just begun to dip below the horizon, but Calvin could see the path forward clearly, a winding dirt road that led to the gate of the most secure facility within the Foundation, one that had never been breached. He had destroyed his phone days ago. After he left Adam, he had feared that the insurgency might come after him. There could be no distractions now. He was too close to his goal. Only a half-mile of air and 100 feet of stone separated him from his destiny now. He had left Olivia's body in a cave nearby, covered from the elements and hidden from prying eyes. He had done this with an apology and a promise. I will make this right. I'll come back for you. Leaving the journal, he grabbed only the spear and descended. As night crossed over the valley and the stars awoke in the sky, Calvin realized he could hear little else but the sound of crickets and the whisper of wind. Nothing else stirred. In the quiet surrounding him, he heard Adam's voice, echoing endlessly in his mind. Please, Calvin, please, please don't do this. Please don't leave me. He approached the doors slowly, ever aware of his surroundings, but he neither saw nor heard sign of any living souls, and within a few moments he was standing before the two monolithic steel slabs himself, alone and untouched. He reached out a hand to touch one, hesitating slightly, and then pushed forward. The door, easily 10 times his height, slid open without a sound. He stepped inside the chamber within, his eyes adjusting to the lower light. The doors behind him slid shut, and he was met with a single massive chamber, dotted with tunnels and staircases that led off of it in every direction. In the center of the chamber was a caged elevator car, which Calvin approached and studied carefully. It was old, he could tell, but meticulously handcrafted. There was a single button on it, but it required a key to press. He stepped away and continued forward. At the far end of the room was another door, this one framed within the arrows of the Foundation seal. It was heavy and wood, and its frame was a rich stone archway with detailed images. Monsters and miracles, towers that stretched to the heavens and others that lay deep below, a race of humanoids worshipping a dead god, a massive machine sleeping beneath the earth, dark and empty eyes, the faces of animals without names, a metal suit from a mysterious future, towering rows of books stretching into dark infinity. These and many more filled out the span, but Calvin did not notice the archway. He noticed the man standing in front of it. He had not seen this man before, but something about him seemed familiar. The man was tall, almost impossibly so, easily 2 meters. The man's entire body was wrapped in metallic plates, curving around his body as if they were fabric. Wires ran across the armor's surface and steel tubes down its back. And at first, Calvin was not sure it was a man at all, but behind the sharp, sleek helmet lay blue eyes, human eyes. Watching Calvin closely from the distance they stood across. Calvin stood the spear by his side. "Who are you?" "I am Purpose, the Red Right Hand," the man said, his voice a powerful baritone that echoed off the walls of the cavernous chamber. "I didn't see you in South Africa," Calvin said, steadying himself. "I might have thought you would stand alongside your comrades." "I am the will of the Foundation," the voice continued, "and it is here the Foundation resides." Calvin didn't respond right away. The familiarity of this individual struck him, and there was something uncanny about the way his voice rang out from inside its metal cage. "Do I know you?" he said after a moment. The figure did not move. "To know me is to know the Foundation," Purpose said. "My words are its words, and my voice is its voice." In his mind's eye, Calvin saw briefly a memory flash across the edge of his consciousness. The faintest echo of a time when a dashing young Foundation agent, one with black hair and blue eyes, had laughed in a sonorous baritone while single-handedly holding back a group of insurgency operatives. What had they called him? Lament. Calvin readied his firearm in one hand. "What happens now? I have been tasked with protecting this sanctum until 051 returns. None shall enter without his word." "He isn't here," Calvin cursed under his breath. If he had fled, Perhaps to a far corner of the earth, it would be months to find him again. He could not lose this opportunity. "No," Purpose said, seemingly without pause. "He is here." Without another word, the monolithic figure stepped aside. Calvin hesitated, his sidearm still locked into his fist. After nothing happened for a moment, and then another, he relaxed. The weapon slid back into its holster, and Calvin stepped forward. Each step he took brought him closer to the unwavering eyes of Purpose. But it did not move. It only watched and stood aside. As he went to pass through the archway, he paused. "Purpose," he said, his voice low. "Will anyone else be joining us?" "No. Make sure they don't." "As you wish." Calvin entered the arched doorway, looked back once more into the solemn eyes of Purpose, and then disappeared into the darkness beyond. The passageway beyond was not large, but it was ornately decorated with carvings into the rock face of its walls. In the low light, he could only make out the faintest of shapes, but each seemed even more detailed and intricate than the last. He ran his hand across the smooth surface, his fingers feeling the hard edges of faces, buildings, gods. In the silence of the tunnel, his footsteps were accompanied by whispers, voices that should have been too far away to be heard, but were just audible here in this place between places. He was not there long. Eventually, he stepped out into another room, larger even than the last, whose focus was a long, ovular table at its center, lit by numerous spotlights hanging somewhere far above it. Screens lined the walls, each flipping quickly between different cameras. He saw long hallways, bright overhead lights, containment facilities, doctors and researchers sitting in laboratories, security personnel standing guard by doors, and then monsters, nightmare creatures that lurked back and forth in glass-paned rooms, demons that crawled into their own skin and then out again, unmoving statues. And behind everything hung the largest screen of all. When Calvin entered the room, the large screen lit up, and he saw scenes of himself, moments in his life that led him to this moment. He saw himself being sent to a youth detention center, Wellwood Rehabilitatory, when he was only 12. He saw himself joining the military and then being approached by an agent of the insurgency. He saw himself training with other operatives, being appointed a commander by Delta, his first meeting with Anthony, his first with Olivia, the three of them meeting Adam, the long stretch of brutality and agony that had brought him here. In each scene, looked down upon, as if by someone standing just behind him, Calvin now felt a sickly feeling. He saw himself not pushing forward as he had imagined at the time, but instead being pulled along, his body bound to one end of a long and sickly string that stretched between where he had been and infinity. He saw where the string began and followed it to its end, across the world, to the edge of death and back, and now here, in this room, across the floor, beyond the long table, to the man sitting on the stairs leading up to the screen at the far end of the room. The man wore slacks and had recently been wearing a jacket. His white shirt was stained with blood on the chest and sleeves, and dark lines ran down his face. There was something laying next to him on the stair, something wrapped in the man's jacket that Calvin couldn't quite make out. He took a step towards this man, but the man didn't move. "You are 051, he said tentatively. He heard the man say something, but couldn't make it out. "What?" "Aaron," he heard the man say. "My name is Aaron." "Aaron," Calvin repeated. "Aaron Siegel, 051? "Yes," Calvin nodded. "The second overseer. Where are they?" Aaron didn't respond, but even from across the room, Calvin could feel the immediate chill in the air. "So it's just you?" Calvin asked. "Yep," Aaron responded. "It's just me." Calvin drew his firearm and, in an instant, loosed 5 good rounds towards the man on the stairs. Each, he knew, flew truly, but as they approached Aaron, they hissed and luminesced brightly before dissolving into the air. He fired again with the same response. He stopped firing. "Stand up, Aaron Siegel," he said, holstering his weapon and pulling the spear off of his back. "Let's finish it." The man didn't move. "Where did you get that spear?" Calvin didn't respond. After a moment, he heard the man laugh. "What's so funny?" he said. Aaron rubbed at one of his eyes with the palm of his hand. "You have traveled across a lifetime to get to this place and find me, and you're going to kill me with a spear?" His laughter stopped. "You don't even know why you're here. I'm here because when I kill you, I kill the Foundation. I kill the Foundation, and the universe can heal. You are a cancer." Aaron stood up lazily, his eyes half open as he stared across the room towards where Calvin stood. "No, you're like me, filled with righteous conviction, spurring you forward. It wasn't fate. It wasn't destiny. It was a sheer, unspeakable, unknowable force of unimpeded will. You there, and me here. In a trillion worlds, in a billion universes, we would each find ourselves here. Conviction led me to this place, just as it led you. He stepped down from the platform, the bundle of his jacket still lying behind him. Two unstoppable forces, hurtling towards each other with nothing between them. He turned, reached into his jacket, and pulled out a gleaming golden sword. As he held it in his outstretched hand, a tormented scream leapt from within the blade, and it caught fire, bright white flames licking up the edge. In the light of this sword, Calvin could see Aaron's eyes. They were his own. "There is nothing else to say, Calvin Lucian," Aaron said, the sword settling down by his side. "Either your convictions will be broken today, or mine will, and one of us will die." He nodded. "Let's finish it." Step 00101. 051, the founder, Caucasian male, appears to be in his late 30s, believed to be Aaron Siegel, a physicist who attended Cornell University in the early 1900s, became involved with Frederick Williams, the individual later known as the Administrator, shortly after the turn of the century, led the first research team of what would eventually become the SCP Foundation, along with 0513, 0510, 052, and several others. The events that led to him founding and assuming command of the Foundation proper are currently unknown. Despite once being fairly active in the day-to-day running of the Foundation, 051 has pulled away in recent years and has not been seen in public for the last few decades, leaving 057 to manage the entire organization. While his death has been assumed on a number of occasions, one very high-level source confirms that he continues to vote during council meetings. While nearly every other overseer maintains a private residence, 051 is believed to live at Overwatch Command. The location of this facility is unknown. Decryption complete. Access log. Chapter 13. The way it ends. Now. The sword in Aaron's hand flashed, and with a dull roar, it tore across the room towards where Calvin stood. He jumped backwards, knocking it away with the butt of his spear, sending a shower of sparks cascading across the ground. Aaron pulled up, and flames leapt from the blade in all directions, forcing Calvin to spin around to avoid them. He gripped the back end of the spear and spun it over his head as he came to a rest, and the tip of it barely missed Aaron as he too danced away from the end of the long weapon. Calvin swung low, the spearhead just narrowly missing Aaron's left thigh, and his momentum carried him forward slightly. Off balance, he caught a glimpse of the flaming red steel falling towards him and hit the ground, rolling to dodge the burst of fire as Aaron buried the sword into the ground. With no shortage of effort, Aaron lifted the sword again and brought it down again and again and again, each time forcing Calvin to scramble backwards from the inferno. He found an opening and quickly scrambled to his feet. Rearing back in the moment before Aaron brought the sword back around, he loosed the spear. The air in the room grew tight suddenly, and there was a low, dull sound that seemed to pull all other noise out with it. A moment later, there was a bang, and the spear was buried in the wall across from them, the impact having sent long, jagged cracks through the stone. Aaron looked down at his arm and saw blood and ash. The spear had nicked him as it passed. He turned back towards Calvin, who was also staring at Aaron's arm. Without hesitating, he pulled the sword to the left, and fire leapt from the edge of the blade, billowing around like a curtain drawn over Calvin's body. He leapt to the side and avoided it, but Aaron was upon him again, drawing up for a killing blow. In desperation, Calvin threw out a hand to stop the blade from falling on him, and then the spear was back in his hand, catching the flaming sword as it crashed down onto it. Aaron, surprised, hesitated in drawing back again. Calvin pushed up on the spear with both hands, knocking Aaron backwards and giving him the opportunity to swing the razor end of the spear around at him from the side. Aaron ducked, and then caught the next pass with his sword sending sparks cascading across the ground. The Overseer went on the offensive again, taking long, sweeping cuts towards Calvin as he ducked and rolled out of the way of the streaking fire. He skated around the long table with 13 chairs as flames lapped up the wall of monitors, melting them and turning them jet black. When he turned back, Aaron was upon him again, but this time the golden sword came from below, not above, and caught Calvin in the side. He shouted and twirled away, the long end of the spear forcing Aaron back. He could feel hot blood beginning to soak through his shirt. As he gathered himself, Aaron stopped and brought the sword down to his side. For a moment, the two of them stood breathing heavily, each eyeing the other carefully from opposite sides of the room. "You are an incredible testament to the will of the insurgency," Aaron said slowly, never taking his eyes off Calvin. "A younger me would have been envious." Calvin wiped blood off his mouth with the back of his hand. "What do you have to be envious of?" Aaron crouched down. "When I was younger, I made mistakes. Costly mistakes. I always thought those mistakes were because my resolve wasn't strong enough. But here you are. Your resolve is every bit as strong as mine, maybe stronger, and here you are, standing exactly where I stood, making those same mistakes." "I'm nothing like you," Calvin said. "I know what you are. Traitor. You were made the engineer of the insurgency, and you betrayed us, for all the power they could give you. You betrayed your ideals for a golden throne and everlasting life." Aaron looked up. His eyes were sad. "I'm not the engineer, Calvin. I never was. Vince Arians was the engineer. We built it together, but he was its chief architect. He wrote the summa modus operandi and designed the insurgency as a check against us, against me." He stood up, taking the sword in his hand again. "You are right about one thing, though. I did betray you. I betrayed all of you, but not to forsake my ideals. A moment came where I had to balance those ideals against something horrible, and they were not strong enough to sustain me." The sword lit up again, and in the dim light of the cavern, the flames of the sword danced against Aaron's eyes. "I'm going to kill you, Calvan, but not because I hate you or because I'm afraid you'll usurp me. I'm going to kill you because I'm afraid that your will now is stronger than mine was then. I'm going to kill you because if you kill me, you are going to be standing in the exact place I was so many years ago, and you will be stronger." He raised the sword above his head, and from the hilt came an inconceivable blast of fire. It arced into the sky, scorching the ceiling of the cavern and burning out the lights there. The flames billowed down the walls, creeping into cracks in the rock and charring every surface they touched. As they reached the floor, the flames crashes across the chamber like waves, turning and churning and throwing smoke and ash into the air. The entirety of the flaming mass began to spin as Aaron brought the sword around his head, and then again, until the chamber was a single flaming maelstrom. And then he saw Calvan, leaping through the air off the table in the center of the room, spear in hand. He turned to block it and heard the sound of a crashing locomotive as the spear soared towards him. He brought the blade down towards it, and on the moment of impact, the shining golden steel glistened and then shattered. The spear caught Aaron in the chest and threw him across the room, pinning him to the stone wall beneath the monitor at the front of the chamber. The broken fragments of the sword fell out of his hand and scattered across the ground. Behind him, where the spear had entered stone, a thick crack now ran up towards the ceiling. The fire that had consumed the room lingered a moment longer and then went out. Aaron gasped and slumped against the wall. He raised a hand to his chest and felt blood seeping through his fingers. He put one hand weakly around the shaft of the spear and tried to pull it, but had no strength left to do so. He coughed, and blood pooled in the back of his throat. His body felt numb, and his limbs began to grow cold and lifeless. His vision became blurred, and each breath became shorter and harder. Then Calvin was standing in front of him, bloodied himself and bruised, but standing. When Aaron saw him, he laughed. Blood spattered against his teeth. "Spoke too soon," he said quietly. Calvin crouched down on one knee and looked him square in the eyes. "It's over. You are the last of them, and now that you're done, this world can begin to heal again." Aaron's head rolled to his side and then straightened up. He brought his eyes up to meet Calvan's, who suddenly felt the same enormous presence he had that day in the Somali warehouse with Delta months prior. He had the distinct and unsettling sensation of his entire being, mind, body, and soul, being inspected by something considerably larger than he was. Then, after a moment, it was gone. Aaron laughed softly and coughed. "No, Calvin, you really don't understand. I thought so too, but I was wrong. We were wrong. Arians couldn't see it, but I saw it. He wouldn't understand. I could never tell him, and he died thinking I had betrayed him." He gasped for air. "I loved him. He was my brother, but he didn't know." Aaron's breathing became shallow. "It's not enough, see, Calvin. It's not enough. Cancer, the cancer, it wasn't us, and it wasn't Frederick. Williams. It's the foundation. It was always the foundation." Calvin stood up. "Enough. It's over. I'm going downstairs, and I'm going to finish it." This is the way it ends." Aaron took a few more short breaths and said, "No, it's not." His eyes glazed over and something like a name began to form on his lips. Sophia, I'm... He tried desperately to suck in a final breath, but with no strength left, his body simply collapsed against the spear. Aaron Siegel was dead. Calvin stepped back from him unsteadily, his head racing. Small glowing tendrils of melted plastic and metal occasionally dropped from the ceiling around him, barely casting so much as a shadow on an almost perfectly dark room. He stood there in the darkness, catching his breath, until he felt a familiar presence join him in the darkness. "He's dead," Calvin said, his own voice somehow alien to him. "I killed him." Purpose stood unmoving at the back of the chamber. It brought two hands up and clapped once, and all around the room, short glowing cylinders rose up from the stone floor, illuminating the chamber. Calvin took one hesitant step back, and then another, and left Aaron's body pinned to the wall as he crossed back up to the stairwell leading to the main antechamber. The massive humanoid was waiting for him there. "Purpose," he said quietly. "There exists a room in this facility where someone could unmake the foundation, correct?" Purpose did not move. "Correct," Calvin nodded. "It's below the antechamber, isn't it?" "Correct. Take me there." The two of them passed through the strange tunnel of whispers between the antechamber and the meeting hall until they were standing back in the open space beneath the depictions of the Foundation's legacy. The massive pendulum above them passed over slowly and silently, and the faint ticking of the arms of an enormous clock somewhere in the distance was the only sound in that space aside from their own footsteps. There, in the center of the chamber, was the elevator. Purpose approached it first, extending his palm to the door, which swiftly slid open. Calvin moved to step inside it, but hesitated as Purpose put a hand on his shoulder. "I am duty-bound to tell you," he said softly, the baritone of his voice echoing through the hall, "that once you step inside this elevator, there is no going back. There is only one decision to be made past this point, and it is not one that can be unmade." Calvin nodded. "I know." He turned to look back towards the massive doors leading down to where Aaron Siegel's body was pinned to the stone wall, deep beneath the earth. "It's time." Purpose stepped aside, and Calvin settled into the elevator. As he did, the door behind him slid shut, and he began to descend. The elevator stopped, and as the door slid open, Calvin had to squint against the light. He stepped out into a room, one with a high ceiling and dark wooden floors. Against the far wall of the chamber was a long, sweeping window that encircled nearly the entire room, and outside the window he could see the mountainside and the setting sun. The walls were lined with bookcases, and the books in them were thick and old, but clearly well maintained. On one wall was another bank of monitors, much like the ones on the walls in the meeting room above them, only these showed different scenes. In one, he saw a woman slitting her wrists in the rain. In another, a man with a bullet in his skull falling out of a train. He saw the ruined fortress in the mountains where they had camped for the night, and the flaming city that Green had devastated. He saw the airport, and the body of a handsome man twisted and broken in the metal carnage. He saw Aaron Siegel with a spear shoved through his chest. In the middle of the room was a rich wooden desk, neatly arranged and clean. A monitor was mounted to it, and on the screen was the Foundation's secure login portal. Calvin walked beside it, and as he took a seat in the high-back chair behind the desk, he noticed something strange on the far end of the desk. A black metal rotary telephone. He turned to the computer and began logging in. The system prompted him with biometrics by producing a fingerprint and iris scanner from within the desk. He reached out instinctively and stared into the flashing red light, and then both retracted into the wood and disappeared. The screen displayed a successful login, and then the screens around the room changed. Each monitor showed a different image, but it was clear what they all had in common. They were Foundation sites. One screen identified Site 19, and then another as Site 42, and one as Site 77. They filled every available inch of glowing LEDs until every surface was a Foundation site. Then, a single option appeared on the screen on his desk: Terminate. Calvin felt the air catch in his chest. He placed a hand on the keyboard, his fingers hovering over the moment of final victory. He took a deep breath, and the phone began ringing. He hesitated, his fingertip a hair's breadth away from the key. He turned towards it to confirm what he was hearing, and the phone rang again, and again, and again. On the fifth ring he answered, his hands now acting independently from his mind. There was something robotic about the motion. something instinctual that he could not identify, yet drove him all the same. He picked up the receiver carefully, as if it was something alive, and set it against his ear. He heard only silence on the other end of the line. "Hello?" A voice crackled over the receiver. It was a man's voice, no doubt, but there was something about it that caused the hair on Calvin's arms to stand on end. He felt like he was hearing something that was both very far away and occupying the same space he was. "Congratulations are in order, Mr. Lucien," the voice said, its timbre light and its tone smooth. "You've demonstrated exceptional initiative. I'm certain it will serve us well." Calvin's pulse quickened. "Who is this? Who am I? Please, Mr. Lucien, surely you've guessed by now. I'm the man you've been trying to kill." A line of sweat formed on Calvin's forehead. "What? What do you mean?" "I'm the administrator, Mr. Lucien." Something else appeared in Calvin's soul, something like fear, but far more primal. "That's not possible. The administrator was killed. Aaron Siegel killed him." The voice hemmed softly. No, he didn't. He killed the man called Frederick Williams." Frederick Williams was the administrator." The voice chuckled. It wasn't an unfriendly sound. "Again, not quite. See, Mr. Williams was just a man tugging upon a frayed string, slowly unraveling the universe. He found the string, studied the string, categorized it, classified it, and eventually, he became it. That was how the Foundation was born." The voice on the other end paused. Frederick Williams saw something larger than himself and planted the seed that would make it grow. Aaron Siegel killed him for it, but part of him is still here. He's still here because Aaron Siegel killed a man, but did not kill the seed. Do you see it yet? He did not kill me. Calvin's arms felt weak. A heavy weight settled across him. "What are you?" A signature on a document. A suit in a boardroom. A voice on the phone. Mr. Siegel realized the truth too late. Though Frederick Williams was the Foundation's first administrator, he was not the administrator. "I am, Mr. Lucien. I exist because of the Foundation, and the Foundation exists because of me. What is it that purpose is always saying?" The voice paused, considering. "To know my nature is to know the nature of the Foundation." Something like that. Calvin didn't respond, and the voice continued. "Did you genuinely think Mr. Siegel joined the Foundation for power? That the Foundation seduced him, and he fell for its wiles and ways?" The voice scoffed. "No. He reached a conclusion and made a decision, at the expense of his ideals. He did it for the same reason you're standing here today, because he wanted to finish the job." Those words were suddenly hostile, but the voice settled again. "Then you came along, and after all the warnings you still decided to put a spear through his heart, the only man standing between myself and all of creation." The voice paused for a moment, and then you picked up the phone. A tiny flash of resistance surged through Calvin's chest. "And what if I hadn't picked it up?" The voice on the other line laughed. It was a harsh, sudden sound, the sort of noise that wakes you before you even hear it. "Don't be silly, Calvin. Someone always picks up the phone. I could still walk away." The words felt like chalk on Calvin's tongue. He knew what was coming. He struggled against the growing weight. He looked back at the monitor, at the cursor. It felt so far away. "Yes, you could. You could walk away right now, and nobody but you and me would ever know you were here. You could even press that button there, and see what that means for the Foundation." Calvin could feel a creeping smile forming on the lips of the disembodied voice. And then, in a few minutes, the phone would ring again and again and again, and no one would answer. No one would tell them what to do, Mr. Lucien. When those sites are broken open and the monsters inside are loosed from their cages, billions will die, and then more. The voice laughed again. "And I'll still be here," it continued. "You said it yourself. I'm a cancer. I'm the anomaly. I was born when the first man saw the first miracle, the emergent conscious of the entire Foundation. Frederick Williams didn't realize what he had done when he did it, but Mr. Siegel figured it out, in time. Who do you think is in the best position to stop that cancer from spreading now? Certainly not Mr. Siegel. He's impaled on a wall upstairs. You killed the rest of his protectors, those he charged to continue his work if he ever died. Who do you think will contain me now? They..." Calvin heard himself speaking, but didn't know why. "They were evil." "Evil?" the voice barked. "Honestly, Calvin, this has been your greatest failing thus far, believing that you are somehow in the moral right. You have justified your actions because you were doing good, and the enemy was doing evil. You never stopped to consider decisions, Calvin, and why people make them." It continued. "The accountant, selected by Mr. Siegel because of the influence my existence was having on markets. He was there to keep my actions in check. He never hurt a single person who didn't deserve it. Most of the Foundation's magically appearing money came from despots and swindlers. The liar was a good person with an unfortunate condition that was given a chance to use their newfound abilities to help keep the world from descending into madness. The outsider, that poor girl, she was just a researcher in a difficult position who would have rather died than let you have your way with her. Consider that. The voice paused, as if it was thinking. There were some rotten apples, certainly, typically those given the most power. The archivist, the kid, the American, but even they had their uses and were kept in check by the others. Before your intervention, the archivist was content to stay in her books and never bother another living person. The kid was a tool, Calvin, and a powerful one. But can you fault a child for following directions? It paused again. Green. That one was maybe the worst. But what is there beyond her? A group of people doing their best in an impossible situation, some driven mad by their responsibilities, and others simply a pawn of the larger machine. Then along comes you, and from your lofty moral peaks, you would call these poor people evil. You justified their murders for that very reason. There was silence for a moment as Calvin failed to find the words to respond. When it was clear he had nothing to give in return, the voice sighed. "No, Calvin," the voice said, with a soft, unquestionable finality. "There is no good. There is no evil." He could no longer stand. Calvin sank into the chair, cradling the phone to his ear. The voice on the other line continued. "You'll find the job has certain perks. Who knows? Aaron Siegel couldn't kill me, but maybe you'll find a way. And sometimes, if you try very hard, catch it in the right light, and squint just enough, you might even manage to convince yourself that you're doing the right thing." Calvin said nothing. The world around him was empty. All that remained was the phone and the voice. In the back of his mind, he saw Adam lying on the ground, screaming his name, begging him to come back. Olivia, her skin broken and blood seeping through the cracks in her face, her eyes glassy and unseeing, and Anthony, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He heard the clock upstairs chime out the hour. Gone, 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 gone. "Cheer up, Mr. Lucian. Our work is only just beginning." The line went dead. Calvin placed the phone down with a click. The only sound in the room was the beating of his own heart, a sound that echoed the chiming of the clock. Gone, gone, gone. He stared across the room, and in his mind's eye he saw something, an echo of a dream from a long, long time ago. He saw Aaron Siegel, standing at the desk with a phone to his ear, trembling. He saw Sophia Light standing next to him, looking saddened, but unsurprised. Then he saw his friend, Anthony Wright, the man who had been Vincent Arians, standing in front of the desk, gun drawn. He had it leveled at Aaron's heart. "Put the fucking phone down," he heard Anthony say. "Put it down, Aaron. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Come on, I won't let you do this." "He has to," Sophia began. "Shut the fuck up, you whore," Anthony said, his hands shaking. "You brought him here. This is your poison. You planned this all along. You knew what was waiting for him here." He turned back to Aaron. "Aaron, please. Everything we've done. Think of it, all the sacrifices we've made. We need to make this right. We need to go. We can still do it. Just put the phone down. Please, put the phone down." Aaron's expression was dead, his eyes lifeless. He looked down the barrel of the gun like somebody might look at an oncoming train, something heavy and inevitable. Anthony shook his head. "Aaron, please. Please, come on, let's go. Let's go. Leave her here. Let her rot here. She has nothing for you, Aaron. She's got nothing. Put the phone down." He lifted the gun a little higher. "Put the phone down, goddammit, please." Aaron's eyes focused on him. His body was shaking. "I can't, Vince," he said softly. His voice was hollow. I can't. Anthony's face turned red, his veins pressing against his skin and his eyes darkening. He screamed, hate and frustration and vitriol spilling out of him in a torrent. Then Calvin heard gunshots as Anthony emptied the clip into the ceiling above them, spilling rock and debris down onto the desk. When he was done, he took a deep breath. "Fine," he said, not looking up at either of them. "Fine. I can't kill you, Aaron. I don't have it in me. Maybe if I'm lucky, your mistakes will do it for me." He took a step forward and sat the empty gun on the desk. Without another word, he turned back towards the elevator and disappeared out of sight. Neither Aaron nor Sophia moved. The vision faded. Calvin was alone again at the desk. He looked down and saw the gun was sitting on the table. He looked up and saw the holes were still in the rock. Then there was the phone, sitting silently on the desk. 30 seconds later, it began to ring. and ring, and ring, and ring, and ring, and ring. On the 7th ring, Calvin picked up the phone. Epilouge, Ouroboros, Site-01 file server, showing file 1 of 1, step 001013, 0513, vacant, step 001012, 0512, vacant, step 001011, 0511, vacant, step 001010, 0510, vacant, step 00109, 059, vacant, step 00108, 058, vacant, step 00107, 057, vacant, step 00106, 056, vacant, step 00105, 055, vacant, step 00104, 054, vacant, step 00103, 053, vacant, step 00102, 052, vacant, step 00101, 051, the usurper, Caucasian male, formerly Calvin Lucian, access file. After, a long black car pulled around to the entrance of a sprawling business campus and was met at the door by a man in a sleek black suit. The driver parked and came around to open the door, and Calvin stepped out of the vehicle. His hair was gray and his eyes held weight, but his gaze was sharp and his blue suit was crisp and clean. The man who met him was younger, the Foundation's newest site director. When Calvin had stood and adjusted his coat, the man approached him and extended a hand. "Good morning, Overseer," the man said behind a genial smile. "Welcome to Site 108. We're thrilled to be hosting you." Calvin smiled meekly and shook the man's hand. "It's my pleasure, Director House," he responded. "Gives me the opportunity to knock out 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak. Apologies for the delay in getting out here. Current events have been keeping me tied down elsewhere." House nodded solemnly. "So I've heard. A team from Site 17 arrived this morning. I believe they came straight from the crash site." Calvin winced. "Indeed. I suppose I should try and talk to them first before we kick things off." He looked down at his watch. "Have the others arrived yet?" House pulled his phone from his pocket and leafed through a document. "The directors have all arrived, as have all the overseers except 052. Calvin nodded. "She'll be arriving shortly. Inform me when she does." House nodded and promptly escorted Calvin into the main lobby of Site 108. They were followed by Calvin's security detail, who had finished sweeping the site and now fell in behind him. They entered a secure wing of the site, and before too long had reached a small conference room off the main hub of that area. House gestured towards the door and stepped aside. "My team is available if you ever need anything," he said. "Please don't hesitate to let us know if you do." Calvin nodded in response, and House turned down the hallway and disappeared. Calvin passed through the door to the conference room, which was abuzz with the response team he had created in the wake of the crash. To the man, they looked exhausted. When he entered, the team leader, an up-and-coming doctor named Tori Lang, approached him. "Overseer," she said, bowing slightly. "Good to see you." Calvin smiled. "And you as well, Dr. Lang. Forgive me for my tardiness. My security team was perhaps too cautious in our approach." Lang nodded swiftly. "Of course, sir. Given the circumstances, the caution is appropriate. We only arrived earlier this morning." Calvin looked up at the projected screen in front of them. Flashing across it were pictures of a crater, with the twisted wreckage of a jetliner still smoldering inside. In every picture, there were members of the Foundation response teams pouring over the site. He squinted at the screen. "Loss of life?" he asked. "Minimal, fortunately," Lang said, handing him a folder. The flight team was small, just 3 pilots, a mechanic, and a 4-man security detail. Another casualty from where the wing landed. Here, she pointed to a picture of a farmhouse that had been cut nearly in 2 by falling debris, and then 2 more civilians we had to terminate after they were exposed to the anomaly while looking through the wreckage before we got there. 11 total, Calvin said. "Not great." Lang flinched slightly. "No, not great. We were able to recover most of the artifacts on board, but a few were damaged in the crash and..." Calvin raised an eyebrow. "Yes?" She shifted uncomfortably. "A few were missing, sir. A handful of our sealed containers had been opened, either by the crash or by external tampering, and the contents were removed." She pointed towards the bottom of the page. "Here are the details. 3 unclassified artifacts, 1 that was pending evaluation, and the soul jar." Calvin nodded slowly. "That is unfortunate. Have we seen any chatter about these on the blue markets?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. We don't usually expect to see anything show up when the insurgency is involved, sir. They don't sell their artifacts." "Ah, yes, that's right," Calvan said, tapping the side of his head with a finger. "Forgive me, I'd forgotten. Have we heard anything out of the insurgency then?" Lang motioned to one of the other agents in the back of the room, who pulled up a video on the projected screen. "This was posted on a Knights of Truth webpage late last night. We got to it pretty quickly, and have flagged all other known services for it, but we're still keeping an eye out for anything else." Calvin stared at the screen. "Has anyone seen this?" Lang shook her head. "No, sir. Insurgency propaganda carries a level 4 classification." He nodded again. "Good. Go ahead and take a break, Dr. Lang. Get your team some rest, and mine will take care of this." The doctor nodded in response, and the response team filed out of the conference room. Once they were gone, Calvin locked the door and took a seat in the front row. He pulled up a keyboard from the desk and pressed play. The video opened like all CI props did, the animation of the Foundation seal being pierced by 3 parallel arrows forming the insurgency logo. As it faded out, a face appeared on the screen. Calvin had seen it before. Every other time he had to sit and watch one of these, but each time was no less difficult. It was a man, fully grown, sitting at a table, his blonde hair tied behind his head, and his beard neatly trimmed. He was wearing a flak jacket and had a gun in his hand. He was sitting at a table, and in front of him was a small ornate jar carved out of green jade. It was Adam. "Brothers and sisters of the reborn insurgency," he said, his voice a bark. "Today we have scored a great victory against those who would seek to undermine our reality. Today, we have spat in the face of tyrants who would use the unraveling of creation for their own benefit, instead of seeking to heal it. We have brought their planes out of the sky and smote them against the earth, sending a clear message to their ivory tower, that they are no longer safe. They are no longer free to move about this world as they please. Our strength grows, and with it does our influence. The foundation has been laid low today, but we cannot grow complacent. We cannot rest on our laurels. We must take this opportunity to strike again, where they are weakest. We will cut their supply lines. We will sink their ships. We will derail their trains. We will undo the damage they have caused and make our world whole again." He stood and walked off screen, and when he came back, he was holding a sledgehammer. The camera zoomed out, and Adam leveled the hammer in both hands. "There is only one response fitting for fascists and tyrants, brothers and sisters: our vengeance." He raised the hammer above his head and brought it down on the jar, shattering it and the table beneath it. A blast of light and sound burst out of the jar, and a plume of green smoke erupted into the air, obscuring the camera's view of Adam. After a moment, his voice cut back in. "I know you're watching, Calvin," he said, his voice barely a hiss. "This is the world you built. These are your towers, your planes. These deaths are on your hands. I am your red right hand. I am what you were too craven to do. You can sit there in the fortress that you should have burned to the ground, but you should not feel safe in it." The voice hesitated, and for a moment all Calvin could hear was Adam's breathing. The smoke began to clear, and he could see Adam more clearly now. He was no longer the young, thin boy he had been all those years ago. It had only been a few years, but he was muscular now, hardened. He had a scar on his neck, and a smaller one just above his eye. "I don't understand, Calvin. I've never understood. I trusted you. We trusted you. Anthony, myself, Delta, and Olivia." He trailed off. "I've seen what you've done to her. I've seen the puppet you've been parading around, masquerading as an overseer. That's not her, Calvin. I don't know what sort of foul dealing you had to do to get that creature to walk and talk, but I knew Olivia and she died, and that's not her." He slammed his fist against the wall. "You're a coward. You're a coward and a traitor, and I will make you suffer every day of the rest of your life for what you've done." He extended his arms out to both sides. "I am vengeance. I am wrath." The screen went dark. An hour later, he took a seat at the end of a long table. There were 13 chairs in total, 6 on each side and 1 at the head. He centered a folder full of papers in front of him and then looked up. 12 pairs of eyes looked back at him. "Before we get started," he said, "I'd like to congratulate you all on your promotions. The insurgency's plot against this council cost us the lives of many of our finest administrators, and replacing them was no mean feat. Thanks to the dutiful efforts of our Site Directors Council and the Ethics Committee, we have put together a council that, I believe, will help us maintain stability throughout this transitionary period." He opened the folder in front of him and pulled out a sheaf of papers. You've all received your designations, but for the purposes of this meeting, I want to read off the appointments and the departments you will be overseeing, in case any of you aren't sure who everyone here is. He scanned down the page. Let's start here. One by one, he listed them all, notable doctors and agents of the Foundation being granted its highest promotion. There was a reorganizing in place as well. Positions that had been left vacant in the past were now under new management. Finance, applied influence, public awareness. He continued down the list until he reached the name before his own. He paused for a moment, his eyes wavering slightly before reading it aloud. Assuming the role of 052 is Agent Olivia Torres, who replaces the former 0513 in overseeing the Department of Occult Studies. He hesitated again, and a light murmuring swept across the room as its occupants focused in on the figure directly to his right. It didn't move an inch. He continued. Then there's myself, of course, but my role will stay the same. He looked up from the briefing all the other faces at the table. His eyes passed over them all, but he was careful to avoid the gaze just to his right, though he could feel it against his skull all the same. Does anyone have any questions? After a moment, he nodded. Very well, let's begin. That night, Calvin sat awake in his room, his eyes fixed on the glowing screen of his computer. He had moved the video file from earlier to his own secure server, and then wiped it from the central database. It was part of a growing pile of documents, records of insurgency attacks, newspaper clippings, journal entries, related to the insurgency. Unorganized as they were, it would be difficult to see the narrative, he thought. It would be difficult for someone to understand, to find their way to where he was now. So, he opened a file editor with his administrative privileges and began writing. He attached everything, the papers they had recovered, pictures they had taken, lists of names, transcripts of conversations the all-seeing eye had access to. Defunct as it was, the records had persisted. He collected it all and created a single document, one that would tell the whole story, one that would make sense. Principalis, he thought, would be a good classification. It was an old coalition designation used to identify the earliest known anomalous items they had discovered, but as far as he knew, it had fallen out of service decades prior. Nobody will see this but me, he figured, so what does it matter anyway? The containment procedures were a directive. The Overseer Council would contain this new entity and maintain public safety while doing so. Had this been where Aaron Siegel had sat, he wondered? Had he stayed up until the break of dawn, pushing himself past the point of exhaustion, seeking any new advantage over the bomb they were sitting on? Had Aaron grown complacent in his work? Would Calvin? Would some usurper rise to dethrone him, just as he had? How would he explain what he had done? How would he explain that there was no other option? Would it matter? The door to his room creaked open, and a figure slid in silently. The figure crossed the room and took a seat in the corner and stared at him. Calvin did not look at it. He knew what it was. He could not look at it. But how to describe it? What could he say that the next overseer would see and understand? He had been wrong. It had never been the council or the anomalies themselves. He had pulled back the cover on the heart of darkness and found only a mirror, a reflection of desire and meaning cast on himself. What was it that Purpose had said? To know me is to know the Foundation. He had looked upon the Foundation's true face and seen his own, reaching for a ringing phone and a voice that did not compromise or negotiate. That is what it would be. To know SCP-001 is to know the nature of the Foundation. He closed the laptop and set it aside. In the dim glow of the security lights outside, he could see Olivia's face illuminated against the darkness. She did not blink. Her eyes were fixed on his own. She will not be the same, the Avatar had told him. You cannot cross that threshold and return as you were. Good evening, Olivia, he said quietly. Are you ready for bed? He asked her, despite knowing that she no longer slept, that she would stay in the corner, watching him, unblinking, the entire night. A grim rattling filled his ears as Olivia's jaw opened too far and a grating, grinding croak crawled its way out of her throat. Calvin! The thing that had been, Olivia said. Calvin! Calvin did not move. He did not breathe. Olivia, he said softly, please, not tonight. I can't do it tonight. Just go to sleep. She sat unmoving the rest of the night. Calvin did not sleep either. In the morning she was gone, and he was alone again. He got up, got dressed, and poured himself a cup of coffee. He opened his computer and began reading through the file again. After a moment, the phone on his desk rang as it had so many times before. As he had so many times before, 051 answered.